my shirt, warm up my car, did I get gas? Sit in traffic, this jerk will let me pass. I've had enough adulting, no one being grown up for me. Let the bills pile up to the ceiling. Play Super Mario 3. No, I can't do that, I gotta do the thing. But I don't wanna do the thing. But you gotta do the thing. I'm not gonna do the thing. Adulting is suffering, it's suffering, it's not for me. Adulting has got to be the purest form of misery. I don't wanna do stuff, doing stuff is stupid. A meaningless existence, doing stuff to live to have to do more stuff.
Oh snap, that's hilarious. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSP News 2nd Edition. I am your host, and welcome to the Gout Report. This, ladies and gentlemen, is kind of a bit of a special episode. Not because I'm essentially back from hiatus, but I'm not really back. We're going over a video that actually has some meaning to it. I'm not to say that the other ones don't, but you know, have some meaning to it, and led to a tradition within the detractor community that stands to this day. So, and actually, at the time that I'm recording this, it should be only in a couple of weeks. We should actually be getting a new one of these. So this should be kind of cool. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna sit here and talk about. Actually, let me turn this down just slightly. It's a little more than usual. All right, we're gonna sit here and talk about the top 10 worst moments of DSP Gaming from 2015. It's brought to us by Fred Fucks. It was published on January 1st of 2016. The link to it will be down in the description. This is kind of important because it led to a trend that, like I said, exists even to this day. Because if you think about it, Fred Fucks did the first one, that was 2015. Then Secret Life of DSP, I think Secret Life of DSP, I like to call him the artist formerly known as Secret Life of DSP. And then he went to Secret, and now I think he just calls himself Secret Limited. But Secret essentially did the 2016 worst moments and 2017, which is fucking legendary and whatnot for many reasons, because Phil was on some bullshit about that. Then 2018 was done by Jackal's Lair, right? Because I was in that, which is probably the reason why people didn't like it. But I was in the 2018 one. Sorry about that, Jackal. But big ups for him on his work on that one. Jackal's Lair did the Jackal's Lair did 2018. Agent Proper, big ups to Agent Proper, did 2019. And as far as I know, Secret Life is going to be doing, Secret Limited is going to be doing 2020, which he's going to have, as all of them did, he's going to have a monumental amount of work ahead of him with that nonsense. But I wish him the best of luck, obviously, as we all should. I'll leave the link to, like I said, the link to this video will be down in the description. I'll leave the link to Secret's channel down in the description as well, and you can check that out at your leisure. And yeah, that's the thing. We're gonna go through this one. We're gonna see how it all works out. Should be fun. At least I certainly hope so. Hopefully you guys will pick up on some stuff. We've been bouncing back between 2014 and 2015 a little bit. So sorry about that. Give me a second. So that's gonna go ahead and give you guys a little bit of an understanding of how some of that's gonna play out. So that should be cool. Anyway, big up to Dave B for recommending this song. The link to this song I'll also have down in the description and whatnot for your for your view or for your listening pleasure, if you will. It's pretty funny, to be honest, and it was actually pretty fitting. So big ups to Dave B for this. All right, guys, let's not hold up any longer. Let's go ahead and get into the madness as we should. This is the Gout Report. This is DSP News 2nd Edition. I'll catch you guys in just a second. Oh boy.
I don't wanna do stuff, doing stuff is stupid. A meaningless existence, doing stuff to live to have to do more stuff. You must renew your license plate, utilities need to be paid. Stop! I need a break from the stress, taxes overdue, car needs an emissions test. Get
So today I'm live streaming. Like always, I'm live streaming. And, you know, I'm playing some Just Cause 2. This is the next to last session.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with Frayhua. Top 10 worst moments of DSP Gaming 2015. This was published on January 1st of 2016. The link will be down in the description. Oh, this should be good because I've never gone over one of these before. Now, to add a level of professionalism to this, though I am not a professional, you guys all know this. Let's go ahead and I will restart this really fast and whatnot, because that right there is a face only Mother Brunel could love. And let's get started.
So today I'm live streaming. Like always, I'm live streaming. And, you know, I'm playing some Just Cause 2. This is the next to last session that I was going to play this game, and I was getting into the game. I'm getting a lot better at it and enjoying it. And as I'm playing it, I take a look, as I do frequently when I'm live streaming, as I'm doing right now. I take a look at my stream chat, and I'm looking in the stream chat, and in the stream chat, someone's saying, Phil, are you aware that someone right now is apparently filing copyright strikes against you and that your videos are getting taken down? Well, I'm not going to end the stream early. Everyone who is on the stream, I apologize. I know you have no idea what's going on right now, but unfortunately, I have to end the stream. I've got my YouTube channels at risk right now, if you can believe it, thanks to a scumbag. So what I need to do is spend the next, basically, several hours deleting videos. I took a break on stream.
And he does that a lot. Like, he lies about stupid little shit, right, to make it seem like he's still in control of the situation or the scenario. And he's really not. And, like I said, he'll do these little lies and shit to people who were more than likely there or who saw the video if they weren't on stream, thinking that, oh, no one's going to remember the situation, so I'll just paint the narrative any way I want, which is a mess. It's an absolute fucking mess. And he wonders why, in our current day and age, nobody trusts him, right? Because there's a situation going on currently where he swears to God that he has nothing to do with it. He don't know jack shit about jack shit, and it has his bullshit painted all over it. You know what I'm saying? It really do. But I'll go over that video. That's going to be for the main channel. There's a bit of a rebrand, actually, kind of, not rebranding, where I'm going to expand off into another show that will cross over between this channel and the main channel as well. So you'll see basically you'll see it on both. I put up a community tab post, or I asked someone to put a community tab post up for me and whatnot. I'm not sure if anybody's going to get it, and if they don't, that's okay, because that's kind of the point. But once it's kind of unveiled with the first major project that'll go up over there, then you guys, I think some of you guys over here will get it. You'll get where I was going with it, because it is kind of heavily tied to what we do here, but also to just cutting up bacon. So it's kind of like the best of both worlds. But like I said, we'll get to that more. We'll get to more of that later on. But yeah, like I said, he lies too damn much, and nobody trusts him because he lies about the smallest unnecessary shit, like minute bullshit, which is what people like me sit there and like pick apart day in, day out. But that's why no one trusts him. So then when he has like a big lie, or he has a big situation that he needs to try to damage control quickly, whether he's guilty of it or not, it makes it irrelevant because he's known as a liar. You know what I'm saying? And he'll defend and here's the craziest part, he'll defend the small lies to the death, right? Until I've served him up on your plate. But the big ones, he'll sidestep it. He'll just avoid them. It's really, really weird.
Said, okay, so let me check everything. So first I went to DSPGaming and I refreshed my page, checked everything. Everything's fine on DSPGaming, my gameplay channel on YouTube. Okay, no problems. I go over to the King of Hate Vlogs. I get a pop-up and it says, you've got not one claim, no, you've got 2 claims against your account, the King of Hate Vlogs, for the following videos. And it actually shows me Ask the King from July, Ask the King from June, Ask the King from May, Ask the King from February, Ask the King from January. I'm like, okay, I'm seeing a pattern here. Now let me think about what I use in Ask the King. It's all me talking literally.
He has said on record multiple times that the King of Hate vlogs really didn't bring in much money. Now, granted, he said that after he gave up on KO Gaming. That's a nice little caveat that you guys should try to keep in mind. But he said the King of Hate vlogs really never brought in a lot of money, which is essentially bullshit as well, but we'll save that for a later time and date. But as you heard in his previous statement with the Just Cause game box up there, he said this right here was directly affecting his business. You know what I'm saying? The channel that he makes his money on, DSPGaming, and he needs to go ahead and stop the stream right away. This goes back to another DSP-ism that he likes to do a lot, where he will that right there is a great screenshot. I just saw that. And as you guys, I'm sure, may have noticed, we emphasize on this bug-eyed thing because he looks so nuts doing that shit. He really do. I don't know a lot of people, even when people that I talk to face-to-face talk about something very dramatic, or even on television or movies or whatever, they don't do this. But he does. I don't know if he's trying to illustrate a point or if he thinks that's going to get him over. I don't know, man. Really takes the wrestling shit too far. Anyway, but buggy life mechanics. Buggy social life mechanics. Anyway, he's just, I don't know. It's whatever. I kind of lost my thought. The bug eye shit got me freaked out. Here, give me a second. Let's go ahead and peach this back a second, and then we'll see if it jumps back to me. Oh, I got it now. He said that his main livelihood was at risk, but then come to find out, DSPGaming actually isn't getting hit. It's King of Hate vlogs. But yet again, he does that to make you guys drum up all the sympathy to go ahead and help him out in any of the various ways that you can help him out on and whatnot, to keep you invested, to keep you motivated, which goes back to the whole underdog mentality that he's always had. That, oh, I'm the underdog, I'm the average Joe Smo guy, I am the one in the million, right? You know what I'm saying? And I'm here because I'm basically operating in a system that doesn't like me, that doesn't respect me, and doesn't want people like me here. People like me, meaning when he says that, means people like yourselves. And that's why you need to continue to support him. And the fact that any tard sat there and soaked that shit up shouldn't be too much of a surprise. But the fact that people still believe it is crazy. But it's that same type of mentality that's been weaponized, not just by him, but essentially by people looking to take advantage of him. Which is why we're kind of at where we're at now with this, I'm not sure if it's Superhound or not, or if it's allegedly Superhound. I don't know. I don't have that much of a detail yet, but more than likely. But this alleged Superhound situation and going after detractors yet again, but trying to go after their cash flows now. You know what I mean? Either going after ad revenue or if they have Patreons or stuff like that. But like I said, I'll talk about that further in another video for the main channel. But for some of you guys who aren't up to speed, I might make references to it as we go along.
But what else is in there that could have possibly been claimed as something that's copyrighted? So
sorry
finally,
about that. Let me bring this back real fast. That should... Oh, that's a little too far. Because I am a professional. I'm not a professional. I just play one on YouTube.
And said, okay, so let me check everything. So first I went to DSP Gaming and I refreshed my page, checked everything. Everything's fine on DSP Gaming, my gameplay channel on YouTube. Okay, no problems. I go over to the King of Hate vlogs. I get a pop-up and it says, you've got not one claim, no, you've got 2 claims against your account, the King of Hate vlogs, for the following videos. And it actually shows me Ask the King from July, Ask the King from June, Ask the King from May, Ask the King from February, Ask the King from January. I'm like, okay, I'm seeing a pattern here. Now let me think about what I use in Ask the King. It's all me talking. Literally, the whole show is me talking. But what else is in there that could have possibly been claimed as something that's copyrighted? So finally I click on it and it says, you know, you're going to get information about it when you click, and I do. And it says that it's from Wolf Engine. I don't know who the fuck Wolf Engine is. I never heard of Wolf Engine before. So I'm like, this might be a bogus claim. Maybe someone found a way to find something that sounds similar to something in Ask the King or whatever. So I go further into it. and it says it's this section of the show that's been claimed by Wolf Engine. And I click on it. It's the intro to Ask the King. And who's Wolf Engine? So I click through it. Come to find out, Wolf Engine is the YouTube channel of Jackie Chin or whatever. Jackie takes it upon himself to put up these copyright claims. Now, I'm going to actually say that probably he didn't do this today. It takes YouTube a couple days to actually go through with copyright claims and stuff. So maybe he did this a few days ago. He might have done it last week, and it took YouTube the weekend to process it, and it finally went through today. The other thing...
Now, that's something I want to bring up real quick. Big ups to Jackie Chan. But this is another thing that Phil has contradicted himself on quite a bit, and then has to backtrack, and then he'll just drop. He talks about, oh, I've never used the copyright system. I've never flagged anybody down. I've never claimed anything or DMCA'd anybody. I don't understand how the system works. Despite the fact that he'll admit later on that he knows exactly who to call, or he has the exact email address needed, or he knows the exact person he needs to go to contact about those type of disputes or situations like that. Now, granted, if you've never done any of those things before, why would you bother doing so? Now, I'm talking about, now, catch what I just said there for a minute. He says that when it comes to flagging, copywriting, all of that, or DMCAs, so on and so forth, he doesn't know anything about that. He doesn't know how any of that works. He's never done any of that. But when he says that, he talks about directly on YouTube. He doesn't talk about when he was on Machinima and going to them and having them do all the work. You see how he fucked himself? When you're going ahead and doing a lot of that stuff when you have an MCN, you don't have to go through YouTube. You could just go through your MCN and your MCN will do it. You know what I'm saying? Or at least some of them used to. Phil, I wager the amount of bacon grease that's currently stored up in his mattress that he has sidestepped Machinima more than once to directly complain to YouTube, and then went back and put a claim through Machinima as well to cover himself up. So essentially, he's putting in 2 complaints at once to better his chances. Same thing with that situation with Twitch. With Almighty Tevin, They Call Me Tex or TXT, and Bill Purnell. I think he went through his contact, and then he may have just gone right through Twitch itself as well. You know what I'm saying? He went about it 2 different ways, going through 2 different avenues to make sure it got hit in. Or let's go ahead and get into some hypothetical pignosis now. He went ahead and had his followers, the piggy cult, whatever you want to call them. He had them go through Twitch, and then he goes through his Twitch partner or Twitch, probation officer or whatever the fuck you want to call those guys. He goes through his Twitch partner after he knows that all of his supporters have already put their complaints through, and I think that's what the motive was. I also believe, wholeheartedly, by the way, he's tried to hit Tevin since Tevin has come back. I almost guarantee it. I bet you anything at least once a month he's doing it. Once a month. But he can't hit him for anything because Tevin's over there streaming games. If you guys are getting a chance to tune into Tevin's streams, you should. But if you're watching how Tevin's streaming and the amount of time he's streaming and the amount of viewership and subs and all that stuff coming through, he's on a very, very strong roll right now. You know what I mean? I'd like to say that at least I'm hoping in like the first or second quarter of next year, because I think he's already at affiliate status. I'm hoping sometime in 2021 he gets partnered. And I would have to say to other detractors who stream on YouTube, they should consider also doing cross streams on Twitch as well and build your Twitch presence up. You know what I mean? I think it's a good start. No matter how many people that you have watching you currently on YouTube, branch over onto Twitch and get that started. Because while Twitch is kind of doing this cleanup and all this other bullshit, this might be the time to get in and start to really build your profile up. I mean, if I ever start streaming, that's what I plan to do. You know what I mean? So just something to think about moving forward.
Only do Ask the King, he also did, as I showed you here, other intros and bumpers and things for me. So I'm thinking immediately, oh shit, this guy, I'm thinking in my head, what did he do? He did Dying Light, he did Evolve, I know he did one for Batman. I'm thinking, oh shit, how am I going to remember all the stuff this guy ever did, like a clip of content for me for a pre-stream?
And that's another thing. That's why this is important. I know I've gone over this video before. I'm confident I've gone over this video on this channel before. The mythos, ladies and gentlemen, that I've been that I've been attacking over the last couple years. And rightfully so. I mean, I'm a cute pup in a sharp suit, and I got a fucking attitude, and I'm relentless with the shit. Because I know, and I've actually proven it on this channel, I believe. I've proven that it's true. When Phil says that, oh, YouTube, he said YouTube and Machinima told him to delete all of those videos that's associated with the copyright strike you guys are listening to right now. If you guys have already heard the original video, you already know what I'm going to say. For you, those of you who haven't, don't worry about it. We're going to do it right now. I'm going to do it live. Is the mythos is, the pig lore, if you will, is that Machinima and YouTube came to Phil and told him, you have to delete all that, all of the materials that, all the videos, I should say, that has the copyrighted material that Jackie Chan and Be Awesome One claimed you for. Now, that's the mythos. That's what Phil has propagated for years, and that's why in 2015, allegedly, the detractors fucked up his whole business, air quotes, business on DSPGaming. Here's the reality. Here's the truth. He didn't delete those videos because those people told him to. He deleted it because he panicked. He deleted those videos because he panicked. What happened was he reached out to YouTube, more than likely, and he reached out to, well, actually, the reality is he more than likely reached out to Machinima. They didn't get to him right away. He's spoken about that before, where he'll put in a request, and it usually takes him a day or two to get to him, depending on when he does it. And he then probably reached out to YouTube right away also, but neither one of them got to him in time. He was thinking about the potential, keyword, the potential copyright strikes that were going to come up for the material that Jackie Chan and Be Awesome One were hitting him for. Because there was only like a month or two difference between all that. If I remember correctly, I think Jackie Chan hit him first. I think he hit him for some of the fan art and some of the work that he did for Phil, and then Be Awesome One hit him later, or it was in the reverse, where Be Awesome One hit him first and then Jackie Chan hit him later. I can't remember exactly how they did it, but it was in a very short amount of time. All of this kind of came through, and it was literally on some Drake shit, back to back. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be stunting on these detractors when they're in detractor mode. What happened was Phil this is the reality. Phil went ahead and deleted those videos. Now, if you look at the oh man, I love that video too. It's Down the Rabbit Hole, the DSP one. I think it said that DSP privated all those videos and those videos fucked them up. And Phil and I can't blame Frederick for that, because Phil initially propagated the story that he had privated those videos, but in reality, later on down the line, and it's many videos later, Phil redacts that and said he actually deleted those videos. And like, it's in a really short amount of time. Like I said, I know I've gone over and on a video on this channel, but Phil deleted all those videos, and in turn fucked himself up in the search engine or the SEO, and that's what ended up really bodying him out, because he was so impatient and he was so scared, and he's very reactionary. He's very quick to react, which is a sign of immaturity, is what ended up doing him in. Like I said, I know I've gone over that video on this channel before. I might have done it twice, but just for two separate videos, I mean. So that's what really happened. That's how he got fucked. Now, did Be Awesome One, who was, if I remember correctly, he was collaborating with SOK when he did that, and Jackie Chan, who I think Jackie Chan might have been doing that on his own. Did either one of them know that was going to be the case? I don't think so. I think it was just Phil reacting. I think it was Phil just being Phil. It was DSP, Darksydephil, Dark Geppetto, Darksydephil being... It's Phil being Phil. Give Phil enough rope, which is what both of these men did respectfully, and he hung himself. And he hung himself in a way that I don't think either one of them imagined. So that's what happened. But we'll talk about that more as we move forward.
Let me just check out his channel, because maybe the guy's so dumb that he didn't actually like hide the videos, and he's dumb. He left the videos live there, so I easily was able to see the videos. He had made one for Grim Fandango, he had made one for Dying Light, one for Evolve, one for Gat Out of Hell, the expansion for Saints Row 4, one for Majora's Mask. He had done one for Batman, and I think there may have been like one or two other minor, like Game of Thrones, one or two other minor things that he had made intros for me before. And I said, well, there's nothing
here's the
to
thing.
stop
Why
it.
would he be? Why is it stupid for him to delete it? Because if he's claiming it, he needs to have proof that he had ownership of it prior to you having it. So having it on his channel essentially backs up his word. I'm just saying. Just off of that Susie Lou bullshit and whatever, and what Monday Matt pulled, it's kind of that's kind of why Monday Matt deleted the polar bear video, kind of, sort of. He deleted it, one, so no one else could download it. He failed at that. But also, because he does, when YouTube looks at his channel and sees that he did have it, and he had prior to such and such date, such and such time, right, they essentially sided with him. On top of the fact that he had a blue check mark. Even though it was on a live stream and it fell under fair use, I mean, they're still going to side with him because theoretically he still has the ownership of it, so to speak. Or if he didn't delete it, I think he privated it. I don't know if Matt actually deleted it or not. But it doesn't matter because Matt still flagged it under bullshit circumstances that it should have that the stream should have never went down. So either which way. So but the point I'm trying to make is that Jackie Chen wasn't stupid by just leaving it up there. It only strengthens his case.
Him from doing on DSPGaming what he did on the King of Hate vlogs. The difference here is DSPGaming is my livelihood. If this channel gets shut down, I'm fucked. I can't make any money. Hello, everyone. Turn off my air conditioner here.
Okay, first off, the first video, by the way, was, oh man, my memory should get this, August 17th of 2015. Now we're at August 19th. Now, actually, now that I think about it, remember when I said that I think Jackie Chan and Be Awesome One hit him in a very short amount of time? This might have actually been it. I didn't know I can't remember if it was a span of a month. Yeah, I don't have my notes next to me. So, but like I said, I know for sure he got hit in a very short amount of time. This might actually prove my point.
Here with another unfortunately not good news video, even worse, quite honestly, than the video I put out a couple days ago in regards to the fact that I had false copyright claims filed against me. The thing that was put as a copyright strike against me today was a piece of fan art.
Jesus Christ, you've devolved over the years. And I don't mean just, it's not just his speech patterns and stuff too. I'm not sure if most of you guys have caught that. His general speech has devolved, but how he looks as well. Like, he has progressively gotten worse over the years. I mean, which is something that is stated often. But you see more and more of it now. And speaking of which, since we're going over 2015 top 10 worst moments or so, yeah, top 10 worst moments. If any of you guys see the drip, I'm gonna call it. It's kind of a droop, really, but we'll call it the droop snort drip. If any of you guys have see examples of this droop snort drip, let me know. Timestamp that shit or something, please. Just because one day someone's gonna want to show the progression of him as of late. Now, granted, there are two people off the top of my noggin, off my noodle, that I know who have done something like that. Mr. Huffstuff has. He's done two of them. Two videos that show time lapses of Phil over the span of the years. And Mighty D has done it. Actually, Mighty D just put out a recent one, which I actually plan to go over, because I have an idea. So, yet again, if anybody sees an example of that in this video, just timestamp that shit, you know what I'm saying, just so other people can compare or whatnot.
Show you the claim that was put up here. I think this is it. Hold on. Here it is. This was the claim put up, yes, ladies and gentlemen, for The Witcher 3 pre-stream from May 19th, 2015. So if you go back in there, you'll see it's the montage of fan art that I talk over for the pre-stream. Guess what it was? It was a picture of me sitting on my couch, okay, laughing, and someone had superimposed the game box of The Witcher 3 pushing me like this. That was the piece of art. So I spent about 45 minutes taking some 300 plus streams that I've done and archived on YouTube this year and making them private. Then I realized, oh shit, I also have the pre-stream videos that I record and I upload those separately. I had about
See what I'm saying? See what I was saying about the whole thing about him saying initially that he privated them, and then later on, like much later on, he admits that he just outright deleted them. Which makes sense, because if he can't make any money off of, holy shit, that's a good screenshot. Oh my god. That's Drunken Phil right there. God damn. Anyway, god damn. the initial story was, like I said, he went ahead and as he just said actually, that he initially privated those videos, and later on he ends up admitting that he outright deleted them. Now, ladies and gentlemen, another thing that I've already proven my case, but I'll continue to reinforce it because it needs to be. One of the things that should be something that's in your mind right now, to give you guys a little general understanding as it comes to the mindset of Phil Burnell and his very oddly shaped head, is the fact that if such thing does not make him any money anymore, or cannot be exploited or used for profit, it's discarded. It's not used. Pure and simple. You want a great example of something that we found out recently? Look at the stream deck that he was given by whoever 2 years ago. So that was what, early mid 2018? And he said, oh, I couldn't use it because it wasn't compatible to Windows 7, which would have been on his laptop, or Windows 8, which would have been on his desktop. One of those two. And he said that it wasn't compatible, so I never used it. I just put it in a container and I just left it there for 2 fucking years. But now he's wanting to use it because he wants them to buy him, he wants his fucking fan base of idiots to buy him a new laptop and a new desktop for the business. So now here's this shiny little, stream deck that he said that I think when I looked, it was like $150 for it on Amazon or something like that. Maybe it was $129, which means 2 years ago it probably cost about $200 that someone sent me, and now I can finally use it. If you guys go ahead and get me this new laptop and this new desktop, which with the money that he got from the vest streak, I know I'm really, really fucking behind. The money that he got with the vest streak, that should have covered that all day. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into some bullshit because I'm looking at Mr. Huffstuff's channel right now on my other monitor. That he sat there and he's saying that he's not sure if he's going to be able to get the PS5. Matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, it is November 11th of 2020, our current year of Gout, by the way. He's currently saying that I guess he's saying this on Twitter, that he's not sure if he's going to be able to get his PS5 on Thursday because he had to change his shipping method. No, he had to change his payment method because he heard that other people on Twitter are just now starting to be charged for their PS5, and the account that he put down for the pre-order doesn't allegedly have any money in it. Even though I distinctly remember, ladies and gentlemen, before the vest streak ended, he said that he already had the money he needed for Street Fighter V. I'm not done. Phil told us initially, when... Here comes the bacon, baby. Here comes the bacon. Phil said initially when the announcement of the new PS5 and the new Xbox that the only way he was going to get those systems and cover it is if people buy it. He is currently setting up the scenario and he has been for a little while, that I don't have enough money. I'm not sure if I'm going to have the money for the PS5. Keep supporting me. Please give me contributions or whatnot. He's trying to, and right now he's saying this bullshit about, oh, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get it in time. I might not have it on release date, day one views, if you will. And that's going to be really bad if he doesn't get it and he's so unsure. He's trying to convince people to buy him that PS5. He's convincing his fan base to try to get him that PS5. Now, most of you are like, well, come on, GTG, that's DSP, he's a piece of garbage. That's true. and it's a very obvious point. But hear me out. I'm still not done yet. Kat's going to want a new PS5 too. And unlike last time with the PS4 that she bought, allegedly, with her income tax money not long after she moved from Michigan to Washington State. So we're talking about whatever little money this woman had, she decided to use all of it to buy a PS5? He bought her that PS5. He may have justified, he said that she used her income tax money for it, but he bought her that PS4, sorry. He bought her that PS4. I think he's trying to get his fan base to pony up the money for another PS5 so he can give that to Kat. Because I think he promised Kat a PS5 too. And Kat may be more of a genuine gamer than Phil is. So that right there is 2 birds with 1 stone. Get the fan base to support him, as usual, right? To complain about these copyright claims on YouTube, because supposedly a bunch of his videos got copyright claimed. Complain about these bullshit chargebacks, despite the fact that he got 3,000 in bits this month He got paid that, or he's going to in only a couple days. He definitely got that last month and whatnot. I think James the Lesser, big ups to James the Lesser, did a video recently going over all the different methods. You've heard me talk about it as well. All the different methods on how Phil is going to get paid, and he's going to walk away with like something like between $8,000 and $10,000 this month, for sure. And he probably walked away with that last month. And we're talking about in bits, cheers, subs, so on and so forth. And don't forget the behind the scenes tipping that, you know, he went ahead and eliminated off of Streamlabs, and which was about either $1,100 or $1,200 he got that 1 month. And the only reason why we knew about that is because Praise Be, Almighty Tevin had brought that up, and the next day Phil got rid of it. So Phil has all these different avenues to make all this money. He has plenty of money to get this new console and all the games on his own. I think he's using this as a slush fund, and he's trying to drum up sympathy to get him that second PS5, right? So he can have that for Cat. That's just my opinion. That's my Theo theory, but I think that's what he's actually doing. I think he's been setting that up for the last couple weeks. Certainly before because around the time that I went on hiatus, the Vest Streak hadn't died yet, or it was on its last leg because he killed it, and I got a theory on that as well. But the Vest Streak was on its last leg because it died at 276. And then he tried to do the chair spinning bullshit. He tried to feed them. No, he tried to say, you guys will support me regardless. We don't need the Vest Streak for you guys to support. Things went into a downslide. He wanted to start making changes. Or he started promising that he would make changes. And then he ended up getting rid of the love seat, which is in that nook. And went ahead and brought that old-ass chair that you guys have seen in some of the videos I've done on this channel that's from that's from Connecticut. And then that's when he started decorating and doing all the other silly ass shit, talking about, you know, there's going to be so many changes. He went into the bubble blowing nonsense, clown world. He went into the Skittles scam, which I need to go over that, but if you guys know what that is, you know what that is. And all the other rest of the bullshit that he's been pulling. It's all been a lead up to the new consoles, for sure. I don't know if I don't know if Kat wants a new Xbox, but she's definitely a PSN player for sure. So, and with all the exclusives that they have, and like the advantages that they have also when it comes to like Call of Duty. Even though I'm extremely convinced that Call of Duty is going to be garbage this year, but we'll see. I don't think it's going to be good, and I think we're going to get fucked again in 2021 because if Treyarch isn't making if they have to completely scrap the game they were already working on this year because they essentially... All right, let me stop. Because now I'm starting to get upset. All right, so... all right, in 2021, it was supposed to be Treyarch's year. In the Treyarch cycle. They had to push their project to the side so they could jump over here and help... Was it Infinity Ward? No, is it Sledgehammer and Raven? I think that's what it is. That's whose cycle is supposed to be for 2020. Treyarch had to jump over to help them out. Which means either in 2021, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to get a Treyarch game, and it's just going to move on to whoever the next publisher is, or we do get it, and that's going to be just as half-ass, and probably only going to be moving at half step as the game that we're about to get in like another day or two. If that's the case, then the fans are going to get fucked 2 years straight in a row. And that's garbage. And then when you look at, if you guys have been keeping up with it, you know me, I'm a Call of Duty nerd, so I do. If you look at what's going on right now, you have this situation where PSN players are going to get all the advantages, they're going to get everything first, so on and so forth. And you're hearing some people bitch about it, but not nearly as much as you heard maybe last year or the year prior. The irony is when Xbox had all the advantages, no one said jack shit, and PlayStation people just have to wait a month. But now that PlayStation has the advantage, all of a sudden, not really all of a sudden, but at first there was a pretty big uproar on that, like, this isn't fair, this is bullshit, why is it allowed to go on like this? It's been going on like this. It was just a different platform. Semantics. But because of all the different advantages that are coming out for PSN players, Cat, as far as we know, Cat has only played on the PlayStation. I mean, it only makes sense that he would have to prioritize to get her one. You know what I mean? He kind of tried to pull that same shit too with the Switch. Quick example. Someone only a few months ago offered Phil another Switch. So And they said if they did give him a new Switch, would he give it to Cat? Because Cat plays Animal Crossing as well as some other games on there. That's why you can see the joint accounts when he logs on. Phil immediately was like, "Oh, you're gonna think about getting me a new Switch? Oh, that's great, man. I appreciate it. I'll give Cat the old one, and I'll keep the new one." Why would you do that? The old one is already in your room, and it's already been contaminated with dust, dirt, snort, and everything else. Why not get? The guy said it was a troll, but even still, it was very telling. The guy said if he donated one to give it to Cat. So, just yet again, give you guys more example of this fucking tard and his behavior. Sorry about me going off on a tantrum there. Or a tangent.
Or so of those on YouTube spanning since early 2014 that I also had to manually hit all of them and make them private. That took over an hour. So about 2 hours of my time today, I had to go through all of my videos on DSPGaming and make them all private. I just had to. The stream attendance is very poor. From what I can see on YouTube, if you can believe it, we've got under 100 people on stream, which almost never happens. I could pretty much play any game under the sun, including games that no one really even asked for recently. You know, things that I pull out of my butt. And it seems like most of the time, when I play a game, I can at least get some general interest. And Metroid Prime, quite honestly, the reason that I'm playing this game is because this is a game that it seems a hardcore fan base of people who seem to like the Metroid Prime series have been asking me to play this for years. They said, Phil, you know, you never played the Metroid Prime trilogy. Will you ever play it? And last year, I had this opportunity where they released the Metroid Prime trilogy on the Wii U as a digital download trilogy, pretty much on the cheap. It was pretty inexpensive. If I remember correctly, it was like 30 bucks or something like that for all 3 games. And I said, you know what? Okay, this is great. I will take advantage of this sale or whatever it is, this deal, and I will get this, and at a future date, I will play Metroid Prime. So, you know, I've been biding my time, and I've been waiting.
First things first, when it comes to low views, that's something that Phil's been fighting throughout his career, period. And don't let nobody tell you differently. He's essentially been fighting that fight throughout his career. And one of the most monumental fuck-ups that came out over views and certainly stream attendance was the Pokemon Sun and Moon fiasco, where he sat there and called his viewership lazy. I don't know if that's going to be part of this or not, because I'm not sure what year he did that in. But yeah, I don't remember exactly what year he pulled that nonsense. Because Rich from Review Tech USA talked about it, so that must have been 2015, 2016. I think when that happened. I think it could have been early 2000. No, wait, actually, it could have been early. It could have been mid 2014. Nah, it had to be 2015. Or 2016, because him and Panda were living with each other. Because Panda was in the no, they were living with each other, but not to say that Panda was in the chat. I'm thinking of this situation with Kingdom Hearts when that bullshit came about, and he was saying that you're assaulting my girlfriend and you guys are fucking a bunch of idiots, and you know I'm gonna put everything in subscriber only mode. So my bad, getting my lore crossed a little bit. But that's been something that Phil's been dealing with for a long time. And Phil has always, and it's for a couple of reasons. Main reason, or one of the reasons I should say, is that people will ask him to do games, and he'll put them off for long-ass periods of time. And then once he obtains the game, he tries to go ahead and do what you heard here, kind of advertise that, hey, I'm going to, well, this is after the fact, but try to advertise that, hey, I've gotten the game, or I'm considering I'm playing the game later on down the line now that I have obtained it, and then yet continue to push it off, or to push it, to set it back, if you will. And then by the time he does do it, no one gives a shit. No one gives a fuck. You have to, when it comes to certain stuff like this, you can't play every game that everybody wants you to play right then and there. But you have to kind of strike when the iron's hot with certain shit like this. And this is what ended up getting him in trouble later with that Patreon, with the Patron's Choice, where people were sitting there recommending certain games, and he was sitting there manipulating the polls, kind of like how he does for the sub goals for Viewer's Choice now. Yet again, same concept. He's still manipulating the brackets to play the games that he wants to play, or that outweigh, or to satisfy the group that outspent all of the other contributors. That's just how Phil has always been. But the next thing, though, is that Phil's just not interesting. He's not interesting enough playing these games. He doesn't add anything to it. He doesn't have any spunk to it. He's only playing it because of views. He's not playing it for anything else, not because he has a genuine interest or anything like that. Think about what he just said. He knows that this has a hardcore fan base, and so he's hoping to capitalize on that viewer base. That's all it is. He says the fan base within within his own community, within his own followers or subs. But what he's actually trying to do is to get that actual hardcore fan base of viewers that are on YouTube or on the internet in general to come and watch it. And he's not a draw. He's not a draw at all. Even if a few people did come and check it out, they'll go back to Reddit or wherever and say, yeah, it's not very interesting, don't waste your time. I've seen posts that said that about certain games that Phil has played. So, yet again, it's another thing that puts him, that is continually setting him back. He's setting himself back. And in actuality, when it comes to games like this, he just doesn't exhibit the excitement or the enthusiasm that you would expect someone to. You know what I mean? He's merely just trying to capitalize for views, which is what he's always been accused of. If you want a perfect example of what I've just said, look at State of Decay 2. When he had a bitch fit that air quotes, the shills were getting it a week early or whatever, and Phil, out of spite, paid the extra $20 to get the game 4 or 5 days early, played it for those 4 or 5 days, and then when the game actually launched to everybody else who didn't want to pay the extra $20 or who weren't influencers or reviewers or whatever, he essentially stopped playing the game. He wanted the early views because he wanted the advantage that the actual influencers and those who were actually hardcore in that community, who were given advanced copies, he wanted what they had. And once it wasn't working out for him because he really didn't give a fuck about the game anyway, and he was just trying to capitalize off the fan base to get their views and get their stream support, he was done with it. Perfect example, I think. But that's how he plays, that's how he works, that's how he operates. He always has, he always will.
For what I felt was the right time to play this game, Metroid Prime 1 anyway, because I really didn't want to start it at a time when I knew there would be other stuff, popular stuff going on that would possibly take away from it. Or I do knew that the game was long too. People have said the game's anywhere between 15 to 20 hours long, depending on how good you are at the game, and if you're going for a more completionist run, or if maybe you're just going for, just the fact that you just want to beat the game by itself. And so, knowing all this, I said, you know what, a great time probably to play Metroid Prime Trilogy would be the summer. Because during the summer, traditionally, is downtime. And as you guys know, I've done a lot of summertime, downtime kind of stuff so far this year. I played a few games like Godzilla, which I probably never would have played if it wasn't a downtime of the year. I just recently played Resident Evil Code Veronica XHD and did a playthrough of that. I did Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition. So, a lot of stuff. That I've played so far during the summer for downtime. And it's kind of continuing on. Just earlier today, I played Fallout New Vegas, a whole new run of the game where I'm doing hardcore mode and melee combat, and other stuff that's going to be happening during the month of August. So anyway, I started Metroid Prime earlier this weekend. I'm going to be as honest as I can be with those who are listening to this pre-stream right now. Basically, it's a huge failure. And what I mean by that is I'm not getting any kind of real consistent interest for the game. I played 2 sessions of 3 hours each, and typically, when I play any game, and I'm not just talking a big releases typically will get great views, but even if I do a downtime game, within a couple days, if I can get, say, a few hundred people on stream, maybe between 300, 400 people on a stream consistently, and if I can maybe get around 1,000 views per video, and not to say that this is any kind of a requirement or anything that I hold. There have been games that have done more poorly than that. But in general, that's kind of what I would expect for any kind of a playthrough, especially a downtime playthrough. This game has not even come close. As of the second,
this isn't the status quo or anything, or this isn't like the standard that I would expect from it, and then immediately contradicts that by saying that's kind of what I expect. I love that. It's great.
Day, that I played Metroid Prime this past week, I couldn't even get 300 people on the stream, which is pathetic. The second session, I couldn't get 300 people to come out and check out this game that people have been asking me to play for years. You know what I mean?
That's the same thing you guys have heard in our current timeline, or certainly over the last couple years. So that's not a new complaint. Secondly, yet again, it's hilarious because he said, I've had other games that have performed poorly, no big deal. But he's shitting hard on this. He's shitting hard as hell on this, especially since when he got the trilogy. Remember what he said? When he bought the trilogy, he bought it on the cheap. Got it for about $30. Didn't even pay full price for it. Theoretically, whatever he's made on YouTube and on... This is 2005, so he was streaming on YouTube, I think. I think he might have been still streaming on YouTube at this time. He was probably streaming on YouTube. So whatever, he's probably already made the money back on YouTube, for sure. And then when you hear him talking about how down the summer is, right, and whatnot, he's almost grasping at whatever game he can to just get him through the month. So he's really kind of desperate, which is the reason why he's playing this in the first place, which is the reason why he plays most games that aren't AAA releases during the summer, and he just throws whatever out there to see if he can get the walls to stick, which yet again has gone back to another problem that Darksydephil has, rushing through games and putting out too much content for too many games at one time. You know what I'm saying? Because he's so desperate to try to get day one views on all of what he considers the hot new releases. Now, when he does the polls on the King of Hate vlog, or when he does the polls on his website or on his forum or on Twitter, those polls are rigged from the jump. If you really don't know, I'm telling you, he rigs those polls from the jump. He'll let you nominate whatever the fuck you want, but he's going to have a final say essentially on what the final game's going to be. And it's always going to be a game that he thinks people wants to see, and then when it fails, he blames you for it. He's always done that. Always. And he'll never change. And the reason why is because he doesn't really know or understand, or in truth, the reality of it all, if you will. He really doesn't care. He'll play what he wants, and he expects that you guys care about him enough, right? That you'll be happy and you'll support him just because he's happy and he's enjoying what he's doing. It's not about your enjoyment, it's about his enjoyment. So for those of you who are DSP fans out there, you need to wake the fuck up. Because after years of this bullshit, you should already know this.
To the YouTube videos, after the second session, again, those videos don't even have 1,000 views yet after being live all week. I played those on Tuesday. It's now Friday. So what I'm getting, when I'm taking this into consideration, I'm seeing other games that I played recently. By the way, I just want you to understand it's not that people just aren't checking out my videos right now, because I just played other games such as Resident Evil Code Veronica XHD. Had great stream attendance every day and good viewership on the videos. I just did Life is Strange Episode 4. Great stream attendance, great viewership on the videos. You know what I mean? So in that regard, it's not that people aren't coming to watch the content. It's that for whatever reason, this game isn't attracting viewers who are going to come back. It seems like a lot of people came, watch the first 2-3 videos, and decided from the first 2 or 3 videos the game isn't very good or it just isn't fun to watch, and they went away. And that's a shame, because I've heard so many good things. You know, people are saying, you really give this series a try, and I did, and I'll be honest, I am liking it. But when I see that I am not getting any kind of a mainstay, that's very hard to even get people to come back to check it out. What that tells me is I got to do one of 2 things. All right? One of 2 things has to happen to the playthrough. Either, number 1, this playthrough is going to be what's called a back burner playthrough. And what that means is that I will continue to play it, but it's going to be held on second streams, my shorter gameplay streams. It's going to not be the priority for the month of August. Whenever I get a chance or a free session, I will play it. And so maybe I'll play it 2-3 times a week tops, if that. Maybe playing a couple hours a session. And you figure by then, okay, let's say I play it twice a week for the next 4 weeks. Well, if I do it twice a week, that's what? 4 hours, so that would be another 12 hours of gameplay right there, if not more. And I may be able to beat it by the end of August, which is great, right? That's one option, okay? The other option, quite honestly, is if people are not going to come out to watch it on stream and people are not going to watch the playthrough on YouTube, that unfortunately it may be one that gets dumped. And not to say that I like to dump,
is where essentially the meme, or the foundations, I should say, for the meme of wage quitting games came from. And now, as you saw with what was he playing? Was it Crisis Remastered or some shit? He ended up giving up on that like after an hour. And then I can't remember the other game he was playing too that had came out, but he gave up on that after an hour as well. Look at what he did with WWE Battlegrounds. He gave up on that after, I think, one day. He may have given it two. I think there's only like 5 videos out on that. And he gave up on that. So this is the reality. It was never, yet again, and I'm not saying anything that hasn't been said before my time, that it's not about the love of games. It's all about profit. It's about profit, and it's about profitability and popularity. Period. It's always been about that. Always. Always. If he really gave a fuck about Metroid, then he'd play it. If there was really a hardcore viewership within his fan base who was going to flock to this and whatnot, whether now or later, he would continue to play it, and he would continue to beat it. He's not sitting here giving you he's not necessarily giving you that option. He's saying either A, I'm going to put it on a back burner stream that I'm not going to give a fuck about, that I'm more than likely going to drink myself stupid to get through the game anyway, or I'm just going to quit it outright. And if I do quit it outright, then for those who really wanted to see this go on, I'm sorry that the rest of the community wouldn't come to your side and support it, and it's your loss because they wouldn't support it. That's essentially what he's doing. It's essentially trying to start to form a rift within the viewership, and in a lot of ways within the fan base itself. Hey, if we want to continue to see this, I want to see this viewership, this game. Sorry, I want to see this game. Let me just reword that. I want to see this gameplay, this playthrough, continue, or walkthrough, whatever. I want to continue to see this keep going. You guys need to support it. Oh well, Phil's boring, or Phil doesn't seem like he really enjoys it. Phil's not learning anything. He's not listening to anything we're saying. We're trying to help him out with stuff, and he's just completely avoiding it. I don't want to see that garbage. Get it up and off there, and let's maybe get another playthrough that we do want to see. You see what I'm saying? He's already established that rift. And that right there is one of the reasons why the fan base, at least a majority of it, a large majority of it, gave up. You know what I'm saying? They gave up. Who knows how many playthroughs had to get scrapped just so another group within the fan base or viewership or whatever could get the playthrough they wanted, and that turned out to be garbage, and they gave up on it, and it had to get scrapped again so another portion of the fan base could get a game that they wanted. And it just becomes this reoccurring circle. You know what I'm saying? The 7 snorts of piggy hell, if you will. Not to say that I'm trying to give any wink, wink, nudge, nudge to any writers out there. But it's like that. You know what I'm saying? It's literally Pork Brunel's Inferno. You know what I'm saying? It's just a constant cycle. And that's how he's treated these people. You know? He doesn't respect games. He's never respected the gaming community. He's only looked to profit off of it. And this is what you guys got.
Games, and it's certainly not that I don't like the game, but I want to do stuff that people are going to enjoy and watch, you know? That's part of the experience. Is I'm playing the game, you watch the game, and you like the content.
Speaking of which, partially Paul, who just concluded Escape from the Goutopia, which was like probably his longest short story to date, to be honest. Also, the link is down in the description, by the way, to Paul's first book that he wrote, that he's written on DSP, and then you'll also see a coinciding link or you'll actually see it, the link for the second book as well, if you guys haven't purchased it yet. You guys should really pick it up. You know what I'm saying? And if you guys have enjoyed the short story that you saw with Escape from the Goutopia, that's essentially what he's turned into. That's what the first 2 books were. They were little short stories that he started in the comment section, and they eventually evolved into what they did. So just give you guys a bit of heads up and give a little plug for Paul there. I need to do that on the main channel too, especially with the holidays coming around. So big ups to Paul.
one-way thing for me because I need to like the game that I'm playing, but also I want you to enjoy it. And obviously, if people are not coming out to check it out, it basically means that people are not liking it. You know what I mean? I just kind of shrug and I say, I don't know. It might be a Nintendo thing. I've seen this pattern with Nintendo games. I would probably say that since 2013, mid-2013, the last Nintendo game that I played that actually got any kind of real attention to the point where it was like, okay, people are interested, was probably Pikmin 3. And that was actually a playthrough. It was a new game. I played it in the summer. If you remember, Pikmin 3 actually came out during the summertime of 2013. It was a very different game. I never played a Pikmin game before. And, you know, I enjoyed it, and it was pretty fun. But after that, it's pretty bad when I play games like Smash Brothers, Super Mario 3D World, and Mario Kart. We're talking the staple games of the Nintendo franchise, and really it's not getting much interest amongst my viewing audience. You know what I mean?
I like how it's everybody else's fault but his. And I also like the fact that I like it. Well, yet again, let's reword this. It's everybody else's fault but his. It's the game's fault for not being good, and that's why you can't get viewership. And we never look at ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We never look at the proverbial piggy in the mirror. Right? The pig in the mirror, if you will. To see that maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I'm the issue. What you used to have or what you used to do is just that. What you used to have or what you used to do. Past tense. You need to be able to move forward. And you can't sit there and keep blaming games, blaming gaming developers, blaming people not coming out to support it if it's not good. And cashing in on this is how you don't play. This should be the KO creation thing, right? But no, this is 2015. I thought the KO creation thing didn't happen until 2016. Yeah, because isn't that in Secret Life's... Isn't that in Secret's top 10 worst moments of 2016? Huh. Okay, well, okay. I haven't seen these in a really long time, so this should be a good look. But anyway, back to the initial thing. Not my fault. I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct, and it's everybody else's fucking fault. And yeah, so please continue to support me, despite the games being garbage. Jesus Christ, Phil. And he's gone through his whole YouTube career like this, and sadly, he's gone through, I would assume, most of his life like this. God damn. All right, here we go. Let's see. Cashing in on This Is How You Don't Play.
There have been two people recently who took it upon themselves to go back into my archives of footage and to fully watch my Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 playthroughs from the HD remakes of those games last year. Basically, to make extremely long montage videos of the gameplay where they added their own personal quirks and snippets and commentary, making fun of me.
That's actually a good point too, because Phil has always tried to spin it and say that the negative comments that were on those early "This Is How You Don't" plays were the haters and the trolls and the later and critics and eventually detractors who came out and did it. But in actuality, it was his own viewer base. It was his own viewer base shitting on him, saying that you're not respecting this, you're not giving it you're blatantly fucking up basic shit. And you're refusing to learn. That's nobody's fault but your own. And then Phil says many years later, oh, I didn't take those games seriously. It was just something I did early on just to play them. And these fucking Kojima fanboys came out and took that shit way too seriously. And it was all supposed to be a joke. And I don't understand what the big deal was. But he says right there, he did just say just a minute ago, that someone went deep into his archives, right? Went back into his catalog and found his playthroughs of Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 and decided to do all of this extra stuff. Those are playthroughs that are long gone and dead, essentially, in Phil's eyes. So what are you complaining about? Like, why exactly are you mad about it? And yet again, Phil's not going to be able to shit on his own fan base, because that's a catch-22. He's not going to shit on his own fan base, so we just get rid of the problem itself, get rid of the video. Pure and simple. And that, I think publicly, Phil didn't want his viewer base or his viewership or his fan base or whatever to see what other fans or other people that they've probably talked to actually thought about those playthroughs. He probably didn't want that. Think about it in this analogy. A couple of spoiled apples, right? That could completely screw up the basket or the barrel, depending on, how you want to view it. I think that's what he was trying to fight against, or he was trying to negate, if you will, and did a terrible job of it.
I literally said at the beginning of the Metal Gear Solid 2 playthrough, I've never played this game before. I have no idea how to play it. I'm probably going to suck at it. Like, I prefaced the playthrough saying that.
Okay, fair enough. But if that's the case, then why do you care what This Is How You Don't Play did then? Then why do you even care about This Is How You Don't Play? Why are you so upset by that situation when you've already prefaced that you're going to be garbage at the game anyway? You see what I'm saying? Like, you're countering your own argument. You're saying that you guys can't critique me too hard, or you can't come down on me too hard because it's my first time playing the series, if not playing that game, and I'm going to do bad at it. But then you're going to get mad that someone goes through the painstaking process, and ladies and gentlemen, it was a painstaking process for Evil AJ and anybody who's done a This Is How You Don't Play since then, to go through that nonsense, go through that pig slop, go through that pig pen, go through that mess to give you what is the masterpieces that all of these individuals throughout the years have given you. What the hell are you upset about, Phil?
It was malicious. The video was malicious. Why would someone make a video like that? Completely malicious intent. When it comes to this particular video, and it comes to this particular person, I know nothing whatsoever about them. It's like I said, I don't watch other people's videos on YouTube. I'm too busy with my own stuff.
That's a lie. I mean, that's a straight up fucking lie. But whatever, let's let him keep going. Keep in mind though too, he used this same complaint that you see on screen right now. If you're looking at the screen, if you're not, don't worry about it. He's using this same complaint right now about how he doesn't watch he doesn't watch other people. He doesn't know nothing about his detractors or any shit like that. He used to say that same shit about Tevin. He used to say that same shit about Snortbucks, and yet it's on record trying to take Snortbucks shit down. As well as, this was 2017, leading into 2018. He also tried to take Secret Life's 2017 video down as well. So he blatantly lying. Why the fuck you lying? Like, he's blatantly lying right here. Oh my god, what a scumbag.
Who in their right mind would ever do that? And I'm being serious here. Like, if you're mentally stable, you have to be mentally ill. And I'm being serious. This person, if you're watching this, you need help. You need to go check yourself in. Seriously, like, you need to have the white coats come get you because you have something wrong with you. Some fucking stupid elitist prick idiot. I mean, seriously, he's fucking ridiculous. And again, he needs to check himself into a mental institution. You're fucked in the head. Like, that's just sick. It really is disturbing, and I'm actually afraid of this guy, that he's like a nut job, and that if I continue to play games on YouTube, he's going to show up here one night and try to murder me.
Now, here, I'm going to bring this back because I want you guys to hear this again. But that, I agree, that's what's malicious. You want to sit here and say that this dude that Evil AJ hates you so goddamn much that, allegedly, because he made a fucking trolling video, that he could literally come to your fucking house and come to murder you. And then, not even just that, then you want to sit there and accuse him of being mentally ill when you know there are people in your fucking fan base that are mentally and physically disabled, dude. Like, that's the disgusting part. Especially if you guys have seen over the years how some of Phil's fan base tried to come out and defend him and all some of the nut shit that they said or what they accused or what they were willing to do to defend Phil. Some of that shit is crazy. Really crazy. You can sit here and shit on me all day because I sit here and I'll make videos that are hours on end or however the fuck long I feel like doing. It's my time. I'll do what the fuck I want with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to hurt Phil. I'm here to watch Phil hurt himself. Pure and simple. And he does it in such creative ways that it's hard to not watch it. But to sit there and do a commentary, right? Or edit a video together, whether you're doing it a couple times a month, or if you do it even daily, like Snortbucks does, or Mr. Huffstuff, or Voltboy, or Soma Julius Cruz, or whoever. You know what I'm saying? Whoever. Or if you do something much longer and much more detail oriented, as like a video like this, the top 10 worst moments or whatever, or this is how you don't play, or whatever. You want to call that stuff mentally ill, but you don't think some of the shit that Phil's fan base hasn't done is mentally ill? Let's keep going. You don't think it's a little fucking strange, or a little fucking weird, or a little fucking off that you have a 35-year-old man who was just at that time just learning how to wash his own clothes? You don't think it wasn't fucking weird for some idiot who was sitting there getting ready to put himself in a position to go through bankruptcy, right? No, who was fucking up with his taxes, I should say. You don't think it was strange that you had your girlfriend, girlfriend/fiance, paying her state and business occupation tax, but you didn't, and then had the nerve to say, oh, it's an online thing. If I remember correctly, the store that she runs was an online thing too. So what's the difference? And people forget that Panda was on, at least when she had her channel up, her channel's lost to the ether now. Phil pulled strings to put her on Machinima as well. Keep that in mind. You're telling me some of the mentally ill shit that this guy hasn't, some of the shit that he's done isn't considered mentally ill? And I mean, let's be serious now. Let's stop fucking around and let's be serious for just a second. You're telling me that some of the behavior that Phil exhibits on a day-to-day basis is not fucking mentally ill? That is not required to have someone maybe look at him? I'm not saying that the white coats need to come get him, but I'm saying that he might need to be examined. He may need to be looked at. That he exhibits the type of behavior that is very much against the norm. But then again, that's kind of sums up what Phil Burnell is. He's someone who's trying to emulate being normal, and he's far from it. Now, granted, are any of us normal? No. If you've been caught into this piggy vortex, there's something about it that keeps bringing you back to it. Does that make you a bad person? No, it doesn't. You like watching trash fires. That's what our society's kind of become. That's what the internet's become. We're all looking at constant trash fires, and all of us are just fuel to keep that trash fire going. But this right here is the exact same type of bullshit that Chris Chan used to try to say about his viewership. It's the same thing that King Cobra tried to say about his haters and shit. It's the same shit. Well, I don't know about Monday Matt so much, and I don't know about Rich. I don't think neither one of them went as far as calling people mentally ill. I don't think those two did. But actually, I just came across some old Monday Matt shit where he actually talks about Phil Burnell. Now I think about it, actually, if you hold on just a second, because the intern here actually, if I remember correctly, she put it on the list here. But real quick though, but that shit is mentally ill, ladies and gentlemen. That shit is wild. And why the fuck would you bring mentally ill into a situation when it comes to content creation? If you sit there and play video games for a living poorly, and you think that's okay, you think it's bad that someone would go through and edit the shittiest parts of your videos together into a montage, and you would call that mentally ill? Why? Like, what sense does that make? Okay, Monday Matt. Monday Matt made 2 videos that go back to 2013. Let's see. First video, DSPGaming threatens to leave Machinima, but will he? This is from December 17th of 2013. I will do a video on that. He has another video where why DSP should direct his anger at MCNs and not YouTube. That was December 15th of 2013. Holy shit. Like, I didn't even know Monday Matt was like doing DSP videos back in those days. But he's been doing videos since like 2013. He picked those 2 videos in particular. But I saw the ad. Let's see, the intern told me, she said, hold on, there's a side note. She found these on Kiwi Farms. She must have been going deep into the archives. There's something I have her looking for, and I think she's almost found it. But yeah, just to give you an idea of how long Monday Matt's had his hands in this. And then another video that I've already done that I'm going to do over here, because I've done it on the main channel. I'm sure you guys have seen it. No, I don't think I have done this video. Maybe I have. I think I have, though. And then Monday Matt has another video called Why I Pity Darksydephil. And that was from January 29th of 2018. So there might be a week of Monday Matt coming up soon. We'll see if we can get a couple more videos to lock it all in. We might have a week of. So keep in mind on that. But really, and just because, and I've referenced this plenty of times over the years, as other detractors have before me and after me, that he legit thought, ladies and gentlemen, that evil AJ was going to come to his house and possibly murder him because he made This Is How You Don't Play. Good God. Thank God Outsider didn't get hit with that shit, or any of the other This Is How You Don't Play makers at that time and at current, because that's insane. That's insane to say some shit like that about somebody else.
Who in their right mind would ever do that? And I'm being serious here. Like, if you're mentally stable, you have to be mentally ill. And I'm being serious. This person, if you're watching this, you need help. You need to go check yourself in. Seriously, like, you need to have the white coats come get you because you have something wrong with you. Some fucking stupid elitist prick idiot. I mean, seriously, he's fucking ridiculous. And again, he needs to check himself into a mental institution. You're fucked in the head. Like, that's just sick. It really is disturbing, and I'm actually afraid of this guy, that he's like a nut job, and that if I continue to play games on YouTube, he's going to show up here one night and try to murder me. If this guy hadn't asked this question, I never would have even addressed this issue because I don't give a shit. I'm sure now everything will blow up on the internet about how Phil insulted this guy. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm above this bullshit.
All right, folks. Well, the first topic we are going to get into tonight was our favorite person in the world, Darksydephil. He decided to name his stream This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 5. I wonder if AJ can get him for copyright. This is a funny thing, right? Didn't he claim, right, that This Is How You Don't Plays were quote-unquote indirect with almost getting them shot in a supposed swatting? Wasn't he claiming that This Is How You Don't Plays were a part of ruining his business? He talked all this shit on AJ. He claimed that AJ, the creator of This Is How You Don't Play, was mentally ill, and he thought he was going to break into his house and do physical harm to him. But a little bit later, he's using this as his tagline for the last Metal Gear Solid game. What do you folks think about that?
Well, I think you can officially count this as suicide if we're trying to kill him. He labels it as This Is How You Don't Play, and he's pointing the gun right at himself.
Damn.
No, but I mean, I'm gonna use his own logic against him. That's gonna be straight up. But I can pretty much tell you the only reason he's doing this is he wants to have his stream show up in the This Is How You Don't Play search results.
Of course.
But
Of course.
It's pathetic, though. I mean, you have to think about it. When people think This Is How You Don't Play, they think of well-edited videos with, the creator's own personal touch, because, every This Is How You Don't Play is not only a compilation, a well-edited compilation, well, a lot of them, of Phil's fuck-ups, which what most people watch him for, but they also had their own personal touch of editing, their own fingerprint, if you want to say that. So that's them, that's their style. That's how, the best ones get known. But this guy, he just slaps it onto his unedited LPs and thinks he can call it This Is How You Don't Play. This is coming from a desperate man, and let me tell you why I think this is desperate, because DSP is a prideful guy. He's someone that, he's prideful. He will do whatever he can to not acknowledge something if it so-called harms him. So there's no way he would be using it as I don't.
That's contradicting that statement, because if he was prideful, then he wouldn't need to bring himself down to the level of a person who he says he's above and he doesn't need to acknowledge. Now, don't get me wrong, that is the hypocrisy which is Darksydephil. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I would never. I understand. And there's a lot of people who have said this, that Phil's prideful, but he doesn't actually understand what pride is. And for people to sit there and say that Phil's prideful, you're wrong. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. And the reason why I say you're wrong is because someone who truly has pride doesn't do what Phil Burnell does. And this goes back to what I said earlier. Phil tries to emulate what he thinks is being normal, of what is a wholesome marriage, if you will, or what is to be a successful businessman, and so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? It's someone emulating that. It's like Chris Chan when he used to try, if you guys know anything about his history, how he tries to emulate being normal. You know what I'm saying? How to emulate his interactions with women. How to, you know what I'm saying? Just how to conduct himself. You know what I'm saying? And yet again, none of us are actually normal, air quotes, in the standard definition of what normal would be and whatnot. But we're talking about people who go to this extreme because they don't know no better. So Phil's not prideful. You know what I'm saying? It's what he thinks is being prideful, but he's not. Because he always goes back to the basic common denominator on why people call him the pig roach. He'll always squander himself into a position like this. And by the way, just for the record, the KO community creation program, actually this precedes that. So this is before that nonsense, which was on KO Gaming, by the way. So this is how Phil tried to cash in on this early on. And yet again, it actually plays into a sympathy angle in a way too, because by Phil making his statements about those people are mentally ill, and those people would try to probably break in and try to murder him and all that other silly shit, and then to go ahead and label his stream that, it's Phil in a pathetic sort of way, not prideful, in a pathetic sort of way, trying to take control of the situation, trying to draw those people into his content and be like, hey, watch what I'm actually doing. Give me the same chance that you gave This Is How You Don't Play, and I'll show you that I'm actually better than that. Which is yet again pathetic. It's pathetic in the exact same way on how Phil, whenever he goes into these rants and he goes into this little bullshit, he is trying to convince the detractors to take his side, or to back up off of him, or give him leeway, and so on and so forth. It's always about the detractors. He's more invested in what the detractors are doing than he is for the fan base. The fan base is just a slush fund. You know what I'm saying? The fan base is just a means to an end. The detractors are what he wants. If he could get and this is something I've said, this is something I'm sure other people have said, but it's certainly something I've said. If he could get his hands on any detractor of influence, and if he could just get them to see his way and whatnot, to where they would make a video talking about it to their fan base, he'd be happy with that. Because he expects all of us to be, he must think we're all tards, and we're all just going to fall in line with each other if he does that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, I don't want to put nobody on the spot. I don't want to put anybody on the spot. There's a few people who have, reasonably, by the way, who give Phil, not an out, but they're like, okay, Phil may have a point here. Phil may have some reasoning here. I can kind of see that. There's a couple people, but I won't out them. Because I understand why they did it. And I understand the scenario. But if any detractor came out and said that, of reason, it's only going to be looked at as that situation, not as a whole. And Phil don't understand that. That's like if you go back into Tevin's catalog, right, on his main channel or on the second channel, there are plenty of times that he tried to stick up for Phil. There are plenty of times where he was like, Phil, you're acting like an idiot here, and here's why, but I understand. Tevin has done that before. Theo has done that a couple of times. Argent, god damn it, I was just watching one of his older videos recently. Argent has done that. But that doesn't change Phil's overall. It just changes how they're just trying to have you guys look at the situation in another light. That's all. That's not. They weren't trying to clean Phil up. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, Phil's bacon still belongs to the streets. But they wanted you to look at the scenario, look at the way they saw it, and try to look at it the way Phil saw it. That's reasonable. Much more reason than I have. Certainly. Much more reason than I have. And not to any type of way, shape, or form where other people have actually tried to give him an out. Like I said, I'm not going to out those people because I understand what they were doing. So I get it. But that's what the scenario is. And Phil strives for that, I should say, to this very day. And that doesn't change a goddamn thing. It doesn't change the way I would look at that detractor, and it doesn't change on how I'm going to look at Phil. So Phil's losing at that point. Shit, I might not even say anything about it. I might just go ahead and act like I never heard it and just kept it moving.
Don't play tagline or whatever. If he was desperate
We've known for months that what's going on with Kojima and Konami. It's not a rumor. It's true. Kojima's leaving. His name is off Metal Gear Solid 5. And, like, people are basically saying, you know, Kojima's being mistreated, and we can't wait for him to maybe do his own project on Kickstarter once this game launches or whatever. I have a question for everyone. This is honest. I want to get your honest feedback. If you really support Kojima, you support the Metal Gear Solid series, and you disagree with Konami, why is everyone still buying Metal Gear Solid 5? I'm so hyped for this game. This game is going to be amazing. I can't wait to play it. But you know, basically, they fucked Kojima.
Didn't you play it? Didn't you play it? I know you played it. I don't even have to even question it. I know you did. So yet again, you're a hypocrite.
Kojima, right? Like, Kojima was the head of that project. His studio is fully responsible for developing this project. They're obviously being treated like shit, and shit can.
Matter of fact, doesn't Phil use Metal Gear Solid 5 as one of his better playthroughs of the Metal Gear Solid series? But yet, we're saying this right here. Or is he going to justify it because he's like, oh, well, fuck Kojima all day. And fuck Konami because whatever. And his day one views all day, every day. I'm asking. I'm just asking.
After the game sold, so why? It's not like they're going to get commission on sales. That's not how it works. You don't get, when you're a game developer, you don't get commission on how many sales you actually played, like, you know, your salary or whatever for the project, and that's it. So why are people supporting Metal Gear Solid 5? I swear to you, when I first heard months ago that Silent Hills was canceled and Kojima's leaving, I thought that was it. Metal Gear Solid 5 is going to be a flop. Like, that's it. It's going to fail because everyone's going to open all against Konami collectively. No, because I know for a fact, just from me playing the Metal Gear Solid games and sometimes jokingly screaming at Kojima for that I felt were like bad game design, I got massive ire and hate. Here's a company that has literally publicly said, fuck him, we're taking his name off the game, we're taking your money because we don't give a fuck, and we're giving him a fucking boot to the ass after the game sold. How are people still supporting this game? And people will say, well, because Kojima made the game. Yeah. So, Kojima made the game, but he's being mistreated. You're going to give...
So, first off, Phil did play the game. I was right. He played it. The first part of it was published on September 1st of 2015. And buckle in for this, ladies and gentlemen. There are 104 videos that make up this playthrough. Hold on. Or is it 108? My bad. No, all right. It's 104 parts of his Metal Gear 5 playthrough. 104. Just putting it out there.
Money to the company that's mistreating him just because he made the game, or would you save your money for when Kojima makes his own project later on and support it via Kickstarter? I'm just saying, like, I'm thinking logically here, and to me it doesn't seem to make sense. It really doesn't. I would think that people would say, regardless of the fact that he made the game, since the company's mistreating him, we don't want to give that company our money because they're going to shit can him no matter what, and he's not going to see any of that money. So fuck them. Don't buy Metal Gear Solid 5. But it's been the complete opposite. It's been, no, everyone must buy Metal Gear Solid 5 because it's the final Metal Gear. And it's...
Listen to how fucking insane he sounds. He's legit trying to get people not to buy the game. Right? Or at least his fan base anyway, his viewership. Not to buy the game, but to come and watch him play. And then if they question him on why they're playing it, he's like, oh, it's my job. This is my business. I have to play it. But you told us not to buy it. Well, you don't have to buy it. You can just watch me play it. That's how he would justify this. And he's literally going into a fucking stapled rant about that shit. Yo, what kind of mental tard shit is that?
like, so you're basically paying the devil. You're saying, well, the devil's fucking over our hero, but we're going to pay the devil anyway because we want to play this game because it's the last one. I don't know. I'm just... And even people in the street chat right now to support Kojima. If you buy Metal Gear Solid 5, you are not supporting Kojima. You are giving your money to Konami. Kojima will already have been paid and left the company by the time you play Metal Gear Solid 5. You are wrong. So I don't understand this mentality. You know? I can understand. I wanna play Kojima's last game with Konami, but you're paying the devil who fucked him. So that's what I don't understand. So maybe people will give me more reasoning or whatever. Certainly, I'm not talking shit about Kojima. I respect him as a game developer. I think he's being completely mistreated by Konami. With all the shit we're hearing about this, more and more, I think it's a fucked up situation. I think that it's terrible. And Konami really does need a rude awakening or needs to fucking fail. Maybe they'll get bought out by another company and be reshifted again or something. But it's a joke in my opinion. I think Kojima has put out quality content, great games, and has made a ton of money for Konami and should be treated better, in my opinion. I think it's bullshit. And I don't understand how they could mistreat him. How they take his name. He is Metal Gear, and they're taking his name off the game. That is such a fuck you. That's like spitting in his fucking face and rubbing a pile of shit in his fucking mouth. Like, how could you do that? That's fucked up. So, I don't know. I'm still... some people, of course, now will say, well, Phil, are you going to play Metal Gear Solid 5? Well, people want to see me play it. Right?
Oh, fucking hypocrite. Listen to that tard shit. You're paying the devil. You're paying the person who fucked him. He was mistreated, and you're okay with him being mistreated by giving them your money to play this game. Well, Phil, are you gonna play it? Well, people want to see me play it. Just like I just said, it's my job, it's my business. I have to. So you're gonna give your money to. So it's okay if Phil dances with the devil, but not anybody else. I see. I see. Gotcha. That makes a whole lot of sense now.
And quite honestly, I not only play games for the fact that I'm sharing that with you to show you what the game's like, but to review it and for many other reasons. But if I were a common gamer and I was like such a fan of Kojima and I wasn't doing this for you know...
You see how he gave himself the out? You see how he went ahead and elevated himself above the common gamer? And that's why it's okay for him to do it, but not for them to? That's insane. That's insane that you would literally put this out there and think you were okay with saying it. That's insane. And not only that too, roll with me on this. Walk with me for a minute. Let's go ahead and grab. We're gonna go around the corner real quick and grab some Snortbucks. So I'm paying. So walk with me. Not only though is he kind of chastising and putting down the fan base, the viewership, right? But in other ways, he's shitting on other content creators too. He's trying to get them for this also. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, with those other content creators, they got millions of subs, and they got all this money and ad revenue, and they may even have Patreons, and they have merch, and they have all that stuff, and so they don't even need the money. But I do, though. I need your money. I need your support in 2020 and 2019. I need your crowdfunding. I have to do this. I have to go against my own beliefs and my own, air quotes, personal code, because that's how I put food on the table. I'm not like all the other guys on Twitch, for example, who have guaranteed $1 million contracts, which is funny because if I remember correctly, I was one of the people who pointed out that those people are in guaranteed contracts and Phil Burnell isn't. But now, all of a sudden, Phil wants to use that analogy. Semantics. He doesn't have all the advantages and the other breaks and all the opportunities that those other people have. And so why would you give your money to people who are already rich, who are already millionaires and all of that? Does that sound familiar? It should. Because he had said some of that same shit about YouTubers too. Before he even said it about Twitch streamers. He used to say that shit about other YouTubers. Keep that in mind.
See me play the game for business reasons and review reasons, I wouldn't buy it. I'd boycott it. I'm just saying. I would. But I'm not I'm not a super fanboy of Kojima either. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
And the funny thing is, it didn't even work out. He's not even getting that much views. One of the biggest games of the year. The last game in the main Metal Gear Solid storyline. And it was shit compared to what he should get.
That's true too. Because part 1 of Metal Gear Solid 5, he only has like 66,000 views, which is a far cry from what he should have. That should have been 100,000 plus. 66,000, ladies and gentlemen. Take notes.
Easily tell he was expecting at least like 10,000, if not more, of views to like on his very first stream. But I mean, when you have a point of Mad Max breaking more views than Metal Gear Solid 5, you know you got a problem.
This is how you don't take someone else's idea. AJ, brother, I think you have a good case for copyright or DMCA claims.
I think he does, maybe. I mean,
Maybe.
like if you look at Phil's tags, actually the tags themselves have "This is how you don't play" in them, like the search results, like, you know, the whole thing. And this, to me, like what you said, he's holding a gun to his head, Fizz, and he's holding up the entire neighborhood too. Remember, he said it could have threatened his neighbors, it could have threatened everyone in that neighborhood. So he's literally holding everyone hostage right now.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, if he's going to use that logic of, you know, if we make a "This is how you don't play," we attempted murder on his own life. I mean, he titled his stream "This is how you don't play," so basically he's trying to commit suicide. Maybe it's
And
career suicide.
Someone
he's
better
trying to-
save Leanna.
And he's trying to commit, if you think about it, he's trying to commit character assassination or, you know, trying to ruin people's reputation because he's claiming that we are sociopaths without any evidence of us acting like a sociopath. But see, the difference between us and Phil is when we call him out, we have proof. We have his own, you know, postings on Twitter. We have his own YouTube videos, his own clips, his own whatever shows. He just calls us sociopaths. I don't know, the armchair psychiatrist. The man that probably watches a couple of infomercials about psychiatry and thinks he's an expert, thinks he's an MD, thinks he is a fucking whatever. So it's just hilarious to me that he's using a "This is how you don't play" tagline. And it didn't get him nowhere because, Phil, it's not a well-edited video. We
mean,
know what it is.
Keep in mind, this is the same guy who diagnosed his own gout. So, I mean, you obviously can't really expect much from him.
Yeah, you know what? That's hilarious. Just go on WebMD. Out of 20 symptoms, you got 3 of them, and you got something, brother. That's the way it works.
It's usually cancer, so...
The funny thing is that once, for the first time in his entire YouTube career, his videos are properly labeled this time. No clickbaity title or anything. "This is how you don't play Metal Gear Solid 5. It's actually properly labeled, or properly titled. That's hilarious to me.
It is
know what's funny?
actually, now she brought that up, that is pretty hilarious. But not just that, but the meta and the fact that how he self-diagnosed his gout. This idiot is on record for saying, "Oh, I don't know. There is no scientific proof that coincides drinking cherry juice will help with gout, but I drink it anyway." So essentially, Phil is admitting that a lot of the stuff that he does to avoid flare-ups is, some of it anyway, are just placebo. There's nothing to back it up. There's no evidence, but because he's been doing it for a long time, he's conditioned himself to do it. And that's something that myself and James Lester has been saying it too. If you ask him, he'll tell you that when Phil goes shopping on Tuesdays, right? He only does it out of a force of habit because he used to go out with his parents, or his mother in particular. He used to go out shopping with her on Tuesdays. And that's something that's carried on with him for his entire life. You know what I mean? So that's a thing. But then I got a notation here that there's a theory going around. It's not my theory, but there's a theory going around that maybe Phil doesn't even go shopping on his days off anymore. He just sends Kat out to do it. But that doesn't make any sense because he could just have Kat do her shopping after she gets off of work. But we've all heard the piggy logic. Well, you guys have. I haven't gone over it yet. But we've already heard the piggy logic on why she can't go shopping after she gets off work because she closes. I don't know about any of you guys, but I've worked at a grocery store before. I know people who still work at grocery stores. And yes, they go shopping after their shift, even if they're closing. Why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? And especially if you guys know how the rotation goes about in grocery stores, shit, you definitely kind of want to wait till they close, Because then you have the guarantee of getting the freshest stuff possible. For example, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys go shopping for milk or eggs or whatever, you go grabbing for the first milk or eggs, or we're getting into the holiday season. You know how your cute pup in a sharp suit loves eggnog. Do you think I'm going to grab the first eggnog that I see? Well, no, because I have these cute little puppy paws and I can't hold on to the damn thing. But Milf and Cookies will grab the one in the back. Why? Because it has the oldest. It's the date. It has the longer shelf life on it. You should be doing that with anything that you go in the grocery store. You should be doing that for milk, eggs, cheese, anything that has an expiration date on it. You should be doing that. I don't know if Phil knows that, but I'm sure you guys do.
According to Phil, he has a DSPHD.
Unfortunately, it looks like
Patreon begging. You know how much we love this shit. Oh, let's get into it.
October, I don't know, viewership is down. And it's down compared to the
October 29th of 2015.
Summer. The summer downtime, when there weren't any real new releases around, I got more viewership than I'm getting in September and October. If you actually look, Until Dawn did great. And the actual beginning of playthroughs, like Metal Gear Solid 5, did great. And I have no idea what happened, But
that's a lie, though. Because you just heard what I said that he has currently on the first playthrough of Metal Gear Solid 5, and you just heard what SOK said about what his viewership looked like for the first couple playthroughs. Wow. Literally putting the pignosis on, self-inducing pignosis on himself. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be one of the tomes, one of the fundamental tomes of Goutopia, and certainly the Goutocesium, on why Phil is even where he's at. It was luck, but the majority of it was fraudulent. A lot of it was. He was overpaid for certain shit. He sat there and cut corners, and he cheated to get to where he's at. He didn't earn barely a goddamn thing of what he had. You know what I'm saying? It either fell in his lap, or he cheated, or whatever. There's a lot of circumstances to a lot of why Darksydephil is where he's at. But we'll explore that as we go along.
I just don't know, and I don't want to talk about it at length anymore, because I don't think that talking about it at length is going to help anything. Okay, I just want to make everyone aware it's another what it looks to be a bad month, and I don't even know what else to say. I'm looking at the numbers and I'm like, I don't know what to do anymore. I'm just playing every new game like I used to, right? I'm covering the stuff. I'm doing what I can. And it is what it is. So what I will say is this: we got 3 days left in the month of October, and that means there's 3 days left, to pledge to my Patreon for this month. And the bottom line is this, and I'm going to start mentioning this more often, okay? If everyone who enjoyed this content pledged $1 to Patreon, I would never have to worry about views again. Never. Seriously, I would never have to worry, because I've got thousands of people who come out to check out my playthroughs. Take a look at part 1 of any game I play, and roughly it's going to be between 5,000 to 10,000 views. For a more popular game, you're talking 20, 30, 40,000, right? Take a look at my reviews. My reviews typically get between 5,000 to 10,000 views, right? And listen, I'm not saying by any means that it's required for anyone to give any kind of a monetary contribution. But at this point, especially with all the stuff...
Woo, shit! Oh boy, in 2005, contributions are not mandatory. Oh, but you guys know what he says now? He says the same shit, but then he goes in and says, I really need your contributions, I really need your help, I really need your support. I'm gonna bring that back real fast. Alright, that's probably a little further than I want to bring it to, but that'll work. Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh, I didn't even see that. Alright, we're good. Alright, this is going to be a little further back than normal, but it'll work. Let's say the contributions are mandatory. Oh, you sure aren't.
Seriously, I would never have to worry, because I've got thousands of people who come out to check out my playthroughs. You know, take a look at part 1 of any game I play, and roughly it's going to be between 5,000 to 10,000 views. For a more popular game, you're talking 20, 30, 40,000, right? Take a look at my reviews. My reviews typically get between 5,000 to 10,000 views, right? And listen, I'm not saying by any means that it's required for anyone to give any kind of a monetary contribution. But at this point, especially with all the stuff going on with YouTube Red, where it's uncertain if there's even going to be a further dip in, you know, viewership and profits and stuff like that on YouTube, the future's very uncertain for me right now. I want to say thank you, because in the past day, I'll tell you, the past day, I kind of reached out yesterday, and I was very honest with everyone regarding the past 2 months, saying that I don't know what's going on, whether it's a YouTube issue, whether something happened, but, you know...
Oh, boy. Okay, now, this was October 30th, I believe? It said at the bottom of the screen there. It did say that, I should say. But it's a good read, so you can kind of do that while you're listening to my annoying voice for the moment. But more importantly, at the end, at the bottom of it, it says, "Stop looking for handouts, Phil, because people have been giving you shit for free for 5 years," which goes back to 2010. In reality, they've actually been giving him free shit since 2018, since 2008, 2009. But this person isn't wrong. He's been given a lot of free shit. Games, peripherals, money. He's been given quite a bit. Free fan art, so he could put them on Cafe Press and eventually Teespring and whatnot, which he made profit off of. Same type of concept, ladies and gentlemen. Defiant Sniff. Oh, so much.
Business hasn't been doing too well the past 2 months. That I've seen a sharp decline in views, and this happened last year after the summer, and it's happening again this year, and I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's causing it. No one can seem to give me a concrete answer. But the fact that if this is going to continue to happen, but you want to continue to see me do this full time, that you not only could, continue to watch the videos, but, Patreon is the way to go. And, yesterday I kind of emphasized that, it's not about people giving giant amounts of money to me. That's not what it is. That's not what I'm here to do, to sit here and e-beg constantly and ask you, please send me $100. No. It's about everyone who watches my stuff.
Wait a second, hold on. I want to give you this hot take. I want to give you this shit. Okay, speaking of which, why are you still bitching? Why are you still talking about views? Your dumbass said that you wouldn't talk about it. You were nice enough to address it and acknowledge that people don't care. But just like everything good about you, Phil, you start strong and then you flop back to the loser most people think you are. And you know what you do? You hide. You sit behind your position of power, hide and delete comments, and you do nothing to change. God damn, whoever this guy was a prophet. Whoever this guy was, this person got it. This person was bang on about all of it, to be honest. And I would assume, I don't even know if this comment still exists. They probably got it before it got deleted. But god damn. Jesus Christ. You got some hot takes about Project 7. And there's a lot, and here's another thing too. When you go back into some of those old videos, there are some comments like this that made it through the cracks. If you ever get a chance, any of the videos that I go over, especially, I leave the links down in the description. Check them out. If you don't even want to, listen to the video just because. But certainly, definitely go into the comment section. You'd be surprised what gems you find in there. For real. And you'll find some of the viewership. You'll find that some of the viewership that's currently around watching videos were around back then. And like I said, I won't out anybody, but some of them were fans. I think most of them have no problem with admitting that to you. And you'll hear them give genuine good advice, right? And Phil completely squandered that shit. It's insane. But that's why, ladies and gentlemen, that's why Darksydephil, DSP, Darksydephil, Dave, Dark Server, whatever you want to call him, that's why his lore and that's why his history is actually somewhat interesting because a lot of this could have been avoided. And yet again, as this person said, he was nothing more than a coward who hid behind this little position of power, which really wasn't even really power. But then again, you know me, I downplay a lot of his shit. But he sat there and hid behind his position and deleted comments or sent other people after the people who were putting comments up. He's done that too. And whatnot, and doesn't do anything. But then when everything's crumbling around him, he's like, why didn't you guys help? It's your fault. It's YouTube's fault. It's the other content creators on YouTube's fault for putting in all this high quality stuff that the average Joe Schmo guy like me can't do. You had the money to do it. You just chose not to. Oh, I didn't have the know-how. You could have learned. Mr. Valedictorian, you could have learned. You chose not to. You treated this shit, you everything is brain dead easy to you, or sorry, let's reword that. You operate everything like it's brain dead easy because you don't believe that any effort should go into it. You should just be paid large amounts of money to exist. That's what you believe. And in actuality, it's the furthest from the fucking truth. Let's see. Hold up. One more thing. Let's see. You don't ever adapt to it. Or sorry, you don't ever adapt until it's almost too late. I've said that plenty of times. Your fans, your detractors, they have given you tons of great advice on what you can do and should do to improve. And you just put it off. Why? Yet again, something that current detractors say now. You know what I mean? I said that from the jump when I started doing this shit. And yet this person precedes this. But beat me by 2 years. Tevin has said that multiple times. Arjun has said this multiple times. Theo has said this multiple times. A guy named Kipover, if you guys have ever watched any of his content, he doesn't do DSP stuff anymore, but he did for a good amount of time, especially during the fall of SOK, because allegedly he was targeted by them. He brought this up, like, you know what I'm saying, like Ludacris, a bunch of detractors who did commentary as well as edits. Snortbucks brought all this up. This is a thing, ladies and gentlemen. This is a thing. Oh my god. So good. So good.
You know, contributing maybe $1. If everyone who watched my videos and enjoyed my gameplay streams and my gameplay videos and my reviews and my vlogs on YouTube gave $1 a month, I wouldn't have to ever worry about even getting a single view. Seriously. It would be more than enough to support the business. And I get the feeling with all these changes coming, YouTube Red, which just launched, and everyone feeling uncertain about if they're ever going to make any kind of ad revenue or whatever from YouTube Red, now having no ads on YouTube and stuff, that I hate to say it.
I'm not sure if you saw it, but Dragon Killer in DSP, or well, TXT, I think he used to go by DSP TXT. His comment was up there too. Holy shit, this is some vintage stuff.
One day that really seems like it's going to keep people like me able to do this as an occupation. It's not going to be ad revenue anymore. It's not going to be partnership contracts. It's going to be fan funding. That's going to make all this possible. So anyway, the reason I'm bringing this up, yesterday I mentioned this on both of my streams, and I want to say there's been a large group of people who did, for the first time, pledge to my Patreon at patreon.com/Darksydephil, and I want to say thank you for that. If you were one of those people, that's freaking awesome. And I can tell you right now, we are pretty damned close to hitting my goal level. And he did talk about
suing Be Awesome One and Jackie Chan back then. But he broke, and you don't have the money to do so. Oh my god. And then talking about fucking suing YouTube. He did all that shit back then. Oh, you a goddamn... This guy's been a mess for years. Oh my god. And people defend... And ladies and gentlemen... people defend Phil, right? People defend Phil, and they don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't... I can't be... No one can be mad at somebody. I certainly can't. I can't be mad because you don't know. Because there's quite a bit of shit that I don't know. Right? That can be said for any of us. But goddamn, how are you going to defend silly shit like this when people like Tevin, like Theo, like Snortbucks, like Argnos, like when you have the OGs who, just naming a few, have pointed this shit out already? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not doing anything that someone else before you hasn't done. and they've been disappointed. There's a reason why the detractor community is as big as it is. It didn't happen overnight. You know what I'm saying? Goutopia wasn't built in a fucking day, and Darksydephil didn't ruin himself in a fortnight. It took time for this shit to happen. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that's horrible. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy.
For October and being able to do this upcoming rockathon, which I would like to do, all right, a rockathon marathon of Rock Band 4. We're kind of right along there on the goal level, but I get the feeling that there are going to be a few more people who this last minute are going to be reducing their larger pledges from last month, which always happens. And typically we always get about a dozen to 20 people who get declined. And not that that's a big deal, you know. Well, most of those people are usually dollar pledges, but still, it could fall off and we could not hit the goal. So I just want to let everyone know we're very close to hitting the goal for October. Thank you very much to those of you who did for the first time step up and pledge. I really do appreciate that. If you haven't yet, consider it. Patreon.com/Darksydephil. You get your own personal perks. Plus, we can make this cool rock-a-thon happen. That would be awesome. And, you know, it's been a great year for me. Overall, with the stuff that I've put out this year, I really feel this is actually my favorite year. I'm not even lying. This has been my favorite year of doing YouTube, and obviously I'd like to keep that up and keep doing things this way and not have to worry about, oh no, now things are falling out or whatever. And quite honestly, it seems like the fan funding is the way to go at this point, with everything being so uncertain with how YouTube's going to continue, right?
And he says that every year. He says that especially about streaming now. Oh, this is my best year of streaming ever. This is my best month ever. I love what I do. I want to keep it going, but I need you guys to support me. You've heard this tagline before as it pertains to crowdfunding or just supporting him on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Supporting the videos and shit like that. You guys have all heard this. Holy shit.
YouTube Red and all this shit coming up out of nowhere. You know, Patreon is the way to support and make sure that I can keep doing this. So if you like my stuff, consider it.
But then how are you successful? Right? How are you successful if you need outside crowdfunding? And then he's still making six figures off YouTube at this time, ladies and gentlemen. He's still making six figures off YouTube. He's not doing it now because he's making six figures plus a year off Twitch. But he didn't take a real sharp drop in income on YouTube until 2007 or 2017 is when that shit really dipped. Because I think when Secret Life and Eddie B43 did that joint thing that they did. I know I got to save somewhere, but it was on Secret Life's Twitter where they actually compiled the amount of money he made at the end of for the 2017 year. He only was making it came up to over $90,000, but it was the combination of YouTube and Twitch. It didn't. I don't think Teespring was completely factored in there. There was other things. There was other variables that both of them made sure they put up there. But they said at the very least it was $99,000 for the year. Now he's like I said, he's making $100,000 plus just off Twitch. But back in the day, he used to pull $100,000 plus off YouTube, no problem. Wow, amazing, absolutely amazing.
Hold on. They all have these super.
I always wanted to go over this too. This is the swatting. I will eventually. I always wanted to do that. Here, I'm sorry. I'm going to go back a little bit because I don't know if there is any audio at that one part. Yeah, right here. So I don't know if there's audio there or not. If there isn't, then no biggie. But if just in case there is, I want to make sure you guys hear it. And there isn't any.
Hold on. They all have these super... Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. I think I might have some cops outside. Hold on.
Okay, now I've talked about this before, but like I said, we will go over this video eventually about this whole situation with the swatting. It's funny how, and like I said, Tevin, Theo, all the greats have pointed this out before. How is it that Phil's sitting there trying to crack jokes, and in the one time that he pauses the video game to make some joke about the Riddler or some silly shit or some type of observation, and all of a sudden you can hear the cops outside. Now keep in mind, this is still not a swatting. A swatting is they'd have broken through the goddamn doors and they'd have whatever the police issue or SWAT issue shotgun or police issue fucking combat shotgun that they point up in his fucking snout. That's not what happened. He's in a fucking 3-unit duplex and they are outside calling him through the bullhorn to come on out. Him and anybody else. Now, like I said, we don't need to get into the semantics of that because I've had that conversation before. Feel free to give your opinions down below because it's still very much appreciated and whatnot. But I never looked at this as a swatting, but it certainly seemed very fucking suspicious. It seemed very convenient when that happened. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, it's just we'll go over this situation eventually because I kind of need to do that. That's like a big thing when it comes to DSP lore. And and Phil's the type of sociopath to have someone call a wellness check on himself, which is what I think it is.
Honey, cops outside. Yep, the cops are outside. We're coming. Come outside with your hands up. Come on, honey. Someone call the cops. It's all right. We're coming. We're fine. They already know what's going on. Okay, they do. I hope. I'm gonna get shot. No. We're here.
Okay, I'm gonna bring this back for you. Okay, yes, we got some cops outside. Honey, should have been downstairs cooking me din anyway. But yeah, they know what's going on. But don't worry, honey, they know what's going on. Panda's like, they know what's going on. He's like, I hope so. Well, do they or don't they? Like, which one is it, Phil? Jesus Christ. Alright, we'll bring it back to right here.
Cops outside. Yep. The cops are outside. We're coming. Come outside with your hands up. Come on, honey. Someone call the cops. It's alright. We're coming. We're fine. They already know what's going on. Okay, they do. I hope. I'm gonna get shot. No. We're here. Come outside with your hands up.
Plug one. Cat and belt. Clear. Cap. It's a gamer shit.
Hell yeah, it's a lot of gamer shit.
Alright. You can tack back. Kenny, 37 house is clear. You can tack back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we just had our first...
I'm going to play this back for you guys one more time just because. But I want to give you guys an idea, of, at least from what I heard. I'm not going to go back all the way. At least I'm going to try not to. I heard Phil and Panda go downstairs, put their shoes on. Okay, I guess we are going all the way back. Sorry. Let's go right there. I heard Phil and Panda go downstairs, go to their front door, put some shoes on, obviously, and walk out. You can hear the officers, two of them, there's possibly a third, but I definitely hear at least two distinct footsteps. Not because I heard two officers speaking, but I hear distinctly two sets of footsteps coming up the stairs, clearing the rooms, get to Phil's shit, and be like, gamer shit? Yeah, a whole lot of gamer shit, which is hilarious. Go ahead, clear his room, probably got the fuck out because the dust and everything in there is probably toxic to normal people and whatnot. Cleared Panda's room and then they were out. It's pretty I don't know, man. I'm not saying that obviously if that shit had gone, that this shit couldn't have gone left. That shit couldn't have gone south. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is to sit here and cry about this, saying this shit's a swatting and he could have died, is on some bullshit. Is certainly on some bullshit. Like I said, this seems more like a wellness check than anything. Certainly. And also, here's another thing too that I just picked up. Because yet again, I haven't gone over the video. I'm wondering if the neighbors, because remember, they're in his unit, there are neighbors on both sides of him, if I remember correctly. They had to come up out of their units as well. Just saying. Which kind of I would say that kind of minimizes the chances of him really being hurt. But you never know, man. People freak out you never know how a person's going to react to something like that. So maybe I'm on the fence about that. But you guys get my general gist, or at least the way I've seen it. All right, here's the playback.
Cops outside. Yep, the cops are outside. We're coming. Come outside with your hands up. Come on, honey. Someone called the cops. It's all right. We're coming. We're fine. They already know what's going on. I hope. No. We're here. Come outside with your hands up.
Plug one. Kevin, go. Clear. Kev. It's a gamer shit.
Hell yeah, it's a lot of gamer shit. Alright. You can tack back.
Can't enter this in the house. Clear. You can attack back.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we just had our first swatting, which is fine because the police knew exactly what was going on. They came by, they talked to me for about 5 minutes about what was going on. They said, thank you for calling us and letting us know ahead of time what was happening, because they fully expected that we were fine. And they had a nice conversation with me for about 5 minutes, said, have a good day, and, you know, continue on. So, ladies and gents, guess what? We're continuing on with Batman. The swatters managed to interrupt me for 5 whole minutes. From this moment on.
That's funny, because here we go. But then hours later, you get into this bullshit where there was 10 of them outside, and when they came out through the door and they saw him and Leanna, they were the guy, the chief, whoever it was relieved, like, oh my god, I'm glad you guys are all right, and all this bullshit. I could have been fucking killed. I could have been fucking killed. Let's get this shit out of here. Let's keep it going.
Everyone who's watching this video to listen up and to please give this a shot. When you see someone on Twitter saying some shit about me, responding like in a really nasty fucking way to something that I said, when you see a ridiculously one-sided, slanted video on YouTube of stuff, gee, they took a quote from here and a quote from there, and they're working this negative case against Phil, right? I want you to say, Phil almost died. Phil could have been shot to death by these people. Not to say that the people who are making that video or making that tweet are the ones who did this today and swatted me. But those people inadvertently contributed to it. Today, I was threatened physically with murder. And I am not going to put up with this shit anymore. And I'm not going to allow any of these fucking people.
How about her? Wasn't she threatened with murder too? Couldn't she have died as well? Oh, but it's only about Phil, right? Okay, fair enough.
People to think that it is okay to make this negative shit about me because this is what happens, right? Shame on you If you've ever made a "this is how you don't play" about me, if you ever decided to follow me, make a clone account on Twitter, do this childish shit on YouTube, if you thought it was funny to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny, you almost got me killed. You. Yes, you.
Goddamn. Goddamn. Outsider. Trey. Livelihood World Order. Oh my God. I didn't know you guys were murderers. Shameful. I'm still cool with all y'all though. So it's whatever to me. But goddamn. Evil AJ. You got him later on that year. Murder. Murder. Holy shit. What a fucking nut. What a fucking nut. And look at his gout-ridden finger. Jesus Christ. It's crazy how his finger is shaped like his head. If you would have just went ahead and put a poorly done gold tee that's already patchy as shit. God damn, it's patchy as fuck. A patchy as fuck gold tee up on that shit and some eyes and a receding hairline and shit, it'd be no different. I'm telling you, man. The dude looks like a thumb. He literally does. And definitely when he's in that platinum vest, I don't care what anybody say. Mr. Potato Head. And wrapped up in aluminum foil. That's what he looked like in that platinum vest. Remember that.
You're responsible. And if you are a human and you have morality in you, you should understand that. You contributed to it. Because no one fucking thought of me in a negative light until that shit fucking started. No one. People understood it was off-color jokes and it was just Phil trying to be funny. And, you know, I've told you, I'm an imperfect human. I'm certainly not perfect. There have been times when I made mistakes. That doesn't mean that people should fucking die. So fuck you.
You could have apologized for it too, but you didn't. I'm gonna run this whole situation back because this is by far one of my favorite rants of hypocrisy I've ever heard. I love this shit, but so I'm gonna play it all back. But we're gonna let him finish up first. Okay. Oh my god. Excuse me. That's one of my favorite rants ever. It really does because it's packed with bullshit. Excuse me. I asked for extra whipped cream on that, and it came back to haunt me. Okay. Alright, we'll just start from here. That's about as close as I can get.
Did this today, and those people inadvertently contributed to it. Today, I was threatened physically with murder. And I am not going to put up with this shit anymore. And I'm not going to allow any of these fucking people to think that it is okay to make this negative shit about me because this is what happens, right? Shame on you. If you've ever made a "this is how you don't play" about me, if you ever decided to follow me, make a clone account on Twitter, do this childish shit on YouTube, if you thought it was funny to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny, you almost got me killed. You. Yes, you. You're responsible. And if you are a human and you have morality in you, you should understand that. You contributed to it. Because no one fucking thought of me in a negative light until that shit fucking started. No one. People understood it was off-color jokes and it was just Phil trying to be funny. And, you know, I've told you, I'm an imperfect human. I'm certainly not perfect. There have been times when I made mistakes. That doesn't mean that people should fucking die. So fuck you.
Wait, so... So people gave you the benefit of the doubt, and you kept running with it, even though in some of those same videos there are people, part of his fan base, that are saying, "Yo, Phil, that's not funny. Yo, Phil, that's racist. Yo, Phil, that's just inappropriate. Yo, Phil, that's not cool to say. You shouldn't say that." But I thought he just said just a minute ago that it was all off-color. It was all off-colored humor. They were all jokes. They were just him trying to be funny, right? And no one took that shit seriously. And then what? People made videos spotlighting it, and then all of a sudden people started hating you? Well, wow, Phil, it's either the pignosis isn't very strong when you're sitting there trying to address a situation and throwing a bunch of bullshit on top of it, or maybe those people weren't really watching all of the videos. Makes you wonder. Because that's kind of the whole point of a detractor video. Not mine. Mine's way too goddamn long, and there's way too much rambling in it. But for better quality detractor videos, it cuts straight to the point. That's the whole point of watching it. You get the carve out Phil's bullshit and get right to the point, which is usually to the nonsense. Interesting.
Right now, I'm in the midst of a move. I'm in the midst of a move across the country. In 1 month's time, I will hopefully have moved across the country and will be busy moving in my stuff, furnishing the new home, getting set up in my office to do this in my new place. And it's going to be a great experience, but it's going to be a very, very stressful, very expensive experience, because not only am I doing this, am I moving across the country, but I'm also trying to sell this place in Connecticut. I cannot afford to have 2 mortgages forever. And right now, I'll be honest with everyone, the past month to 2 months, April and now May, up to now have been pretty slow. There really haven't been many major games that have come out that really captured anyone's interest. The whole month of May was dead, and the month of April was dead, and the month of May has had a bunch of pretty lackluster games. Games that we thought maybe would be good and really didn't catch on. Bound by Flame, my God, what a disappointment that one was, right? Amazing Spider-Man wasn't very amazing. So, you know, it's been a bunch of disappointments. And I understand that when you have that, I get a slow month. But what I would like to pitch, obviously, for you is that if you ever have considered doing it, if you want to consider to see me keep doing this, live streaming gameplay, now I'm upgrading to 1080p, right? Always improving, always trying to do things a little differently to make it better for you guys. Consider becoming a paid subscriber on Twitch here, because that is solid income for me on a monthly basis. It's consistent. I don't have to worry about views on the stream, because I can say, you know what, I got a bunch of people who are supporting me by doing a $5 a month subscription. I get half of that, and you get things for it. You get access to subscriber-only emotes. You get access to subscriber-only chat when we go into sub-only mode if we have to. You also get exclusive premium access into giveaways. I, in the past year, gave away Grand Theft Auto 5 Collector's Edition and PlayStation 4. That's right, I gave away a PlayStation 4 console recently. And there's going to be more coming in the future. But I need your help at this point more than ever, because I know I'm going to be broke for a while. After I finish
All right, let me cut
house.
this up. Couple things. One, and I've talked to a couple of people that I'm close to in the Detractor community about this, that I know for sure, I bet dollars to donuts, that he convinced or he asked people for money to help him with that move. I know it's in a video somewhere. Eventually I'm going to find it, but I'm sure he has done that. He kind of did it here, but I'm sure there is a video out there with a sound bite or some shit that's a little bit more direct and whatnot. And if not, he certainly got it behind the scenes either which way. So, you know what I'm saying? Bet it. Like, bet on that. Secondly, which I find amusing that he brought this up, is about that PS3. The one that he ended up giving that, or no, was it PS3 or PS4? PS4, I think, that he ended up giving away, right? And in actuality, he didn't give that away because he purchased it for the fan base for a giveaway. He gave it away because he bought it for Panda, but Panda didn't want it because she wanted to wait until Watch Dogs came out. I think the first one. She wanted to wait till Watch Dogs came out, and she wanted to wait for, I guess, the collector set for that to come out or whatever. So Phil was like, oh shit, well I got this PS4 that I don't need, and that's, yeah, I guess it was a PS4. And then that's when he decided to give it away. He never did that out of the goodness of his heart. He did it because he didn't want to hold on to another PS4. Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense given what happened many years later, how we had to beg for a PS4 Pro. But semantics. On top of that, you would think for Panda, why don't you just go ahead and keep the PS4 Pro, or keep the PS4 anyway, and then when Watch Dogs comes out, you just have Phil buy you Watch Dogs. I don't know. There's a whole lot of illogical bullshit that was going on in the Brunel mansion before they actually got to the Brunel mansion, because he was still back in Connecticut when all that happened. But whatever.
I'm going to be spending all my savings,
DSP logic.
gradually paying off the cost of the move and the cost to furnish the house for the next 2 years probably. So it's going to be tight, and I need your help to keep things going, okay? Especially now, like I said, it's been a month and a half, 2 months. It's been pretty slow. Looks like things are going to pick up, especially this week with Wolfenstein, next week with Watch Dogs, Mario Kart 8. Other stuff's coming, but, you know, I need a little bit of help in these times when things are slow, okay? So, that being said, please consider becoming a paid sub if you can. If you do become a paid sub, and we do get up to 250 total paid subs, which we do not have. In fact, I hate to report this, but during the time period that I just spent with time off with my girlfriend, I lost 20 paid subs. It's not exaggeration. I'm not trying to say that to make it up, to make people feel bad. I did. I had almost 200, I think I had around 235, so we were getting there. We were very, very close to our goal, and I lost 20 subs during the time when I wasn't streaming. So it is what it is. It's going to happen. If I'm not streaming, people aren't going to be subbing, right? And people aren't going to renew if there's no new content, and that's what happened. So please consider subbing. If you were once a sub and you have not had a chance to resub, when you get a chance, if you could, don't worry. This is not me trying to say that my content is premium and you have to become a subscriber to see the best stuff. Look, everyone right now, we've got 522 people on the stream. It just started, right? And I haven't even played the game yet. You all are getting 1080p quality video. I'm not going to make it premium. In fact, it could. Twitch TV has an option that if you pay money, you can see HD. If you don't pay money, you don't see HD. I will never do that unless I'm forced into it by, say, Twitch.
I'll never do that unless I'm forced into it, which means eventually I will do it if the opportunity comes about. Secondly, I'm not saying that you guys have to pay a premium for my content, but I'm mad at you guys that I just lost 20 subs because I was out fucking frivolously spending money with my girlfriend and I wasn't giving you guys any content. So I wasn't here because I needed vacation time with my girlfriend and I lost 20 subs. You guys should feel bad for that because we're getting up to because I really want to get us up to 250 subs, and I got this move coming up and I really need your help. You see how he played that? Jesus Christ. And people put up with this shit for years. Oh, and people put up with this shit for years. Amazing. Absolutely. And when I mean people put up with it, I mean like people in his own fan base. Like they bought into this bullshit. Amazing. Amazing.
Too. I want my stuff to be free to everyone. But I'm an honest guy, and you know me. I'm telling you right up front, this move is going to be very taxing, very stressful, and very costly financially for me. And any support that you could lend through being a Twitch subscriber is greatly appreciated. It's $4.99 to subscribe. You're never going to see ads on my videos again. The ads go away. I was expecting October to pick up, and it absolutely has not. This week is pretty much a big flop. Everything I've done this week flopped, including Metal Gear Solid Online. Almost no one cared. And I'll be honest, I don't think there was much reason to care. It's kind of generic. And this game, no one cared. This Gaia 5, not really anyone caring. Even though for that one, I would say after all the games that I played, I wasn't expecting much of anything out of that one. Today I played the Star Wars Battlefront beta, and I really enjoyed it. But the beta is only 3 different modes. One map in each mode, 3 different modes. I played it for around 2.5 hours. And, you know, that's the extent that I'm going to be playing now. I'm not going to sit there and play the shit out of the beta all weekend, the same exact stuff over and over, just for the sake of saying, oh, it's, you know, because some people turned out to watch it. You know, it's fun, it's a good game, and the videos reflect that, but one session is more than enough for that game, so... Now I'm kind of faced with this dilemma, what do I do? Because I've got tomorrow, I've got Sunday, and I've got Monday before new stuff starts coming out this next coming week.
Sorry, I had to step away for a second. But we back in it, and he's getting shitted on because I thought you said that you hated when people get free games and play them early. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, there's a multitude of instances throughout Phil's tenure on the internet where he's gotten free games. And he always defends it. He always has a reason why he needs to do it or why he got it or whatever. But when everybody else does it, oh, it's unfair. It's a terrible practice. It should be abolished. You know what I'm saying? It should be an even playing field for everybody until he gets the opportunity, and then it's not, it doesn't need to be so even anymore, right? Fucking hypocrite. Holy shit.
I don't believe that anyone should get an advanced copy of a video game, okay? And I understand
July 19th of 2015. Oh, let the hypocrisy begin. Let your bacon grease flow.
People out there that will completely disagree with that, and they'll say, but Phil, if people don't get advanced copies of video games, then how would you know if you want to buy it on release day? You want to know my answer to that question? You won't. Wait a couple fucking days, because guess what? The same game that came out on Tuesday is the same game that if you buy it on Thursday is the same game if you buy it 3 weeks from now. It's the same fucking game. The game doesn't magically change just because you didn't play it on release day. So if you don't have the $60 to throw down and gamble on release day like a lot of people do, then don't do it. Wait and wait for people who legitimately buy the game on release day to all collectively play the game together, and then you'll get a general consensus of how the community feels. I much rather would trust.
You're not part of the community, and that doesn't guarantee that people are going to watch you. That's the real, and that's the real situation. He wants the advantages when he can have them. When other people have them, he don't want them to have them. But on top of that, if it was an even playing field, he would still lose. Would he be in the, back in 2015, would he be at least in the top, let's say 30 people? Sure, absolutely. But his views are already weighing. So abolishing or abandoning that practice doesn't save him. It doesn't shoot him back up to the top. It doesn't. And the fact that he's believed that, and he still does, he still wholeheartedly believes all that with all the bacon grease that's clogging his heart right now. It's insane. It's insane that he believes that. And you've never really been a good source, let alone a trusted source, when it comes to the reviews of games. What you're asking for is unnecessary and obsolete as it pertains to him. You can't win. When it was a real small fucking pond and shit, you were able to basically flop to your heart's content and people paid attention to it. Not anymore. It's very much an abyss now. There are people on YouTube who do gaming content who have millions and millions of subscribers and you've never heard of them. That's how big YouTube is. And that's how big the gaming sphere, if you will, is of YouTube. He can't contend with that. He's too busy fighting over evil, or not evil agent. He's sitting there fighting with fucking, or he thinks he's competing with Maximilian, with Angry Joe, with people like that. There are people like MK Fire Nice, and Rad Brad. He thinks he's fighting with him too, or he's competing with them. There are more channels like MK Fire and Ice out there that blow him out of the water daily. And they do a playthrough with commentary and without commentary. He can't touch any of that. And they still edit out the bullshit or the parts that you don't need. They still get that up and out of there. The whole raw content, no bullshits thing is done. Even if you wanted a raw playthrough, people still cut out the dead parts. He don't get that. He never has.
From someone who's not in one of these mainstream gaming media outlets, from someone who's not paid to rush a review, because that's the bottom line. These people who are now rating Batman Arkham Knight probably got the game a week or two ago. Of course, they had other job responsibilities and things that they had to do, even though this is the biggest game in a long time. I'd probably say this is the biggest game release since Bloodborne back in March, and they should take all of their prioritized time. Probably didn't. They probably had all these other job responsibilities to do, and they had to get through the game as fast as they could without even actually talking about it, because that would ruin the review, right? If other people have influence on the review or whatever. So they're playing through it, and a lot of the times these games have online features that the reviewers aren't even actually experiencing because the game hasn't launched fully online yet. How can you review the multiplayer of a game that's not fucking out yet? You know what I mean?
Now keep that in mind, because how many different features for games has people in his fan base told him about, and he does, oh, I don't want to do that. I just want to play the main game. Oh, I don't want to worry about side content. I don't care about DLC. I just want to play the main storyline and move on to the next game. The way he sat there and said, these people rush this, they rush that, they don't tell you fully about this, they don't fully tell you about that, is the same shit he does. There's just a whole lot more snorting involved. You know what I mean? That's really what it really kind of, that's the real substance of it all. You know what I mean? At the very end of the day, is that he is just as lazy as he accuses these people of being. He's just as misinformed as he accuses these other people of being. And more often than not, most of his critiques come off shit for that he's seen on Twitter from bigger influencers. Most of that shit is not even his own. It's stuff that he shoehorns or he hoof stuffs into a position to fit his narrative. Like, you're not getting anywhere with that, and people can see through that bullshit. And at the end of the day, all the excuses that you're making right now because you're a fucking dumbass doesn't excuse the fact that you participate in the practice yourself. Even to this day, give you an example, I can do that. That situation with Mario Sonic Olympics, he played that earlier this year, and he got called out for it, saying, "Wow, it's amazing you spent that money on this game. This game shit. Oh, I didn't spend this money for that. I got this game for free." What? And didn't even think about what he said. Didn't even think about it. He just went ahead and did what is normal to him. What is part of his personality is to deflect. Oh, it's not my fault. I didn't spend this money for the game. The game was sent to me. It was free or whatever. I'm just playing it. And didn't realize that he had got himself into a bad situation, which led to the theory that I had talked about earlier in the year about who knows how many games was sent to this guy for free, whether influencer copies or whatever, because he does get those things. He can lie to you all day, and it's hard to believe that he does get it, but he does get influencer copies or free copies of games, and yet he probably fundraised, air quotes, to buy those same games. So he pocketed that money because he was already sitting on the fucking reviewer copy or the influencer copy. Here's the difference. Instead of playing it, a week before, like he could have, he sat on it until the day the game actually comes out for the public. So he gave up on the day one, the early advanced views, right? So he could play it day one so no one could call him out on it. He still pocketed the $60 from whoever it was who donated the money to him, and he's playing the game on stream, and he's going to get a boatload more money, and on YouTube. He played the system, and I bet you anything he's been doing that. He doesn't do it for every game, but I bet you he does it for most. It's a given, I think. And Phil would never tell you that. And ever since he said that shit about Mario Sonic Olympics, he's kind of been under scrutiny ever since because he realized he fucked himself. And he shouldn't have said that. Just my opinion, of course.
Sometimes it's the core aspect of the game. In the case of Batman, it's not, but I've seen reviews, oh, well, keep in mind this game will have co-op as a core aspect. Here's my review of everything else. Then don't review it. You don't need to fucking review it because people want to know about the core aspect of the game. But the point I'm making is people getting advanced copies are skewed reviews to begin with. And the fault of review advanced copies is that you have a small elitist group of people who now control the mass opinion. Because let's face it, if GameSpot...
Half of those opinions of the people he's talking about, I don't listen to anyway. I listen to only people that I actually fuck with, like that I actually like their content. There's a bunch of reviewers out there who I don't pay attention to. You know what I'm saying? And that's for a lot of people. Now, it's not everybody just sitting around watching all of it. Here's the reality. The thing is when he's talking about influencers who get early copies or review copies or whatever, he's talking about the people who get everything. Not just a little bit here, a little bit there like Phil does. He's talking about people who get everything. You want me to give you an example of his pettiness that he just pulled recently? I haven't gone over it yet, but I will for the main channel. That shit was Super Blind Man. When Super Blind Man got his free PS5, and he had a picture of him showing it off, as well as some other influencers who have disabilities, who also showed off their free PS5s and whatnot. Xbox should have been on top of that before PlayStation 5, but whatever. That's a whole nother story for another day. But when Phil showed that off, when Super Blind Man showed that off, Phil was obviously under that Twitter thread saying congratulations, you deserve it, yada 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 yada. Despite the fact that Phil had shitted on Super Blind Man, and he shitted on Super Blind Man because Super Blind Man is associated with Last of Us 2. Now, granted, Super Blind Man and his work helps further the research and further the development of making games more accessible for those who have disabilities, right? For people that are in Phil's fucking fan base, legitimately, for the very same people that are in Phil's fucking fan base. And because Phil didn't like Last of Us 2, and Super Blind Man defended it because he was part of the game and whatnot, Phil shitted on him. But semantics, right? Just another DSP-ism. So we fast forward. Super Blind Man gets his free console. Phil's under his thread saying congratulations, all this shit. Then like 2 or 3 hours later, Phil puts out a tweet saying, "Oh, got my free PS5 in. Oh, just a box of rocks." Who the fuck is gonna sit there and tell me that's not a shot at Super Blind Man? Now, Justine Justine had hers, and there was tweets going out about that. A bunch of other influencers as well. Whether he was going after Justine or whether she was going after Super Blind Man or vice versa, it doesn't matter. It was a shot at everybody. That's what that was. It was a shot at everybody. And if Phil has to go ahead and shoot through Super Blind Man to hit Justine or anybody else, he'll do it. Because that's how petty he is. And then he got mad that people shitted on him because he shitted on Super Blind Man. Saying, oh, it was just a joke. Oh, I didn't even mean it like that. Then why'd you do it? And then too lazy to even find a better stock picture. You know what I'm saying? But whatever, that's semantics. So that's to give you an idea of what kind of garbage person he is. Garbage. And if he ends up getting a free Xbox, you'll never know. If he did get a free influencer copy of the PS5, you wouldn't have known. He'd still be bitching and complaining about the one that he currently has on reserve. This is the type of scumbag he is. If you think anything different, you're only deluding yourself. Let's keep it moving.
IGN Kotaku, Polygon, you know, I could probably name about 7 or 8 major media outlets out there that everyone kind of, oh, this is the well-respected mainstream gaming media. If they all review a game and give it a score of 5 out of 10, chances are that you will not buy the game. Let's just face it. Now, that might be an exception to the rule where you're just one of those people who shuts it out. But if the consensus of mainstream gaming media is it's 5 out of 10, you're going to skip that game. And the majority of gamers will skip the game. Versus if everyone went out and you actually had people who spent their money on release day, and now you've got people who aren't paid to fucking do it. People who have to put out quality content for you and legitimately review the game because it's a free relationship. I make a
What kind of tart are you? First things first, even if the game wasn't given to them for free, if the business is as grimy as you says it is, as he's trying to imply it is, and it is kind of grimy, don't get it twisted. But not to the extent that he says, because he doesn't even understand the business that he's bitching about, or the practice. If I don't have to give you a free copy of the game to get you to skew your opinion one way or another, I can wait until you put your money down on it and then go ahead and flash you some money behind the scenes, as Phil likes to word it, and have you go ahead and vote it the way I want. Give my game a favorable review anyway. People have paid, game companies, a lot of companies actually have paid for free have paid for reviews or whatnot. Here, let me give you an example. I wasn't paid to do this and whatnot, but it's just funny how I keep getting this later. Let's see, like Tide Pods, right? Or whatever. I had bought a container of that off Amazon for, I don't know what reason. It was like a new scent that I thought was kind of cool or some shit. And I couldn't find it in my store, so I bought it off Amazon. And I paid for, it may have been like only like 40 of those little pods, maybe 60. They sent me 120 of them for the exact same price, despite the fact that the price was like double on Amazon or whatever. So they sent it to me and whatever, and what's done is done. Maybe a month later, I got a survey from Tide saying that, what did I think, whatever, and I never filled it out. I don't know. I'm an asshole. I never filled it out. It was whatever. I just left it there. A month later, they sent me another container of their newest scent, and they kept doing it. I got like 4 of them, of these like 120, 160 count like pod containers of these different scents that they have. And each time they send me a survey, and I never fill the goddamn survey out, and I don't know why they keep sending them to me, but they have. I didn't even rate the shit on Amazon yet. But each time they send me the survey that they would like, the survey is super generic too. Like, did you like it? Would you recommend it to friends? Did you think it was a great value? It's whatever. And I've never filled those things out, but they kept sending me free shit. And this wasn't like they sent it to me through Amazon. Like, I bought it initially through Amazon, but the other 3 or 4 containers were sent directly from the company Tide. It is what it is. They'll skew it. Companies will do stuff like that. They'll skew it any way they see fit if they can get away with it. And there's always a way. If there's a will, there's a way. And so Phil's thinking, just because you buy a game and you put your honest review out there, how many people do you think will really see it? First off. 2, as you'll find with people in general, your review could be completely and totally valid. But if there's something they don't like about you, then who gives a fuck? Then they'll immediately disregard you. That's human behavior. That's one of the aspects of sociology. So what's your point there, Phil? Yet again, you can sit here and bitch and complain about all the different ways that the system needs to be fair for you. But even then, you really can't explain, or you wouldn't be able to explain later on, why you weren't able to benefit from it if everybody's on equal ground. You're wasting time.
For you watch the video. If you like the quality of the video, you allow me to keep making money, versus these assholes over here who make ad revenue livings, right? If I pad the fucking review of this game, I'll make a ton of money. Oh, if I lower the review of this game, we'll get more page hits, and therefore we'll make a ton of money because there's ads on our page. So it's ridiculous. They don't base their actual living off of legitimacy at all. they base it off of ad revenue versus the common gamer who does stuff on YouTube does base it off of legitimacy, because if we're not legitimate, no one watches our shit.
The fuck are you talking about when your income is based off ad revenue too? And you've been caught multiple times lying about fucking game reviews. He does that now. He'll once he finishes a game, a playthrough, air quotes, he'll say something about how the game was or whatever, that lazy ass opinion that he gives at the end, instead of giving an actual review of 10 or 15 minutes like his fan base keeps asking him for. Come back to him 3 or 4 months later and watch how he shits on that game. More often than not. And Phil has been known for doing that. A lot of good screenshots too, by the way. We've had some decent ones, to say the very least. But that's what he does. You got a hypocrite calling other people hypocrites. Jesus Christ.
I would much rather wait till release day, game is released, real gamers fucking play, not journalists, not elitist gamers who got the game 2 weeks early and streamed it all over fucking Twitch for extra views and money, and then hyped it up for 2 fucking weeks so you'll watch their playthrough. No, people who actually are normal fucking people who are putting down their hard-earned $60. Not they got the game for free, so they could give 2 shits if the game's good or not. People who actually had to pay for the fucking game, then tell you if the game's good or not. That's who I fucking trust. I'm sorry that, people want to have these advanced... It's not a perfect world. You can't have advanced knowledge of everything. There's no fucking psychic guru who's going to look for...
First off, shut the fuck up. 2, how the fuck does he know so much about these other content creators? And why the fuck does he care so much about these other content creators when he allegedly doesn't watch these other content creators? Anybody find that strange? We allegedly don't watch other content creators on YouTube, yet he's blatantly, and probably from an ignorant standpoint, but he's blatantly telling you how they work things out and why they're able to participate in the practices they do. Which is funny because he's part of those same circles. He's taking advantage of that same practice. So he didn't mind being a whore when they came to him directly. But he's offended that other people are whores too? And treated better than he is? Interesting.
In time and tell you if a game's going to be a hit or not. What you're going to get are skewed perspectives from people who are getting the game for free. And that's the problem with these advanced fucking reviews. They mean shit. You might as well shit on a fucking shingle and melt it in the middle of your fucking street, because that's about the quality of advanced game reviews. They're not legit. They're not from real gamers who are putting down their hard-earned money to play the fucking game like you, and they're not going to give you a review that's from your perspective. They're going to give you a skewed review of someone who's rushing to finish the game for a fucking deadline, who didn't put any money into the game. Why do you think there were some reviewers out there who gave a game like The Order 1886 decent to high scores? Because they didn't pay for it. They got it for fucking free. So of course they're not going to say, oh, well, yeah, the game was really short, it's all cinematics, but it was a fun ride. Yeah, but you didn't pay $60, jackass, so you're not the one who felt the bite in the pocket when you didn't lose your money on a fucking stinker game you beat in one sitting like everyone else did.
But if everybody's not out to play this shit for profit, then you wouldn't consider it a stinker, would you? If this, I mean, yeah, the game is short, story is meh, the gameplay is meh, but if you got enjoyment out of it, then that's what your $60 was worth. Just like, Phil, when you go out to whatever local haunt you want to go to and you spend $80 on a meal, I might think that food wasn't that great, but you went ahead and threw your hard-earned money down, which came from begging, by the way, and you enjoyed it. I mean, who the fuck am I to tell you anything? Because you're not going to give a shit because you ate it and you liked it. Same thing with those people with the game. Who the fuck are you to sit there and dictate anything to anybody when, yet again, you're an habitual hypocrite about the very practice itself? And 2, why do other people have to conform to what you think? And that's really what it comes down to with this. He's been shitting on the gaming industry and on this practice until he benefits from it, and then he has nothing to say at all. But outside of that, it's almost like he's trying to shame other content creators into thinking the way he does. Or he just slanders them. He just outright slanders them. Which is ironic because I thought detractors do that to him all the time. And it's wrong, and he could sue if he wanted to. He's lucky that Justine let that fucking gangbang shit go. I'm not saying she could sue him over it, but she could certainly make his life on YouTube uncomfortable. And certainly in social media. Her fan base is big enough that that could be a thing. Trust me. And we're talking about a woman who's more respected than Pokimane. And you saw what Pokimane did to Gundam over a joke. Over a joke. Like, the fact that she went at that Pokimane went at Gundam the way she did, if that didn't tell you what kind of person Pokimane is, nothing ever will. But that was over a joke. Like Phil likes to call it. It was all for fun, just cheap things. What? Sorry, I'm not going to sit there and I don't want to insult Gundam like that. I like Gundam. And I enjoy his content. But it was over a joke. And Pokimane was willing to take it the way where she was able to take it. You don't think Justine don't have more pull than Poki? And she ain't been around way longer than her and has way more muscle. Way more muscle. It's funny how Pokimane likes to talk shit about some of the female gamers on Twitch, right? Or just some of the female gamers in general. But she would never even think of trying to go after Justine. Wouldn't try it. It's probably one of the few women in gaming that Pokimane wouldn't try to go after. Because the consequences wouldn't be good. Jesus Christ, she really wouldn't even go after Alinity. And that's because she know better. Alinity is way too well protected. But the point being is that's where Phil takes that shit. And it only hurts him. It only hurts him. The last time he spazzed out online, on Twitter I should say, about advanced copies and shills or whatever and all that, he got his ass handed to him. He had his ass handed to him. Because he's an ignorant bastard talking about shit that he don't even really understand. And it's funny how when people say things negative about him, it hurts his business. But he don't mind saying that to hurt other people's business. Or businesses, I should say. Or their livelihoods. Think about it.
Expose. Expose. Ooh. Expose. Yeah. You exposed, bitch. You exposed. If you got no games, you exposed, bitch. You exposed.
This is Darksydephil in a conversation with another person talking about how Machinima was giving out free shit and whatnot. And Phil was like, yeah, they were a little nicer this year and they were giving out freebies or whatnot. But I thought that was a disgusting practice that you don't like. Even though Machinima's known and had been for giving out free copies of games. Like, there is no, like, the way Phil explains that too, because I've talked about that in another video. Phil makes it sound like every once in a while he gets free games. I've watched older Machinima partners talk about Machinima before. Getting 5 or 6 games a year, and minimum, is the norm. So either Phil was getting free games back then from Machinima and not completely disclosing it, or he was real shit. One of the two. Just saying. Because Machinima had a lot of contacts with a lot of different people. And they were able to make a lot of shit happen. And Phil has even, and to back up my point, Phil has admitted that each year, I think they did it like twice a year. They may have even done it 3 times a year. Machinima used to send out a survey of some of the games that were coming out. And basically have their partners check off what games they'd be interested in. Now, I don't know if Phil got each and every game that he checked off, but he at least got a few of them. So keep that in mind.
You exposed, bitch! You exposed! Exposed!
Today I'm playing Talos Principle all day. I'm having fun with it. I'm hoping that I can get pretty far in the game, being that I'm going to be doing 2 sessions of this one. It's funny because it's not stream anymore, right? I'm going to be playing a 3+ hour session, then I'm going to have dinner, take a break, upload some of that, and I'm going to play it later tonight as well, because I'm really liking the game. I hope that if you like it, right, if you're watching the playthrough, wow, this is fun, you'll consider getting the game. It comes out on PlayStation 4 Tuesday, October 13th. And I really like this version. It runs at 60 frames per second. It's a great game. And so I am pretty appreciative that Crow Team decided to give me a review copy of the game to play it and experience it. And it's a good game so far. I'm going to start with Talos Principle right now. I'm really excited to jump back into it. I hope that you've checked it out already. If you haven't, it's really good. 60 frames per second graphics that look great with puzzles and an interesting storyline. Pretty good game. And I'm happy that I'm playing it now. I didn't get to experience it last year when it was new for PC. I'm glad that I'm experiencing it now. I'm glad that a lot of these PC exclusive games are being ported to the consoles, because quite honestly, with my limitations of what I can do on my PC, you know, I'm happy to be experiencing it. Not everyone has a gaming rig. Not everyone wants a gaming rig. I personally don't really see the benefit of having a gaming rig. Even though my computer can play these games, it just can't play and capture and stream them all at the same time. And, you know, what is the benefit? Like, what games, honestly, have I missed out on because I'm a console gamer? Nothing. Really, when you think about it. Maybe a few indie games, and that's it. So, you know, in this day and age, everything is still console-based. And, you know, it doesn't really matter that I don't have a high-end gaming rig to do gamings like this. And I was able to play Witcher 3 on PS4 earlier this year, no problem. So, just saying. Okay. No, I'm not live streaming. A lot of people have been enjoying Talos Principle, although it certainly isn't a mainstream audience. The people who are watching it, who are, at this point, few and far between who are continuing with the playthrough, but they're liking it. It's actually one of my favorite playthroughs of the year, and I'll say that again. Talos Principle is one of my favorite playthroughs. There's a solution to bring 2 boxes, 2 connectors, and the jammer...
Did we just see an example of Phil being a shill for a company that's reached out to him directly and gave him a free copy of the game? But wait, I thought people who did that were whores. Dirty, lying whores who take money and lay on their backs because they took money and they have no integrity. And they shouldn't be believed and they shouldn't be taken seriously. And that are ruining the game industry. Well, Jesus Christ, Phil's a slut too. I mean, according to his logic. Oh. Let's pause. Oh. I am shaken, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I'm a detractor. I know that. I'm a hater. I know that. But I thought Phil had some integrity when it comes to the situation that was at hand. I thought he believed in what he said. I thought he had a personal code that he'd break for no one. I'm hurt. October 19th of 2015. I need a minute.
To the main area. He scared me. I don't have 2 connect. See, this is what I'm screwed. One of my I'm done. I can't do this puzzle because one of my connectors is gone. There's this one here. And my other connector, I'm supposed to have a connector here. It's gone. My connector vanished. So I can't do this. It disappeared when I tried to launch it. I tried to launch it over here and it vanished in midair and never reappeared. So I can't solve this puzzle. Alright, it's not, it would have been stuck over here. It's not here, it's gone. And if I reset, I have to redo everything again. Well, this royally sucks. I'm supposed to have 2 connectors. There's blatantly only one here. So I can't do this puzzle. I have to reset all the puzzles and redo all the puzzles from the beginning to get this star. So fuck it. Alright everyone, Darksydephil here, and hello and welcome to a very special new series that I'm doing.
August 12th, I believe it said, 2015, free copy of Just Cause 2. I am hurt. The lies. The disgusting lies.
It's a limited edition series, and what I mean by that is I don't have enough time to do a full playthrough of the game that we're about to start today. I know this for a fact. What? Oh, no. It showed me shooting him first.
You shooting him is one thing, but you didn't hit shit. You suck.
Shit, look. Oh my god, on his screen it showed me shooting him first. This is Rainbow Six where you're supposed to die after like 2 bullets. Yeah, he survived. Fuck this game. Here's my final thoughts on Rainbow Six Siege from 1 session of gameplay. First of all, it's hit or miss on Xbox One, as everyone saw here today. Some matches worked perfectly, and some barely worked at all. Okay? Barely worked at all. Sometimes there was jumpiness, sometimes there was disconnections. I got booted from a game because I couldn't move. So, lots of issues with playing the game online. The core game itself isn't bad. It's certainly a cool experience to say, okay, you're going to die almost instantly when you get shot. Because that's what Rainbow Six has always been about. Here's a problem, though. the game's way too sluggish. Meaning you could tell the game is meant to be played with a mouse and keyboard. The game is meant to have jerky reactions so you can shoot quickly and kill your opponents. You can't do that with a gamepad. So, immediately I can tell you right now, the console versions of the game are probably far inferior to the PC. Because that's what's always been with Rainbow Six. It's been a jumpy shooter where you need to be super precise and super quick to get that shot in and kill, because you're going to kill them so quickly. It's not like Call of Duty where you can absorb 400 bullets. And it's bullshit that a lot of the time as I was playing today, what I was actually trying to do would not happen with the gamepad. Aim at the guy and fire who's directly in front of you. Okay, well, oh no, it aims to the left or right because it's jumpy and sluggish. Or, I'm sorry, because it's sluggish, not jumpy is what I meant to say. And it's just not the same experience as playing. You know, I used to play Rainbow Six all the time. Like I said this on stream earlier. I used to play Rainbow Six during the 90s and the 2000s. I actually used to play it on one of my the very first LCD monitor I ever owned. I used to play Rainbow Six on it all the time on PC, and a far better experience. This is like a dumbed down version of Rainbow Six. Now, I like the fact that, okay, it's about breaching, you can destroy things, that's cool, but let's face it, the entire game, primarily here, is doing the same fucking thing over and over. You're gonna breach, you're either gonna try to get a hostage or defend a bomb, and that's it. And that's it. Like, there's other, sure, you got Terrorist Hunt, where, as you can see, you play it either with other people or by yourself, and you try to kill AI terrorists. By the way, that runs in 30 frames per second, and it's terrible. It's fucking terrible. I played it in the beta, that's why I didn't want to play it today. It's garbage. It doesn't belong in the game. It's just an extra mode they put in there to say there's more content when it's really crap. Situations is basically you doing tutorials. So, all that's in the game is a 5-on-5 multiplayer match. This is the entire game. This game is not worth $60. This game, I would say, at most, if it were fully functional, if the controls were better, would be worth $40. And that's the PC version. I would not buy this on console. Now with all the issues I had today, fuck no, I wouldn't play this on console. This is terrible with all the issues with matchmaking, you know, the controls not working, fucking jumping around, controller locking up and shit, getting kicked from matches, forget it. It's not worth it. This is nowhere near a $60 value, in my opinion, for my session of gameplay here today. So, I really hope no one buys this on Xbox One, at least. I don't know. I couldn't attest for PS4, but this is a very inferior game on Xbox One from what I've seen. And, wow. How the mighty have fallen, because at one time, Rainbow Six was this dynamo. It really was. It was this big monster of a franchise. I hate to say it, not anymore. This is like a pretty pathetic excuse, and there's no campaign to even salvage it. At least if there was a bad online experience, you could be like, oh, there's a campaign. Rainbow Six always has a great campaign. No, they didn't even put one in here. No campaign. So, Rainbow Six Siege on Xbox One is a dud for me. And I, quite honestly, if I had paid for it, would probably want my money back. I'm just saying, it's not very good in regards to the fact that there's so many issues and the game is too limited and there's not enough game modes. It's just bad. And I'm happy that I got this this preview, not really preview, promotional copy, whatever, to play it, because, no. Sorry, I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, the game's not very good. And, that's a shame, because I used to like Rainbow Six. Well, that is it. I hope that you at the very least, I hope that these videos give you a little bit of enjoyment, and at least let you see what the game's like on Xbox One, so you can judge whether or not you want to play it. But, for me, this is a no-go. I really have no desire to play it again, so. Alright, that is it. You know what the game's going to be. Like, it's the same...
So another free game that we shit on, huh? Good thing he didn't pay for it, right? Right? Right.
Shit. Over and oh, you know what's going to happen next? Do one more story mission, then, oh, you got to liberate 10 more provinces in order to unlock the next little snippet of story. And I'm going to be honest with everyone. I don't like it. I think that, the game relies far too much on repetitive gameplay and the fact that you think that, oh, the hook of the game is that you can blow shit up and you can use the grappling hook to hook things together. Great. That's not a game. You know, and I think when Just Cause 2 came out, keep in mind, Just Cause 2 was a good 6 years ago, right? That's a different era. That was before sandbox games like this were possible, and the game really was the biggest open world at the time, and people liked it because of that, because it was the biggest open world, and you could explore, and there were Easter eggs, and there was weird, fun stuff in it. This is kind of not the same. This is like, it's 6 years later, you gotta do something to innovate. You know, if they had done something like a jetpack, maybe, or some kind of fun new innovation, something that would have advanced the game. They didn't. It really feels like I'm playing Just Cause 2 with, you know, like a flying squirrel fucking wings, and that's about it. It's the same game. It really is. Just slightly improved graphics, you know. It's not very good. And quite honestly, I'm very disappointed. If I had bought this game, I probably would be very angry because I don't like it. I'll be honest with you, I just don't like it. I don't think it's my cup of tea. Again, 6 years ago, to play a game like this would have been like, wow, jaw-dropping. And now it's just not anymore. You know, it's just not. It's not. It doesn't have that same entertainment factor because we're 6 years later. We've had other open world games, right, that have better stuff to do. A perfect example just this year, Batman Arkham Knight. Yeah, that was an open world game. Yeah, it was repetitive, but a lot of the stuff, the Riddler trophies, the combat, the side missions against the supervillains and stuff, always had you doing something different and something fun, and it all worked. It added up. This is just too much of the same thing, man. And even though, yeah, they're side missions, but they're just, okay, basic driving. It's not good. Man, I don't know what happened here. For a game that, you know, this long between installments, to come out with a part 3 that's literally the same as part 2, except for minor tweaks here or there, is just unacceptable. The game is not worth a full purchase price at all. I could see if this game was like a super discount. If you really need a game to sink time into, okay, if you want to sink a ton of time into a game, and you really don't want to think too much, this is your game. But if you're looking for story, you're looking for plot development, you're looking for advanced gameplay, you're looking for anything, nothing. This is the game you like have a drink, or you know what I mean, you're mellowing out and you're just blowing shit up willy-nilly and you're like, mindless silliness. But sorry, quantity of repetitive and just silly gameplay does not equal a good game. There's too many other games this year in particular that were much better than this for me to be continuing on. There's other games I want to play. There's other games I have that I am playing.
And the funny part is, he blames detractors, trolls, haters, and critics for not being able to get sponsorship or not having sponsorship, even though we know that's a blatant lie. But look at this. Like, listen to this nonsense. Would you want to sponsor this? Not because he has a negative opinion. It's because his negative opinion comes from a place of ignorance. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's shown, and that's the whole point of this segment, is it shows a trend, a pattern, if you will, of him getting free stuff and then him shitting all over it. But then being mad that he doesn't get free stuff. Because Phil equates honesty with negativity. Well, if that's the case, then why are you mad at the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics when they're all being honest about you? And being honest about what you do, and being honest about how garbage your content is. You can call it negative all you want, but it's truthful. And I can give you examples on why it's truthful. So why are you so mad at it? No, you're just a hater. And he just writes you off. The same reason why he brings up mentally ill, crazy, and this, that, and the third. It's dismissive. It's, you know what I'm saying? The way you act disgusts me. I'm going to an extreme with this, but just bear with me. The way you act, it disgusts me. So I'm going to label you as this, and then, bam, I can brush you off. That's the whole point. That's the whole reason why he calls us detractors. Same concept. It's the whole point of being called a hater. Same thing. It's a quick label and a dismiss. The only problem is he really can't ignore us. He says he's tried, but I think in reality he never could. He was never man enough to. And for that, his content, his relationships, and his overall way of life has suffered for it. But whose fault is that? The detractor needs to stop being honest, or in turn needs to stop putting out content, and that makes it all better? Someone else will just pick up where they left off, as you guys have seen. Oh well.
Way better than this. For me to continue on, I'd feel bad playing this game. I would. So I think this is going to be it, quite honestly. I didn't know how long I was going to play this game. I was thinking I was going to do a full playthrough. People were looking forward to it. And as soon as I started playing this game, people were like, damn, this game's fucking boring. And it seems like that's the consensus amongst kind of gamers. Everyone's saying the game is repetitive and boring. They didn't do anything to innovate. Played it way too safe. Made it too similar to the second game. And no reason to really play it. And I hate to say it, I think they're right. This is a case where I'm actually glad that I received a promotional copy of the game, because I would not want to put any more time into it. And if I had sunk $60 into it, I'd feel invested. Oh man, I financially invested in this game, so now I need to play it more. But honestly, I don't feel like I want to play it again. I don't. There's other stuff that I'm doing that's way more entertaining, better games to play than this. And, again, there is an audience for it. I am not that audience. So, this is going to be it for Just Cause 3. It is what it is. I'm not liking it. Sorry. Sayonara game. It's not very good. And sadly, another victim, right? Another game that falls victim to a busy hardcore gaming season. If this game had come out during the summer when nothing else was being released for several weeks, then maybe it would have gotten some notoriety. But right now, with all the games that are vying for my time, this one is just not going to get any more of it. It's not worth it. I'd rather get back to I think of 3 games off the top of my head that I'd rather play right now that I have and I am playing rather than this. So that's going to be it for Just Cause 3. That's all she wrote. Thanks everyone who did watch up to this point. I hope you enjoyed it, but that's it. Moving on to bigger and better stuff. So thanks, but this is going to be the conclusion. Sorry about that. If you were hoping for it to continue, it's just not very good. And that is it. All right. Thanks everyone, and hopefully see ya for better gameplay from Better Games soon. This game, out of any game I've ever played, no lie, of any game I've ever played that's a shooter, this game makes you feel like a powerless grunt. Like no matter what you do, it's a futile uphill climb. It doesn't matter what you do during the course of the game. It's gonna be boring, it's gonna fucking be frustrating, and you're still gonna fucking lose. Like seriously, nothing about this game is appealing to me at this point. They've made it so bad compared to how the original 2 were, that I just have no fucking desire to ever play this game again. That is just bad, man. It's a shame. It really is a shame. Because, like I said, the original franchise was so good. And it really, taking that Star Wars and taking that and putting it into an insanely addictive and great game. And this game has done the complete fucking opposite. It's like, just do the most fucking generic shit, make terrible maps, awful spawns, and just make you feel fucking insanely powerless. Just get killed from every direction. Spawn and instantly get shot in the face. Wow, that makes me want to play Star Wars Battlefront again, doesn't it? No, you know what makes me want to do? Fucking delete this game off of my fucking hard drive like this. Well, just like this. This is what it wants me to do. This is what it makes me want to do. Watch. Uninstall this piece of shit game. It fucking sucks. It doesn't deserve to be on my fucking console. Uninstall all. All. Fuck that shit. I got better things to fucking play than that piece of garbage. I'm so pissed that this game is so embarrassing. It's such a blemish for a fucking franchise that actually deserves to be played, or actually deserves to be continued by a fucking group of game developers that know what the fuck they're doing, and this one does not. It really is a shame. It really is a shame. But, hey, I did it for the fans. That's why I played. Not because I like this game. I did it for the fans, the viewers who wanted to play with me, and that's why we fucking played it. So, that's it for Star Wars Battlefront. Thank God. Because I never want to play this fucking piece of shit again. Alrighty then. I'm getting tired of people who are going to come and complain that Phil is not doing full playthroughs anymore. Phil is dropping...
December 7th of 2015. Yet again, and that's another thing, too, that's hurt Phil over the years, is his reliability. Like, Phil tells you often that, oh, he's the most consistent, he's the most prolific content creator on YouTube. He's not the most, but he's not the most reliable. I disagree with the other two as well, because the most prolific, you spammed a bunch of shit. Good luck, good for you. If that's another accolade, you can put that next to your 4th place at EVO 2005. But and then being the most consistent, if you say so. If you say so, but he's not reliable, and reliability is what fucks him. And you see that a lot as it pertains to that reliability is comparable to like Maximilian's reliability. Like, you know, when Max plays a game, you're gonna have someone who gives a shit about it, who's gonna give you some background on it, give you some story with it, give you his experience and whatnot, and he's genuinely gonna enjoy the game over the course of the playthrough. You know what I'm saying? And so on and so forth. With Phil, it depends on just the day he gets up as how the game is going to be played. And if he thinks it's absolute garbage after sinking in 50 hours and then just rage quits it, well, guess what? That's what he's going to do. Because he's done it. If nothing else, his rage quits have become more reliable, or wage quits have become more reliable than anything else that he does. And he knows that.
All these games. That's what you asked for.
You always did real good leaving jobs half finished.
Last year, late 2014, the massive amount of complaints, hundreds of complaints I received. I was playing too many games. I wasn't focusing on the games that I was enjoying. It was taking too long for me to get to the games that I was enjoying the most. Most people said, stop playing Far Cry 4 and only focus on Dragon Age and do this. And I said, no, I want to keep playing because I say, I do full game playthroughs and I want to keep going. And by the time that I had finished all those games, all I got was negative feedback saying, well, you took too long to beat the games. Most people who wanted to see ongoing playthroughs have gone elsewhere because you took too long, you played too many games. You should be pick and choosing the games that you want, that you like the most, and just play those. So this year I do that, and now all these people want to complain the opposite. Oh, you dropped too many games. And you know what? I'm not accepting it anymore. I'm just not. Sorry. That's invalid criticism, and I'll tell you why, because it's bullshit. You can't have it both ways. You can't 1 year massively complain one way, so I change my way of doing things to cater to the people who want it, and then all of a sudden, you're going to complain the other way. No, what it is people who just want to say that I'm doing it wrong no matter what. And that's all it is. No matter what I do, those people will still say that I'm doing it wrong. So I don't care. I'm going to pick and choose the games that I'm enjoying, and I'm going to continue to play them. And if you don't want to see those playthroughs, okay, then don't fucking watch. Okay, then don't fucking watch.
And then they didn't. And then they went on to other people, and that's why DSPGaming dried up.
Okay, then don't fucking watch.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a break. We're halfway through the countdown anyway, so I'm going to take a brief break, and when we come back, we'll pick up where we left off. For you, it's going to be like 30 seconds. For me, we'll see. A couple hours. Maybe I'll finish it tomorrow. We'll see. Oh, I'll see you guys shortly.
End of this, you're gonna really wanna kill me. End of this, your fans are really gonna feel me. Never miss whenever suckers wanna grill me. So remiss, they gotta kill him with a click.
All this happening, I'll be honest, it's gotten to me. And I've been incredibly stressed out recently. And I don't think it's come through necessarily in the gameplay. Everyone's saying who's watching the gameplay is saying, wow, the gameplay is great. The problem is, I'm doing daily updates, and during the daily updates, I'm sitting there and bitching about views for 20 minutes, and I'm bringing up how I'm different from other YouTubers, and basically I'm beating around the bush with shit that people really don't care about, right? Like, I know that I'm different from other YouTubers. I know that. And I know that I've been successful for 7 years being a lot different than what a lot of other YouTubers do. I know that. But it doesn't mean that I'm better or worse than them. Right? And that's not really what I was trying to say. But the problem was I was so just stressed and full of negativity from everything that was going on around me that it came across that way. And I, listening back to the videos from the couple days this week, I agree. It seems to me like it's just me being bitter and bitching that no one wants to watch my videos, and that I'm in a rut right now and I'm upset about it. And how dare people not watch my content? And really, that's how it comes across. Even though that's not the intention that I really had when I was saying those things, I listened to it back and I'm like, damn, that is exactly how it sounds. And I started reading all the comments, and everyone's like, listen, we're with you. We want you to succeed, but obviously, if this is a big issue, if you're having a low like this, and this is really bad for you, you need to find a way to fix that. And people give me suggestions, and people are saying be less negative, stop calling out other people, stop doing all this. And I'm reading all this, and it really hit me, I'd say last night, really. It just kind of all came into, imagine if you had a million pieces of a puzzle around you, okay?
Stop. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back in the building and whatnot. DS positive nonsense. Okay, so 2012, big changes are coming. 2013, how I'm changing this year. 2014, let's see, I'm going to make positive changes. In 2015, changes are coming. Yet again, falling into the cycle, because he talked about how he was going to be changing in 2016 16, as well as all of the big changes that were coming. 2017, he had learned from 2016, and 2017 is going to be positive, and then yada 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 yada. Same cycle, just like Amber Lynn, just like what's that other chick's name? Chantel. Same type of bullshit behavior. Holy shit. And then the analogy was like, oh, it's like a puzzle, and I'm just trying to fit everything together, and oh, for 7 years I've been successful, and I was successful doing it, doing things opposite of other content creators, or differently from other content creators, I should say. But I'm not saying that I'm better than them. Sure, Phil, I've heard those rants before. I've heard those boastings. Jesus Christ. If that wasn't self-masturbation, I don't know what was. And now we go into, an epic rant, and it was taken out of context, and I didn't mean it that way. Does that not sound familiar to you guys? That sounds like those epic rants that we got in like 2018 and 2019 about influencers being chills, and how he came back later and said, oh, I didn't mean it that way. Oh, you guys took me out of context. Oh, there wasn't enough characters for me to get my point across, and whatever other fucking piggy gay bullshit he want to say on top of that. At the end of the day, it's all bacon bits on the salad. You're a negative piece of shit because you're a negative piece of shit. You think negatively about other people because that's how you really feel. Because it's the negativity that you're projecting that you really feel about yourself. That's nothing new. That's very easy to tell. Phil is extremely jealous of other people and of their success, whether they work harder than him or not, whether they had people help him or help them or not. Jealousy is still jealousy, and envy is still envy, because he has an inflated thought of self-importance about himself, and he's desperate to have other people see that too. And if he can't get people to see it, then that's when you get into bitch fits like this. Darksydephil lore, DSP lore, has proven this. His daily DSP isms show that. He believes that he should be more than what he is, but he wasn't willing to work to obtain that. There are detractors out here who put in 100 times the amount of work that Phil does, and most of them don't even get noticed. But the ones that are noticed by people appreciate the viewership that they have. They appreciate what those people contribute to them, and that's why they keep going. They keep doing it. Phil does it because he don't got no fucking choice, and because he expects everything to be given to him anyway on a silver platter, and so on and so forth. If he doesn't get it, he has to shame people into it. He has to make people feel bad for doing it. He has to abuse them, if you will, at times to do it. That's no way to live. Any good graces or goodwill that Phil Burnell may have had is gone now. Jesus Christ, going back to the Super Blind Man thing, a lot of people thought Super Blind Man would have, no pun intended, would have opened his eyes a little bit to Phil's situation. The actuality was, even after everything was shown to Super Blind Man, so to speak, he still sided with Phil. And the reason why is it comes down to an investment. He's put so much time into Phil that he doesn't want to abandon him. But on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, it goes back to what my general thought process is about wheelchair symbols, is that they flock to Phil because they see camaraderie with him. They feel like that they can relate to him because in actuality, they look at him as one of them. I honestly believe that. And I think that's the reason why so many of them follow him. I legitimately do. Because what other reason is there to follow him? He has a terrible personality, shit fucking sense of humor. You know what I'm saying? He's the bottom of the barrel when it comes to humanity. So why would you want to align yourself with someone like that? Jesus Christ. Mr. Super Blind Man is actually out here doing shit. If you've ever been on an LSB stream, for example, you've heard this. He's out there, or Agent Proper's primer streams, or proper streams, I should say. He brings this up too every once in a while. Super Blind Man's actually out here doing shit. Like doing shit that people will remember 20, 30, 40 years down the line. No one's going to remember Darksydephil for any of the shit that he does. Most people barely do now. You go on Kiwi Farms at any given time. You have people who, you know what I'm saying, were probably in the thread maybe 2 years ago. And then they pop back around to see what's going on. It's like, oh wow, Darksydephil's still a piece of shit. All right, let me run back 100 pages and see what's up. Be like, all right then, well, when he finally hits that wall, I'll be back. And bloop. And that's something that you see often on Kiwi farms. That's what he's been resorted to. Everybody just wants to see when he finally hits that wall. And see if he survives it, too, what's he going to do afterwards? Which, guess what? When it comes to the latter, there isn't too much he can do. He'll be lucky to actually just survive it. Let alone, what's he going to do past that? We'll see.
Spread out, and you know what the puzzle's supposed to be, but it's not until you finally put it together and you see it all as a whole that you're like, ding, the light bulb goes off, right? And that's kind of what happened to me last night. I'm reading through everything, and I'm frustrated, and at first I'm even being like belligerent like I used to be. Remember whenever someone said something about me that I should do something differently, or I should do this better, or this is what I did wrong, and this is maybe why people are turned off. I get so belligerent about it and argue and say, no, I'm perfect, I'm right. And then finally, ding, the light bulb went off. And I said, why am I being like that again? Like, I stopped being like that years ago. 2 years ago, I would say. Back in around 2013, I started being a lot more open-minded. I started listening more to my viewers and my fans. And ultimately, even though I'm not at the level I used to be at with popularity, I like doing this job a lot better today than I used to. I don't feel it's as much of a grind as it used to be. I'm not rushing through games. I feel I'm doing more worthwhile gameplay, and ultimately I like what I'm doing more now, and I value it more than what I was putting out. I think the videos I was putting out in 2012 were shit. I'll be honest.
So why'd you get mad when this is how? Whatever. I'm gonna let that go. I'm gonna let that go because I'm waiting to see if something else pops up later. I can co-sign to that. He says that same shit now about his streams, about how it's hard work and whatnot, but it's fulfilling. And I'm really glad that I made the transition over to streaming and whatnot. I find it more fulfilling than just doing videos. You've all heard this. You've all heard this. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is almost 5 years old. He said all this in 2015, so it is 5 years old, but the video was posted in the beginning of 2016. This shit is 5 fucking years old, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 6. Almost 6. Oh my god. Oh. The DSP vortex, dude. I'm telling you, nobody's ready for it. No one's gonna figure this out. At the end of the day, this is the reality. No one is going to be able to figure this dumb shit out. He's gonna Darksydephil, and I mean this wholeheartedly. Okay, because I've had friends, you know what I'm saying, or I've had fellow coworkers especially, that will actually come by and take a look and see what I'm, because we like shooting shit about sports, whatever. And I'll put this on like a Snortbucks video, and I'll be like, I want you guys to sit there and listen to that for a few minutes. I'm gonna order us food, and whatever. And they're like, it's an act, right? Like it's a joke. Like this is supposed to be like some type of meta, like artist type shit. Nope. What? Like he actually believes everything you say? Yeah, he believes all that. Like, no, yeah. I swear this isn't a joke. This is really how he conducts himself. This is really how he acts. This is really how he talks to people. This is really how he treats people. Oh, I gotta watch more of this. Please do. I'm sorry that I've committed you guys to Gout, to the piggy abyss, but please watch. And that's how a lot of my friends started getting into the detractor shit, mainly Snortbucks. Mainly. You know what I'm saying? And just like that. And even still, every once in a while, they'll come to me and be like, did you hear the shit he did today? No, not yet, but I'm sure I'm going to. How was he able to survive the slump? I've got no clue. The goodwill of others. And he's like, even goodwill runs out. Not yet. It will sooner than later. And they're like, wow, a psychiatrist would rip him apart. Yeah, I know. That's why he won't go and see one. Same thing with Amber Lynn. Same thing with Chantel. That's the reason why these people won't go to therapy and shit. Because they know that, because then they're going to have someone who's going to force them to see them for what they are. And Chantel's just going to eat herself to death anyway. Amber Lynn's going to eat herself to death too. But Amber Lynn especially would have a nervous breakdown. Phil probably would too. Because when you have someone like that who's sitting here telling you this is what you are and this is the reason why you're at where you're at. They don't want to. They're not going to want to hear any of the blame game, the detractors, this, that. They don't give a fuck about none of that. At the end of the day, you're paying the bill. They're just paying you to be honest, and stuff like that will stick with you. Far after he leaves that office, that shit's going to stick with him, and that shit's going to eat at him. Look at what Kiwi Farms does to him now. Kiwi Farms chaps his ass, and yet he keeps going back to read it because he cannot go a day without reading it. He has to. He has to read it. He has to hear what people are saying about him. He has to see what he's being called out on. And then he tries to pull damage control. He fucks that up. And then right back to Kiwi Farms again to watch these people laugh at him. It's a vicious circle that if he was really a man, he would let go. But he can't. He's a boy. Because I saw that KFC nonsense he pulled recently. He's a boy. He's a child. I'm not even going to call him a boy. He's a child. He's a petulant child. And because of that is the reason why he is where he is now. Look at this little smug ass picture you see right here. Okay? You see his little shirts up there being fucking held up. Not even by thumbtacks or anything, by tape, I guess. And Darksydephil right there. And then you got this smug ass look. It's supposed to be a joke, but that's how he really views himself. Look at that shit. That has shit eating grin all over it. But he's proud of it though. Like that's the real joke, is that he's proud of this moment. This is a moment that people should remember. That's why he took a picture of it, to immortalize it. And now look, it gets turned, like this picture right here is probably one of the most mean pictures of Darksydephil I think I've ever seen online. Everybody's used this for something or another. And that's what happens, ladies and gentlemen, when you let your life be turned into a joke.
Most of the games I played in 2012. I agree. That's what everyone was saying. Phil, you're rushing through every game within 2-3 days. So you get to the next one. You miss all the side content. You miss everything. You know, and I agree. I absolutely agree. Okay. So, all that happens. And then last night I realized this and I'm like, damn, you know, I fucked up. I should not have let the stress get to me the way that it did. And certainly, even if the stress is affecting me, right? Okay, but don't let it come through. It certainly didn't come through, at least from what people are saying in the gameplay, so that's good. But it seemed to seep through into other things, like the daily updates and tweets that I was sending out and stuff like that. And I apologize. After, you know, in retrospect, looking at all the stuff that's happened this past couple of weeks and how I reacted earlier this week, I apologize. I should not have reacted like that. There's no reason. Because of low views, because of false copyright strikes, because of the stress levels of all this shit going on around me, my toilet breaking or whatever the fuck, right? Doesn't mean that I should take it out on the viewing audience that have put me here. You're the reason why I'm sitting here on this love seat right now in a new house in Seattle, Washington. You're the reason why I can pay my bills. You're the reason why I can continue to make fun vlogs and I can continue to play games on a daily basis as my job. You! Yes, I'm the one who's doing it, but you're the one who's watching. You're as much of an important and integral part of this as I am. And I don't know what, well, I do. Like I said, I do know what happened. I got so stressed out. I was just like, I got to bitch and I got to moan. I got to scream. There's got to be blame. There's got to be... Let me tell you something. I know where I get it from. It's my mother. My mother. I know some people are going to say, what? My mother is the kind of person, all right. My mother is the kind of person, there always has to be someone to blame. And
oh, wow. You brought Mommy Burnell into this? Okay, so we're definitely going to... I'm going to let this... You brought... I've heard this already, but, like, hearing it again, though, it makes it so surreal. You're going to blame your mother for being a bitch. Oh, hurtful. Let's hear the rest of it out, and then I'll bring it back. And I'll give you my full opinion, and then we'll bring it back to hear it again. Holy shit.
By the way, my mom's always immune. No, she never has to say sorry or whatever. She never did anything wrong in her life, according to her. But there always has to be someone to blame. So, you know, it's not that it's just a situation or it's just there's always got to be one particular culprit and thing, and that's... I don't think that's the situation here. I think it's a unique combination of the fact that the games that I played in September were longer games, and people weren't going to stick around for a 100-part playthrough of those games. They weren't necessarily games that lent themselves to extended viewership. You know, look at the playthroughs that did get a great extended viewership.
Then why did you keep making them 100? Why the hell did you keep making the playthroughs 100 parts then, idiot? If you knew people weren't going to stick around for it. Holy shit.
A lot of stuff developing in those games all the time versus Metal Gear Solid 5, which was 900 sneaking missions with a few good story missions mixed in there. You know what I mean? And, you know, for me, right, I have to realize that. I have to say, even though there's reasons that it's not your fault. No, it's not the viewer's fault. If you watched one or two views of videos of Metal Gear Solid 5, excuse me, and you said, wow, okay, great, but I don't want to watch the whole thing. I'm not. Why should I take that out on you? You know what I mean? Seriously, I shouldn't. I shouldn't take it out on anyone. It's just I wish I had a vent. I wish I had something to take it out on. And it's like I said, it used to be the gaming. When I had all these frustrations in real life, I would game and the game would relax me. Now it's like frustrations in real life. Now it's time to game. Now no one's watching. So now my business is tanking while all this shit is going on in my real life too. And it frustrated the shit out of me.
Now this is where I become an asshole. This is where I become an asshole. So, Panda, I haven't found the sound clip yet. I'm gonna find it though. I'm still looking. There's that sound clip and the sound clip where she admits that Phil basically kept harassing her until she finally agreed to be his girlfriend. These are the two clips I'm looking for. I will one day find them. I will one day find them. They will come to daddy. But it's funny that besides the one where Phil kept harassing her until she agreed to be his girlfriend, that second clip about how the sex basically died, their sex life died when they moved from the East Coast to the West Coast. I need that because I don't know about you, right? But you're feeling frustrated, you're feeling kind of agitated, stuff like that. Sometimes you just need your medicine. And if Panda ain't getting enough and you frustrated, there's a problem. Now, unless you have a problem with performing there, champ, I don't understand why you weren't going ahead and just putting the skins to Panda. Just saying. I don't understand why that wasn't a thing. And especially if you go back in those old vlogs with as many times as she didn't mind showing the cakes off, I don't understand why you weren't playing patty cake, or, you know what I'm saying, beating that ass like a bongo, like a bongo drum, or whatever the case may be. I don't understand it, but whatever. That's your fault. That's your fault. You know what I'm saying? And if your medicine, you know what I'm saying, if that ain't gonna work for you, go out and take a walk. You know what I'm saying? Do some exercise. Do something. But here's the reality, ladies and gentlemen. This idiot don't have no hobbies. Video games are just a means to an end. Meaning that he has to play video games and get something out of it. And that's what makes it worthwhile to keep doing it. Whether he's paid financially, whether it's going to give him publicity, whether it's going to feed his ego. You know what I'm saying? It has to serve a purpose. If not, this man don't have no hobbies. He doesn't have any interests. There's nothing to him. And that's why he needs the detractors. That's why he needs YouTube still. Because that's what keeps him relevant, even if it's in a negative light. Woo, doggy. All right, let's. Oh boy. All right, let's bring back the thing about Mommy Brunel and how it's her fault. Because Mommy Brunel bitches and complains and nothing's ever her fault. Oh, let's talk about Mommy. Let's go ahead and blame Mommy Brunel for some shit.
Was watching the gameplay saying, wow, the gameplay is great. The problem is, I'm doing daily updates, and during the daily updates, I'm sitting there and bitching about views for 20 minutes, and I'm bringing up how I'm different from other YouTubers, and basically I'm beating around the bush with shit that people really don't care about, right? Like, I know that I'm different from other YouTubers. I know that. And I know that I've been successful for 7 years being a lot different than what a lot of other YouTubers do. I know that. But it doesn't mean that I'm better or worse than them, right? And
okay, hold on. I've gone back too far. Give me just a second. Let me just jump ahead here a little bit.
Okay. And they're all spread out, and you know what the puzzle's supposed to be, but it's not until you finally put it...
analogy. That's fucking stupid as shit. Blaming your mother is stupid as shit too, but...
I agree. That's what everyone was saying. Phil, you're rushing through every game within 2-3 days, so you get to the next one, you miss all the side content, you miss everything, you know, and I agree. I absolutely agree. Okay. So, all that happens, and then last night I realized this, and I'm like, damn, you know, I fucked up. I should not have let the stress get to me the way that it
We'll
did.
leave it right here.
And certainly, even if the stress is affecting me, right? Okay, but don't let it come through. It certainly didn't come through, at least from what people are saying in the gameplay, so that's good. But it seemed to seep through into other things, like the daily updates and tweets that I was sending out and stuff like that. And I apologize. After, you know, in retrospect, looking at all the stuff that's happened this past couple of weeks and how I reacted earlier this week, I apologize. I should not have reacted like that. There's no reason, because of low views, because of false copyright strikes, because of the stress levels of all this shit going on around me, my toilet breaking or whatever the fuck, right? Doesn't mean that I should take it out on the viewing audience that have put me here. You're the reason why I'm sitting here on this love seat right now in a new house in Seattle, Washington. You're the reason why I can pay my bills. You're the reason why I can continue to make fun vlogs and I can continue to play games on a daily basis as my job. You! Yes, I'm the one who's doing it, but you're the one who's watching. You're as much of an important and integral part of this as I am. And I don't know what, well, I do. Like I said, I do know what happened. I got so stressed out. I was just like, I gotta bitch and I gotta moan, I gotta scream, there's gotta be blame, there's gotta be... Let me tell you something. I know where I get it from. It's my mother. My mother, I know some people are gonna say, what? My mother is the kind of person, alright. My mother is the kind of person, there always has to be someone to blame. And it's never her, by the way. My mom's always immune. No, she never has to say sorry or whatever. She never did anything wrong in her life, according to her. But there always has to be someone to blame. So, you know, it's not that it's just a situation or it's just a, you know, there's always got to be one particular culprit and thing, and that's, I don't think that's the situation here. I think it's a unique combination of the fact that the games that I played in September were longer games, and people weren't going to stick around for a 100-part playthrough of those games. They weren't necessarily games that lent themselves to extended viewership. You know, look at the playthroughs that did get a great extended viewership. There was a lot of stuff developing in those games all the time versus Metal Gear Solid 5, which was 900 sneaking missions with a few good story missions mixed in there, you know what I mean? And, you know, for me, right, for me, I have to realize that. I have to say, even though there's reasons that it's not your fault. No, it's not the viewer's fault. If you watched one or two views of videos of Metal Gear Solid 5, excuse me, and you said, wow, okay, great, but I don't want to watch the whole thing. I'm not why should I take that?
Views. I don't want to be Mr. Views. That's so crazy. That's just crazy funny, actually. It's really, really funny that he does that.
Out on you know what I mean? Seriously, I shouldn't shake it out on anyone. It's just
on
I
YouTube
wish I had
it was
a
views, and on Twitch it's contributions. Just moving from one money media or median to the other. That has to be a hard way of living, though. I couldn't imagine living like that. Jesus Christ.
I wish I had something to take it out on. And it's like I said, it used to be the gaming. When I had all these frustrations in real life, I would game and the game would relax me. Now it's like frustrations in real life, now it's time to game, now no one's watching, so now my business is tanking while all this shit is going on in my real life too, and it frustrated the shit out of me. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you to those of you who are understanding. Thank you to those of you who, regardless of the fact that maybe the past couple of days, it seemed like I was being really nasty and I was being kind of angry and even maybe taking offense or going on the offensive against viewers and everyone, right? That was not my intention. And ultimately, I was like I said, I absorbed all of the stuff from around me these past few days, all the feedback that I've gotten and whatever, I absorbed it all. And ultimately, this is what I was told. Okay, transparency is one thing, but we don't need to hear it every day, and we certainly don't need to hear it constantly about views. And someone gave me a good analogy. They said, imagine if you had a favorite restaurant, and you used to go there all the time, but now you don't go there as much for whatever reason. Maybe you just don't have enough money for the food anymore, or for whatever reason, maybe you're eating healthier. I don't know. And so every time
That's
you go to
interesting.
the restaurant,
That the first analogy he comes to is the reason why you don't go to a restaurant anymore is because you don't have the money for it. So is that the reason why people don't donate to you on your streams anymore, Phil, the way they used to? Because they don't have the money for it because they're broke? Not because, you know, they've drifted off to other content creators, better content creators, hopefully, or just content creators that would appreciate them more? No, it's because they broke. And then the second thing is, oh, maybe they're eating healthier. just to give you guys a bit of a mindset or an idea of Phil's mindset when it comes to why people change. You know what I mean? I want you to really think about that.
You hear from the manager who knows you and is your friend. He walks up to you, but he complains, man, business is slow. Less people are coming here. I don't understand what it is. People aren't telling me what I did wrong, and my food's great, and I'm going to go out of business. Eventually, if you hear that enough, you're not going to come back either, because you don't want to hear that shit. You're here for a good meal. You're here for a good time. And that is probably, when I read that comment for someone, I was like, that's the best fucking thing I've ever read. Seriously, he's absolutely right. People don't come to watch my videos to hear
How many
about the
people do you guys know in Phil's fan base who uses restaurants as analogies? I'm not saying that no one ever has. I'm just saying, how many people do you guys remember who do that? Just throw it out there.
shit. They want to hear about how good this game was or how bad this game was. They want to hear about fun times. They're here to have a good time. Why do you need to come here to share my shit, right? My shit is bad enough that I have to deal with it. You don't want to fucking deal with it either. Now, not to say that when something happens like this false copyright strike and I lose my streaming capability, okay, then it's okay for me to share that information because I have to, because you have to know why I'm not live streaming, right? But why am I doing this on a daily basis? And seriously, I'm just like, I realize it's funny. It's like night and day. Like, I saw the light, but I just feel bad because I know that there's probably a couple hundred people who've been watching the daily updates from the past few days and watched them and got turned off, so fuck Phil, you know. But there's people also on the flip side of that, right? People on the flip side of that will say, well, Phil's a human, and we've seen him change and evolve over the years, and we've seen him go through lots of shit, and he perseveres, and so we're still going to be here, regardless if we went off the rails or whatever for a couple days there. You know, we support him and we'll come back. So thank you, that's you. You know what I mean?
And how many people do you guys know in Phil's fan base who says that? Just throw it out there.
Thank you. And, you know, you're the ones, you guys who understand, and let me say guys and gals, who understand me, who understand the shit that I go through, the stress and everything. You understand that it balls up and it becomes a big mound, and then sometimes it explodes or comes out in a way that I don't intend, and that's exactly what happened this past week. And so I am pretty upset with myself that I allowed myself to vent and say those things that I said. Of course, there's other things too. People are like, Phil's always insulting other YouTubers and other streamers, yada, yada, yada. I'm not really. All I'm doing is I'm explaining to people why I'm different from them, why I strive to be different. Wait. Because
I'm not really? I thought, but doesn't Phil say now that, oh, I only insult people who insult me first? I only attack people who attack me first? But now he's saying, oh, well, I'm only just giving my honest observation of a situation. That's all. I don't really shit on people like that. Ooh, boy. The narrative shift, boy, I'll tell you. It's amazing what a couple years will do.
I want to be different. I don't want to be the YouTuber who makes false playthroughs. I like that my playthroughs are genuine. You actually watch my gameplay content, and this is what the game would be like if you were playing it, okay? It's not some highly edited, cut out the boring parts just to get to the funny parts, montage, or a screaming at the camera, scaredy cat, you know, horror playthrough just for laughs, because you're laughing at a train wreck. That's really what it is. Those videos, you're laughing at train wrecks. And not to say that I'm not a train wreck, I am, absolutely. A lot of the times these games that I play, I suck at them and I'm a train wreck, but it's not just about that. It's about all the other stuff around it too, the full gameplay experience. How many reviewers? Let me.
Who gives a fuck about the full gaming experience if it's a fucking train wreck, retard? I'm sorry, but like, that's a retarded thing to say. If you're gonna sit there and say, because PewDiePie, for example, interjects his screaming and his Muppet type tendencies, as Phil likes to call it, you're gonna say that right there is the wrong or a bad playthrough, and say that shit is a train wreck. But you're gonna say that your shit is legitimate, and yes, it's a train wreck, but it's legitimate because you're getting the full gameplay experience. Who gives a shit if yet again it's a train wreck? That doesn't make any real sense when you break it down like that. At the end of the day, if PewDiePie shit is bad because he sits there and is overly animated, let's say, and whatnot with his reactions, and then your shit is a train wreck because you keep making the same mistake over and over and over again and can't figure out how to do the right thing, or you have to be hoof held, or you just quit the game outright, what makes your version of it any worse than his version? If PewDiePie can get that same playthrough with all of that, with cutting out all the dead areas, and with all of the overreacting, as Phil has accused him of doing, I should say. If he can cut all of that bullshit out and get the playthrough done in 20 parts, let's say, and Phil does the same playthrough for the same game, fucking up, and he takes 120 parts to finish it, who do you think is going to get more views? Who's more than likely whose playthrough are you more than likely going to watch to completion? Think about that.
How many reviewers right now who are well known for game reviews, okay, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on Twitch, whether it's at a real media, major gaming media like IGN, GameSpot, can they review a game, give it a review with all these points, a number score, but then you can reference their full playthrough from start to finish of the game that supports it, right? How many people have that? Very few, I would think. Anyone at least who has notoriety and is known on the internet for doing that, right? I'm one of the few who still does it. I have that full, beginning to end, from the moment that I booted the game to the moment the credits ended and I turned it off. Here's my experience that you can either view in full, or you can watch a little bit of it, or you can watch my review. You know, you've got all these options. And I pride myself on being that. And I'm not saying that that's better, worse. It's different. It's something different. And that's what I like doing. I like being the genuine gamer. I like to think I'm the genuine guy who's not doing this just to make a comedy montage and get laughs and views. I'm not doing it for that. I'm doing it because I want to give you a genuine experience of what it's like to play a game from start to finish, right? But the thing is, I don't really call other people out. It's funny because people say, oh, Phil calls all these people, insults them. What name did I even mention? No one, you know? But I guess even doing generalized, people apparently associate what I say with other people who maybe they watch, and then they immediately make that association and think that I'm insulting that person. The bottom line is I don't have time to sit there and watch other YouTubers' videos and watch Twitch streams. I know what's going on because people tell me constantly. That's how I know. I'm not sitting there watching their stuff, but people tell me constantly what's out there, and I base my content to be different than that. All right. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's what's happened the past few days. And I apologize that I did get negative. What I'm going to do, what I'm going to strive to do is what I've done many times in my career. I'm going to try to stay positive. Daily, we're going to focus on the games. We're going to focus on fun stuff. I'm going to share with you the fun experiences, the cool stuff that's happening, not the negative shit. You don't need to hear every little nitpicky negative thing that happens unless it may be entertaining or different or weird, okay? But no, I'm not going to be mentioning every day, man, views are low, and man, this and that. But understand that going hand in hand with that there have to be changes made to hopefully improve things.
Oh boy. Anyway, the DSP positive is bullshit. You guys all know it's bullshit. So it is what it is. Let's see here. This is the cyberbullying. And this is from October 7th, 2013. Is this the Panda Lee thing? Yeah, Kingdom Hearts. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go.
Gale, okay. Alright, and now I'm going to tell everyone in the chat I had enough of your bullshit tonight. I see everyone arguing with my girlfriend instead of talking about the game, and I've had enough. So we're going to put it in sub-only mode, and now none of you can fucking talk. Since you can't act your age or act mature, and you all want to argue with my girlfriend, now you can just have no chat. How about that? So, fuck all of you who are acting immature. This is what you get now. We're putting it into sub-only mode. You fucking idiots. I'm here trying to play a fucking game. It's hard to concentrate when a bunch of little immature shits get into a fucking argument with my girlfriend. Fuck you. There you go. Subscriber only mode. No fucking chat. That's what you fucking get. Piss me the fuck off. There. Guess what? Now there's no more arguments. No more. Dumb fucks. Now we can all concentrate on the game, which is what you should have been concentrating on to fucking begin with. Immature assholes. Jesus. If I could slap you through the fucking internet, I would. All right, now let's get back to fucking business. What we're all here for.
Oh, you know I gotta play this clip back. But before we do that, a couple things. Excuse me. Supposed to be concentrated. Excuse me. Supposed to be concentrated on the game, hyper focused, whatever you want to call it. Yet sitting there paying attention to the chat, disrupting the chat, derailing the chat, and whatnot, chastising the chat, and whatnot. Supposed to be focused on the game with him instead of talking amongst themselves and, you know, I don't know, actually enjoying themselves. And then, as with that 11-year-old girl that we all remember during the what game was that? The VR game. Threatening to slap a child or people that he perceives to be children if he could. I told you guys, history is a great teacher because it repeats itself. Phil did this in 2013. He threatened to slap that little girl when 2017, 2018, one of those years he ended up doing that. So just to keep that, yeah, it was like 2017, 2018. So just to keep that in mind. Jesus Christ.
I don't know if you can hear me or not. I got a serious question for you. When you were playing Kingdom Hearts and your girlfriend insulted
Here we go.
Gale, okay. Alright, and now I'm going to tell everyone in the chat I've had enough of your bullshit tonight. I see everyone arguing with my girlfriend instead of talking about the game, and I've had enough. So we're going to put it in sub-only mode, and now none of you can fucking talk. Since you can't act your age or act mature, and you all want to argue with my girlfriend, now you can just have no chat. How about that? So, fuck all of you who are acting immature. This is what you get now. We're putting it into sub-only mode. Fucking idiots. I'm here trying to play a fucking game. It's hard to concentrate when a bunch of little immature shits get into a fucking argument with my girlfriend. Fuck you. There you go. Subscriber only mode. No fucking chat. That's what you fucking get. Piss me the fuck off. There. Guess what? Now there's no more arguments. No more. Dumb fucks. Now we can all concentrate on the game, which is what you should have been concentrating on to fucking begin with. Immature assholes. Jesus. If I could slap you through the fucking internet, I would. Alright, now let's get back to fucking business. What we're all here for.
I don't know if you can hear me or not. I got a serious question for you. When you were playing Kingdom Hearts and your girlfriend insulted the game in the stream chat, why did you put it in sub-only mode?
Enough of this. I'm not playing this idiot.
Just my question.
I'm not playing this idiot. I'm not gonna listen to his bullshit. We're talking about something that happened like 2.5 fucking years ago. What a complete idiot. Here, you know what? Let me find a way to disable everything so I don't have to listen to these morons. How do you turn off chat? I don't even know. Audio output. Well, this is right. I'm not playing this guy. He can sit there as all he wants. I'm not playing him. Nope. You don't get to play, dick shit. If only there was an easy way to disable fucking chat on this piece of shit console. Let's see. Not in system storage. It's in devices, I think. Audio devices. The microphone is muted. Look, you can't even do nothing. Look.
Hear me, but I heard you insult me.
Ah, you're a piece of shit.
Now,
Who gives a fuck?
first off, I've always held up to the theory, right, that Phil was drunk when this whole exchange was going on. Pretty confident of it. What that guy said there is that everybody heard you insult me, and he has the right to say that because it's a simple question. Instead of actually addressing the question and addressing the situation that happened 2.5 years ago or however long it was, we running around like a scared bitch trying to figure out a way to mute them, to try to shut them out, to try to push them out so you don't have to engage with them, which is very much the Darksydephil type scenario, which in a lot of ways feeds into why his paranoia is the way it is. Oh, let's continue though.
Seriously. Here, you know what? There. There. I don't have to hear this moron. Oh, a complete idiot. He's talking about something that happened 2 fucking years ago on Twitch. I mean, could you be more of a fucking loser? Seriously. He really... The reason this guy joined my
not as much of a loser who sat there and ran from him, only to go into a rant after the fact where the guy can't defend himself or even acknowledge what you're saying. But who's the real loser here, ladies and gentlemen?
Was to do that. Not to play the game, not to have fun. He ruins it for everyone. Delays. People who want to play have to wait now, right? Because we have to listen to this fucking idiot. I mean, what? Ladies and gentlemen, you have found the epitome of a loser on the internet. Find that man, find his fucking tag on PSN, and I give you permission to spam his fucking inbox with enough nonsense so that he never fucking is able to do anything ever again. Seriously. What an asshole. He's talking about me playing Kingdom Hearts 1. That was 2 years ago. He's asking the dumbest fucking question ever. What a complete idiot.
But you ain't sat there and sick the dogs on him. That's what we're going to do? We're going to go ahead and sick the little kitties on him now, huh? We got to bring that back. Because that's classic. That is classic Darksydephil. Sending other people out to fight his battles for him. We need that. Let's see. It's probably not that far. It's probably right around here. This is probably still a little too far out, though. Hold on a second. I am a professional. I'm not a professional. Let's see here. We'll just go. We'll start it from here. Oh, cyberbullying. Only the weak can apply.
Hear me, but I heard you insult me.
Ah, you're a piece of shit. Who gives a fuck? Seriously. Here, you know what? There. There. I don't have to hear this moron. Oh, a complete idiot. He's talking about something that happened 2 fucking years ago on Twitch. I mean, could you be more of a fucking loser? Seriously. He really... The reason this guy joined my match was to do that. Not to play the game, not to have fun. He ruins it for everyone. Delays. People who want to play have to wait now, right? Because we have to listen to this fucking idiot. I mean, what? Ladies and gentlemen, you have found the epitome of a loser on the internet. Find that man, find his fucking tag on PSN, and I give you permission to spam his fucking inbox with enough nonsense so that he never fucking is able to do anything ever again. Seriously. What an asshole. He's talking about me playing Kingdom Hearts 1. That was 2 years ago. He's asking the dumbest fucking question ever. What a complete idiot. My god, we're playing MKX in 2015, you fucking loser. Wow. Anyway, if only I could figure out how to disable voice chat so I don't have to hear people do stupid shit like that, but I can't, because guess what? There's no easy way to do it on PSN. The guy had no fucking interest in playing the game. He just wants to waste everyone's time to bring stupid shit up from 2 years ago. That is the kind of guy who I want to punch.
Okay, so yet again, you're seeing the pattern, right? You know what I'm saying? You wish you could slap people. You wish you could slap the shit out of people, right? You wish you could punch him in the face. You wish, if you know what I'm saying, you wish you could slap the shit out of that 11-year-old girl, right? You guys are picking up what I'm putting down. Then this dude sends people to go ahead and spam this guy on PSN, which they did, by the way. Like the guy ends up, I think the guy ended up posting later on about it, talking about it. They're like just crazy messages, like he couldn't do jack shit for jack shit. And I don't know if he had the PSN app on his phone, or I can't remember about that particular situation, but I think he did. And he still couldn't do anything through the app because all those people that were coming in at him and shit, sending him all those dumbass messages and shit. It's fucking nuts. And see, Darksydephil wishes that he could have had that at least that type of influence now. And he don't. At least not to that degree, I should say. But this gives you an idea of what kind of scumbag he is. I thought he never did anything wrong. I thought it was the world that was evil and that took advantage of him and kicked him while he was down and all this and that. What about this here? What about that right there? Think about that.
This is an impromptu vid I wasn't planning on doing. As you can see, there's a border around it. It's actually the setup for another video that I do.
Oh, look at this scumbag. I don't know if I've done this video yet, but if I have it, we will. But yet again, another example. Like, the comments kind of said it all. You know what I'm saying? You blatantly... I mean, one, he's a coward. We all knew that. Two, scared of talking to people or being confronted by people. We all knew that. It's just what he is. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he is what he is. Like, his paranoia, for sure, goes back a lot further than most of us give credit for. Just recently, I think I did a video on this. No, I didn't do a video on it. I wanted to, though. I need to do one. But I think it's out there, though. Where Phil admitted he can't ride a bike. And he explains why he couldn't ride a bike. And the reason why is because this scumbag, maybe I have referenced this. I think I've referenced this in a video. But he basically was like, oh, when I was 6 years old, he saw his neighbor, or he heard about his neighbor getting beat up for his bike. And that deterred him from wanting to learn how to ride a bike. So now Phil doesn't know how to ride a bike. Because he had heard, or he saw, but more likely he heard, that his neighbor got beat up and got his bike taken. So now he didn't want to ride a bike because if I don't have a bike to ride, they can't beat me up. So his dad bought him one to teach him how to ride it. He wouldn't ride it. And then supposedly they went to like a fair or a carnival or some shit, and he won another bike, but never rode that either because he was too scared that he was going to get beat up or hurt. Think about that. Think about that. This shit goes deep, ladies and gentlemen. We've done a lot of digging. But I think we're really just coming to terms with what we've dug up. Wink, wink.
vlogging channel, but I'm just doing this really quick video just to very quickly clear the air on something that happened today. It's not going to be a very long video, quite honestly, because I don't really have too much to even say about it. It's very simple. I'll get right to the point of it. You know, I was doing an MKX stream today with viewers, and unfortunately, because of a PS4 update in the past couple of weeks, people's voice chat now carries through my stream, which never used to happen. They always used to be muted, and for whatever reason, that's changed. And we had someone jump on there whose intention was not to play me in the game, not to have fun, but to basically derail the entire thing and insult myself, insult everyone who actually was there to just play Mortal Kombat and have fun, and basically to troll me. And a lot of people don't understand it because the question was about something that happened 2 years ago, which is neither here nor there. The question is about Twitch TV streaming and moderation of the stream 2 years ago, which doesn't even apply anymore. I don't stream on Twitch TV anymore. We have a much better moderation system where people get voice, so people can't egg people on to start fights and stuff, which is actually what the particular
I like that. No, hold on. Let's see here. That was a very good point. Yet he talks about Evo 2. There we go. Oh, I was a professional for a second. For a brief second, I was a professional.
Whose intention was not to play me in the game, not to have fun, but to basically derail the entire thing and insult myself, insult everyone who actually was there to just play Mortal Kombat and have fun, and basically to troll me.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't understand it because the question was about something that happened 2 years ago, which is neither here nor there. The question is about Twitch TV streaming and moderation of the stream 2 years ago, which doesn't even apply anymore. I don't stream on Twitch TV anymore.
Of course, Phil doesn't apply that, but yet still brags about Evo 2005 win, which in actuality, this right here needs to get voided because it wasn't a win. How that happened 10 years ago at that point. Holy shit. And how much people used to love him back in 2011, 2012. Oh, that's so good. That is so good. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Now, keep in mind now, you guys couldn't get Phil to brag about that 2005 win for jack shit because it don't mean nothing. But back in 2015, he was still pushing that shit like that shit was like he was a godsend to the North American, to America against the Japanese menace, right? And whatnot. And he was like the last line of defense and shit, which you died too, buddy. You lost. Japan took it that year. Pure and simple. Deal with that shit.
We have a much better moderation system where people get voice, so people can't egg people on to start fights and stuff, which is actually what the particular meat of the question was. Anyway, the bottom line is the question was completely irrelevant. This wasn't a Q&A session. This was me playing MKX with viewers. And this particular person did this to basically annoy me, to derail what was going on the stream, to start drama, basically. The TMZ drama of YouTube bullshit, like people like to throw at me. And I got pissed at it, because for, you know, some 2-3 months here, I really feel I've been on a positive roll, where I haven't had that kind of influence. It seems like in social media, at least it's calmed down, or at least I've managed to avoid or not pay attention to most of the people who are being dicks to me in that regard. And I've done multiple MKX streams where this has never happened before. It's just because of this PS4 update that this guy apparently got in and decided to be able to do this or whatever. I don't know, but it pissed me the hell off, and I went out of line. And I said some things that I shouldn't have said, including that people should go after this guy on PSN and basically kind of like, I don't even remember if I specifically said like flood his inbox or whatever. And then I also said that I wish I could punch his teeth in because that would stop him from doing stuff like that. Now, number one, I would never condone anyone to group attack anyone anywhere. I want you to understand that. I personally am such a subject of, you know, people will call it cyberbullying, but in my case, bullying is one thing, but actually negatively affecting someone's business is another, and that's the extent that it's been for me, that people are actually daily trying to slander me,
Jesus
try to
Christ,
make me look bad.
You did something wrong. You're supposed to be trying to rectify the situation, but immediately and instinctively turns it back into him being the victim. Gee. Oh, wow. Quite literally a match made in Gouty hell. That's fucking amazing.
They took this stream This one snippet of the stream today that I didn't even record, they've tried to forward it to Machinima and to Patreon to try to get me in trouble, which it won't. It's not going to do anything. It's absolutely preposterous. It's high school bullshit, and it really doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with anything. But I said that, and I shouldn't have said that.
And to some degree, that right there reigns true to some extent even to this day. Except for, obviously, a couple months ago when allegedly Superhound was able to get him kicked off of Twitch like 3 or 4 times or whatever nonsense that was. Speaking of which, the nonsense that's going on Twitter and on YouTube now as it pertains to detractors allegedly being extorted, and there are some Twitter accounts that I follow that are currently suspended for dumb shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, Phil is probably coordinating with somebody on some dumb shit for this stuff to happen. Eventually, this is going to come back on Phil. And I mean, when I mean come back on Phil, not that he's going to take the blame for it, because it's instinctively it makes sense to blame Phil. No. If this is, let's say, Superhound allegedly, then guess what? Superhound's going to eventually swing the pendulum back onto Phil. Because that's what happened the first time. The first time was, let's see, how did that work? The first time was Tevin, LSB, and Dark Dave Mears basically kicked off of YouTube temporarily. Then it swung back to Phil getting trolled and him getting knocked off of Twitch a couple of times, as well as being set back financially, God knows how many times. Now it's swinging back to the detractors getting hit for their getting extorted and allegedly being hit for their ad revenue or other ways of that they make money off their content, which they're all well within their rights of doing. If you're going to put that much time, or any amount of time, to be honest, into doing this, you deserve to be compensated for it. I think that's something that all of us can agree with. Whether ad revenue, whether Patreon, whether whatever. That should just be a thing. Or super chats, or Streamlabs, whatever the case may be. But however this situation ends, like I said, it's going to swing right back to Phil again. And who knows how Phil's going to get fucked with, because Superhound has shown, or whoever it is that was able to do it, it's allegedly Superhound, has shown that he can get Phil kicked off of Twitch damn near at will. That's not a problem. So now, not to say that I'm trying to dog whistle anything, if Superhound was to say, oh, I don't know, I'm a cute pup in a sharp suit, but I'm also an asshole. If he was to go after Phil's PayPal accounts, that could be a thing. If he was able to, I don't know, make it seem like that bits are being bought for Phil could be looked at as a fraudulent way of doing it, which ends up causing Twitch to, I don't know, prevent him from anybody buying bits from him because they're afraid of any negative backlash. That could be a thing. And then that would only roll downhill with, well, maybe we don't want you being able to make money on our site currently. Maybe they put him on a probation process. Maybe instead of kicking him off of Twitch altogether, maybe they take away his partnership. I don't know. I'm just throwing out there allegedly. Maybe they take away his Twitch partnership, but they still let him stream. Maybe they drop him down to past an affiliate to just a regular Twitch streamer. I don't know. I'm just saying. These are things that could happen. However they choose to attack Phil's finances, there's a couple of ways of doing it. Not to say that I put any type of serious thought into any of that, because I haven't. I just think well on my feet. Or my paws. Whatever. So, he can go ahead and say what he wants to say now. But yet again, it all comes back eventually. Remember, Phil? Karma? Whatever.
Try to attack anyone, that was wrong of me. I got angry in the moment, and I said that. And number two, no, I wouldn't ever really physically attack anyone like that, because it's silly. Just think about that. If someone insults you,
I mean,
you just ignore it.
You couldn't do such things because you can't do such things. That's the reality. That's the reality. Look at you. Look at you. So let's just go ahead and put that to bed right now.
And brush it off, or do you run up and go and then go to jail? Because that's what'll happen. You get arrested, you go to jail, and it's like, what was the point of that? And I'm above all that. I mean, I've been around
No,
the
you're
block.
not above
I've
all
only
that.
been doing
And what really happens, Phil, is you run up and punch somebody with that feeble attempt of you pushing your hoof out there. That person's going to beat the brakes off of you, and then you get to go to jail. So now you're bleeding, you hurt, and you in jail. That's what's going to happen. Fucking idiot.
Since 2008, I'm pretty sure that I've had enough people insult me that I can take it. The problem is that the way it happened, he took control of my stream, and that's what really pissed me off. Is here's hundreds of people. There were almost 600
Him
people
asking a question took control of your stream? What kind of DSP tard shit was that? Him asking a question was taking over your stream. When you admitted before that, right? You admitted before that you've been on YouTube since 2008 and you think you have tough skin and you can handle a situation. But you clearly can't. That's why you look the way you look now. Holy shit. Oh, wow. You miserable piece of human garbage. Oh, my God. That right there make a great screenshot, too. Failure incarnate, ladies and gentlemen. Take it all in.
stream, enjoying the stream at that time, and you got to have this one dick who really just wants to make it really negative for everyone, and he derails what everyone's trying to go on. And lest anyone question that this guy was just an innocent, yes, an innocent, who instead of joining me to play MKX has to ask me questions about drama 2 years ago on Twitch that doesn't apply to today, literally 2-year-old drama. This guy has a YouTube channel where he makes videos about me that are all detracting. He has a Twitter account where he insults me regularly. He's one of the group of people who just can't stop stalking me and trying to make my life a living hell, okay? So, lest it be known that this guy did it purposely, he got me, right? He baited me, and they've been trying for the past several weeks to months to bait me into something, and I've done a really good job of staying out of it, which is why I've said publicly in vlogs and stuff recently, man, I feel so good. I've stayed out of it. I'm focused on my content. I'm having a lot of fun. You guys are having a lot of fun. Everything's been positive. Views have been good. You know, subs are up. Patreon's been successful. This was the one thing that got to me. I said things I shouldn't have said because I was angry in the moment, and I apologize for saying them to those of you who deserve better, because you know that I am better than that.
First off, we're still not apologizing to the guy. Two, I don't know about you guys, but he sounds like an alcoholic who fell off the wagon and is back in AA trying to, like, get his shit back together. You've seen this in movies. So that right there kind of says it all. But that's what this sounds like. That's exactly what the fuck this sounds like. And then he's still not apologizing to the guy. He's apologizing to the people who chastise his ass, right? He's basically apologizing to the audience so they don't just pick up and leave him. Because he read those comments, the same comments we saw, about how much of a shit person he is and how he's always been a shit person and he always will be a shit person, and how the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics proved them right by acting the way he did. That was a basic ass question. It didn't even need to go south like that. So it's not just this idiot's an alcoholic, but he's a rageaholic too. Absolutely amazing.
You deserve better to, if you're going to watch someone's content, you want to stand behind them and not say, man, I don't want to watch someone's content of someone who might, you know, actually condone bullying and stuff like that. And of course I don't. It was just a thing in spur of the moment of a guy who was really being a dick and wanted to ruin the stream for everyone. So in the future, when I play MKX, when I play other games, I do fan appreciation, just so you guys know, there will be no voice chat. I'm going to disable it. All right, what I have to do is go into a private party on PS4 so I don't have to hear their voice chat. There's no overall way in PS4 to mute, which is ridiculous in my opinion. And when I do future co-op with people I know, then we'll have voice chat return, like people like Coruchado and other people who join me for things from time to time. But for now, when I do this in the near future, I'll just make sure the voice chat is muted, and that way basically the trolling can't happen anymore, okay? So that's it. Short and sweet. That's what happened. Apologize for losing control. A troll got me today, but there's always tomorrow, and we're going to move forward positively. And that's about it. So thanks, everyone, for watching. Sorry that I wasted your few minutes to watch this video. The crisis is averted yet again, and I'll see you for new content soon enough. Peace out.
This shit don't even seem genuine. Like, this shit definitely don't seem genuine. Wow. Wow. Alright, whatever. And this must be the individual who actually asked the question. And then he lied all over you too. Or all over this guy. But that's what Phil does. So it is what it is.
what happened today is just as dangerous as someone putting a gun in my face. Because if I can't pay my bills, if I get my house fucking, foreclosed on because I can't stream or do videos anymore, which is what my job is, that's just as threatening as someone putting a gun in my face. So you have threatened my life, you've threatened my livelihood, and it's just as fucking bad as being swatted. So now, let's talk turkey. Because
okay,
the person
this right
who
here,
did...
I've done this video for sure over here on this channel. This is the be awesome one shit. This is when, in actuality, Phil ends up proving, which is something that was already speculated back then anyway, but ends up proving that he uses his website to filter out trolls, and him and somebody else is logging people's IP addresses. He proved it with this. Like he proved it out and out, which is why one of the things that many detractors have advocated, myself included, is don't go to his website to troll him. Do it on Twitter. Do not go over there. It's not worth it. You know what I'm saying? Just don't do it. His website, his fucking forum. It's not even a website. His forum is dead weight anyway. Get him on Twitter. It hurts him, and his fan base is more than likely to see it. There's only a dozen people that may be over there on his channel or over there on his forums at any given time. Twitter is where it's really gonna hit him. It's where it's really gonna hurt him. Don't sit there and go to his fucking site. It's garbage. But this is how he got Be Awesome One's information, and I'm not sure how far that it goes into this, but not only did he get Be Awesome One's information, but he even threatened to actually meet up over there with Be Awesome One, and actually, it seems essentially like he was going to threaten him to go out there and possibly do something to him, which is ironic because didn't he say that evil AJ could have possibly done that to him over This Is How You Don't Play? Anyway, we'll see how it plays out, but that's what. Get ready to take all this in.
This to me, all right. Where is he? That's not it. Here it is. Be Awesome One. All right. He, of course, will say, I never posted that on Phil's forums. That wasn't me. No, that wasn't me. It wasn't me. I have proof it's him, which I'm going to show you in a moment. But he's saying, no, it wasn't me. You can't pin this on, this isn't
and
some
here's
kind of
another
conspiracy.
thing. When Phil accuses people of doing certain shit or accuses people of doing shit to him and he can't show you evidence, one of the reasons why he can't is because of this circumstance right here. Because even people back then, when they found out that Phil was able to do this behind the scenes with somebody else really did the work. Phil's just, taking credit for it and using it as his positioning tool, if you will. People became much more wary of Phil, and Phil didn't want to bring any more information out because he was afraid that shit was going to pigeonhole him into a situation where he could really get fucked, because he did in some ways threaten that he implied that, if I wanted to dox you, he could. And that's kind of what Phil did. He implied that, oh, Be Awesome One, I know who you are, and if you fuck with me, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to put your shit out there. You want another example of that? I can give you one. Think about King Tut or Tutmosis, if they're not one and the same person. But Phil ended up getting King Tutmosis, whatever. He ended up getting his docs and ended up actually passing it around in his, allegedly. He allegedly passed it around in his Twitch mod chat when that was still a thing, just to give you an idea of how long ago that was. And screenshots of the conversation was leaked. Not the actual docs, or if it was, I haven't seen it. I'm not looking for it because I don't need that. So that doesn't do any good to anything anyway. So, and if he's still pissed off about King Tut, who gave him all of that money and then allegedly charged it all back, but Phil kept the money, but yet you still had someone help you look for his docs and got it, what do you think he would have done to Be Awesome One? Think about it.
From his detractor groups, this is a piece of artwork I found I made in May, and Phil's been using this to make money for months, so I'm just gonna claim my copyright on it. First of all, Be Awesome One, whoever you fucking are. You don't have legal claim to it because it's my face, it's a rip from my video. Nothing you did, putting a box art of The Witcher pushing my face, made it a transformative work. It's my legal property, I own the copyright on it. You have no copyright claim on it. The only reason that YouTube even put up with your fucking nonsense is because it's an automated system and there's no people who work there basically doing it. It's all robots. So, congratulations, you found a way to game the system. You're a sociopath. But now, he's claiming right now it wasn't him. It wasn't me that did this on YouTube, on the King of Hate vlogs. It wasn't me, right? It wasn't me. You can't prove it was me. I did submit the copyright claim, but I never put that picture up on the King of Hate website. Oh, yeah? Well, let me show you something. That's the copyright claim from Be Awesome One. That is the original post. Notice the name, Stevie Ray. Guess what? This guy is such a genius that he's posted on my website under the same IP multiple times. In fact, all of these accounts that you see on the right-hand side of your screen right now are the same person. Oh, gee, does that top account look a little familiar? Be Awesome One. And yeah, he's also done all these other...
Look at how far he's taken all that shit. So, if supposedly the detractors and people on Kiwi farms are supposed to be fucking psychopaths and all this shit and mindless drones and fucking crazy and shit, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Let's continue, though.
Over the past year, every single one of which was a troll account trolling myself and other people on my website. If you need proof he's a sociopath, he created 7 accounts, different accounts, to troll people on my website. Now you may say, but that's not definitive proof. Of course it's not. But how about the fact that his fucking Twitter account is the same exact avatar that he's fucking using for this troll account on my website? Oh, by the way, I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address. So, congrats.
Oh, I had it. I did. I wanted that smug ass look. I wanted this. Okay, here, hold on. I might be able to get it.
Now are the same person.
Oh my God.
Oh, gee, does that top account look a little familiar? Be Awesome One. And yeah, he's also done all these other accounts over the past year, every single one of which was a troll account trolling myself and other people on my website. If you need proof he's a sociopath, he created 7 accounts, different accounts, to troll people on my website. Now you may say, but that's not definitive proof. Of course it's not. But how about the fact that his fucking Twitter account is the same exact avatar that he's fucking using for this troll account on my website? Oh, by the way, I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address. So, congrats.
Look at that shit. Look at that smug ass, disgusting look that he has. Because he really thought he had him. Actually, I think he actually says it if they have the clip in its entirety, where he's like, I got you. I got you, Be Awesome One. That shit is disgusting. That is disgusting. That is sick. Not only that you had someone go through the trouble to find all this, but then you tried to lord that shit over somebody else. That's sick. That's kind of fucking crazy. Hey, I'm going to play you the whole clip again, because I want you guys to get all that. Let it sink in. I want you to get all that.
So, now, let's talk turkey, because the person who did this to me, alright, where is he? That's not it. Here it is. Be Awesome One. Alright? He, of course, will say, I never posted that on Phil's forums. That wasn't me. No, that wasn't me. It wasn't me. I have proof it's him, which I'm going to show you in a moment. But he's saying, no, it wasn't me. You can't pin this on, this isn't some kind of a conspiracy from his detractor groups. This is a piece of artwork I found I made in May, and Phil's been using this to make money for months, so I'm just gonna claim my copyright on it. First of all, Be Awesome One, whoever you fucking are. You don't have legal claim to it because it's my face, it's a rip from my video. Nothing you did, putting a box art of The Witcher pushing my face, made it a transformative work. It's my legal property, I own the copyright on it. You have no copyright claim on it. The only reason that YouTube even put up with your fucking nonsense is because it's an automated system and there's no people who work there basically doing it. It's all robots. So, congratulations, you found a way to game the system. You're a sociopath. But now, he's claiming right now it wasn't him. It wasn't me that did this on YouTube, excuse me, on the King of Hate vlogs. It wasn't me, right? It wasn't me. You can't prove it was me. I did submit the copyright claim, but I never put that picture up on the King of Hate website. Oh, yeah? Well, let me show you something. That's the copyright claim from Be Awesome One. That is the original post. Notice the name, Stevie Ray. Guess what? This guy is such a genius that he's posted on my website under the same IP multiple times. In fact, all of these accounts that you see on the right-hand side of your screen right now are the same person. Oh, gee, does that top account look a little familiar? Be Awesome One. And yeah, he's also done all these other accounts over the past year, every single one of which was a troll account, trolling myself and other people on my website. If you need proof he's a sociopath, he created 7 accounts, different accounts, to troll people on my website. Now you may say, but that's not definitive proof. Of course it's not. But how about the fact that his fucking Twitter account is the same exact avatar that he's fucking using for this troll account on my website? Oh, by the way, I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address. So, congratulations. You fucked up. You really did. Be Awesome One on Twitter. I have all your fucking personal information. As you know, with the stuff going on with me and Machinima,
you can't tell me that wasn't on some fuckboy shit. That was on some fuckboy shit. You want another example? You want another example that's similar to that? I can do that. So, do you guys remember when Josh from Kiwi Farms did his stream going over the Wings of Redemption lore? It's a great stream if you haven't seen it. It's a really, really good stream because it's amazing how he went in there to ask a couple questions and shit just went to hell. I don't know why, but everything went to hell. But what happened is Jordy, after Kiwi Farms and Josh especially, came to his defense because they thought some of the shit was unwarranted. Because it was. Some of it was out there. Wings, for whatever reason, this is not something that Josh or Kiwi Farms endorsed, but for whatever reason, Jordy thought he was the man. He thought, oh, I got protection now. I've got backup. I've got bodyguards, if you will. So he started threatening people on his streams who were troll tipping him, saying, oh, you know, I'm gonna get somebody to get your information. I'm gonna give it to them boys on Kiwi Farms. You guys are gonna find out what's up. Josh or no one on Kiwi Farms condoned to that bullshit. What the fuck are you doing out there talking all that hot shit? That ain't got nothing to do with them. That's on some next level shit that they don't condone. You know what I'm saying? Or at least in this particular situation, that wasn't condoned. And Jordy got taxed for it. And he ended up getting, I think he got banned off Twitch for like a week. Or it was like 5 days or some silly shit for that. That's rough, but that's what happens when you give the powerless a little bit, and then they try to run with all of it. That's exactly what happened. So, you know what I'm saying? Jordy's learned his. I would hope Jordy learned his lesson after that, because that wasn't a good look. That was not a good look. Someone saw that you were in a real bad position, and they spoke out on that situation. For you to sit there and think now they were your attack dogs and you can just go out and do whatever?
Negotiation with them. I just had a big discussion with them today about the contract, and we got another. They're redrawing up a new contract, and we're doing all this stuff. And I'm not going to get into the details of it because you really don't need to know that. But you know, right now is a tentative time for me. It's a really uncertain time. I don't know what's going to happen come 2016, you know. I know for a fact I'm going to be making way less money.
Yeah, I've been saying that too for a hot ass minute, that one of the reasons why Phil's his whole YouTube thing is down the garbage, is down the drain, is because he has no engagement on his videos. Sometimes the likes are enabled, sometimes they're not, but comments are gone. Comments are gone, and comments are like the lifeblood of a video or a live stream, as well as the ratings. When he got rid of the comment section, he thought, oh, he was gonna kill off of This Is How You Don't Play movement. This Is How You Don't Play movement is still alive and well. It killed off DSPGaming, and he doesn't want to admit that and go back. But when he got knocked off of Twitch earlier on this year, or just a few months ago, to be honest, did you find it interesting that all of those videos, it was like 7 in all, because I think I went through all of them on the main channel, all of those videos had comments and likes and dislikes enabled, and all of those got really big views. So it's funny how he remembered to go ahead and let the comments be available for those drama videos when he got kicked off of Twitch. But for his regular gameplay stuff, most of the time the likes and dislikes are disabled, but definitely no comments on any of his playthrough videos. And he wonders, and people wonder why in his fan base. Because I had to explain this to one person in particular. I won't out them, but I had to explain it to one person on why he doesn't get the views that he once did. I mean, granted, his views were in a decline anyway, but once you kicked comments, once he shut off comments, he doomed himself. He doomed himself. And even if he was to turn comments back on, for his playthroughs, I should say, it'd be years until he got back to where he was when he was already falling. That's how badly this idiot fucked himself up. And here's the irony of it. This is what makes it ironic, I should say. Let me reword that. He cut off his comments because he saw PewDiePie and Angry Joe do it. Not realizing that, first off, both of them dudes eventually turned it back on because they knew that it was fucking up with their metrics. And two, you ain't shitted on both of those guys in the past. Why the fuck would you follow their leads? Makes you wonder, right?
The final question, ladies and gentlemen. This has been a long Ask the King. Let's finish this off in good style here. From Raymond Bulletproof Hernandez. I just had to... Bulletproof Hernandez. His question is, hey Phil, what are your thoughts on gaming YouTubers who rely on likes for them to decide whether or not they're going to continue playing a game? For example, they say, well, my video gets 1,000 likes or 5,000 likes or 10,000 likes. I'll continue to play this game. And if they don't get those amount of likes, they stop playing it. I have to say this, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone who's reliant on likes, first of all, doesn't even know what the fuck they're doing. Because a like is a like. Last time I checked, there's no partnership contracts on the planet that say if you get 10,000 likes on your video that you're going to get paid for it. Yes, there's an increased chance that if you have a lot of likes on your video that maybe it'll show up higher in a search result on YouTube. But equal to that, I'm still able to operate my business when there's tons of people who purposely vote down my videos. Right? But I still make a living doing this. So obviously the likes to dislikes really don't control anything. I would almost go to say that people who are still asking for likes to continue a playthrough not only don't understand the YouTube system, but probably aren't doing it because they like the game. They're doing it to get views and to get popularity. I play games because I like them. Now, yes, there's exceptions to that rule where I might play a game because people have been begging me to play it for a long time and I give it a chance. Or on the flip side of that, there might be games that I like that because there's not a lot of viewership or not a lot of following, I'm forced to drop them. Patreon, at least, in the past several months, has allowed me to play one of each of those. Minecraft, which I never would have played, right? And Persona 4, which doesn't have a lot of viewership, but I'm loving the game, and I'm playing it because I have Patreon to support it. Why anyone...
So what the fuck are you talking about? How are you going to shit on other YouTubers saying they don't understand how the system works when you have an outside source that complements your income because you're not making it on YouTube right now? Like, who the fuck are you to sit there and say, oh, they don't understand how YouTube works and they're actually fucking themselves over and whatnot? I don't need to do that because you ain't sat there and begged for an outside outlet to help complement you and essentially to pad your income as it pertains to YouTube. Who the fuck are you to bash them for anything? You don't understand how the system works. And a like and a dislike is kind of looked at the exact same way to an extent. Because if you look at, like, because there's actually a list of like the top 10 like most downloaded videos on YouTube, and yeah, that's just been recommended to everybody. But it's still even though it has monumental dislikes, we're talking about millions upon millions of dislikes, it can still show up because the viewership is there. Because guess what? People had to show up to the video to downvote it, right? And to comment on it, right? Which is what kept the videos relevant. This idiot don't understand that. You could come in and dislike a video once, But if you go ahead and lay a comment down and someone reacts to that comment, guess what? That might bring you back to responding to their comment. And that leads into a whole conversation chain in itself. That's more and more views every time that happens. How he don't see that or understand that is beyond me. But oh well. Gotta kill the "this is how you don't play" movement, right, Phil? Gotta fight the good fight, right, Phil?
Blackmail people into liking their video. It's dishonest. It's not a trustworthy person who would do that, okay? And it's gross. It would be like me saying, well, everyone, thanks a lot for watching Ask the King. If I don't get 500 likes on every part of Ask the King, we're not going to have an episode next month. I'm just going to do something else. See you later. It's like, what? And it's funny, someone in the stream chat just said, if someone actually asks for a like on a video, I usually dislike the video because they're a fucking asshole. Yeah. I don't... How else can you say it? If you like the video, you'll like it.
You used to ask for people to like, rate, or participate. Some shit like that. And share and all that. You used to do that exact same fucking thing. And that was not too long. That wasn't too long ago before this happened. Before he said all this. So you're a fucking hypocrite, Phil. You're an out-and-out fucking hypocrite for saying some shit like that. He's not brave enough to ask for it now because he knows no one gives a shit. And he's actually hurt his YouTube even more doing it that way because the narrative that, oh, YouTube is only an archive for me and that's it. It doesn't mean anything. Until he has to make a fucking video for YouTube saying that they need to come out and support. Isn't that ironic? Wow. Just wow.
Right? But don't demand or say, if you like this video, please give it a like. That's okay. Not, oh, you better give my video a like or I'm not going to keep playing. Fuck that. If someone's going to blackmail you into doing something you don't want to do, you tell them you're not worth my time and you go off and you watch something that someone who will appreciate your viewership, because there's plenty of us out there who do appreciate our viewers. Okay?
Sure.
That's it for
now, how many
April
times have you actually heard someone make that demand, though? Even in the Call of Duty community, where, hey, if you guys hit, if this video hits 10,000 likes, I'll drop the next video or whatever. Dude, I've seen those same people drop that shit at like 7,000 or 8,000 views. 7,000 or 8,000 likes. Like, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But they never demanded it. So, I don't know. I'm anxious to know who exactly they're talking about. I'm sure there's somebody stupid enough out there to do it. If you have Twitch thoughts that are sitting there and backtracking who their donators are through Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and other shit like that, I assume there was probably some idiots on YouTube that were doing the same thing. Well, as demanding this stuff. Anyway, May 3rd, 2015.
Everyone, I sure hope that you liked the montage, and if you did, consider giving the video a like. And I will say this is probably the first real time in a mainstream video I'm appealing for you to do what I'm about
December
to ask
9th, 2015.
From now on, if you're watching a gameplay video of mine, a vlog video of mine, an edited video of mine, or whatever, please, if you like the video, please like it on YouTube. Give it a thumbs up. Because right now there is a
I thought you said likes don't do shit about shit. I thought it don't mean anything. I thought the people who actually ask for likes on their videos don't really know how YouTube works. Wow. And this is Drunken Phil and whatnot. Quasi Phil, if you will.
Kids, and that's all they are, immature little kids who think it's funny. Oh, I'm gonna give DSP 1,000,000 thumbs down on this vlog. Har 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 har. And you watch the vlog and you're like, there's nothing in this vlog that, like, wow, there was nothing to react to negatively. And people even leave comments like that. There was nothing to react to negatively. Why would people... You watch this one gameplay video in an ongoing playthrough. Everything in that video was good. You know, he's doing a side quest.
Why are you looking at the ceiling? Just look at the fucking camera, idiot. What are you doing? It's... I'll never understand why he does that shit. And he wonders why no one believes him. Jesus Christ.
Progress on it. There was some funny commentary. Why are there so many dislikes? Because it's this one viral group of people who, by the way, like to call themselves my critics. Yeah, because what does a critic do when someone puts out something that's fun and positive and people enjoy? They go say it sucks. Like with
you
the
mean like how
Rockathon
you do for video games? And like how you're a critic of game publishers and developers? Just throwing it out there.
Where the vast majority of people who've checked out the Rockathon said it was very enjoyable for whatever reason. Maybe you think I'm a good singer, maybe you think I suck terribly and it was embarrassing. I don't care. As long as you enjoyed it, you enjoyed it. And those people went and thumbed it up. But then, oh, I don't like Phil here on Twitter. I don't like Phil. We don't like Phil. Go thumbs down the video. What? That's not criticism. That's called hate. That's called a bandwagon approach to fucking being a sociopathic turd, right? That doesn't fucking improve anything.
You mean like that guy from Mortal Kombat that you went and sent all your fucking fan base out there to lambast him on PSN and spam him with messages? You mean like that, right? I was just making sure. Just clarification.
And that's what happens. People, oh, let's go. And hundreds of thumbs down on shit. So now I'm appealing to those of you who actually like the stuff that I put out. From now on, please make a conscious effort. I know I've never really emphasized this before, but if you're watching a video of mine and you like the stuff, thumb it up on YouTube. Because the bottom line is, if there was an organic amount of people who said, oh, I like this video, thumb it up, the thumbs down and this movement wouldn't affect anything anymore. The problem is I was the one guy on YouTube who never asked for thumbs up, who never would say, oh, please give it a like, give it a favorite, and all that shit.
You're a liar, though, because you did ask for likes, you asked for favorites, you asked people to share. You've done that before. What are you talking about? There are videos that you've gone over and said that shit. And on top of that, you must have been really desperate to go ahead and say this silly shit. You must have been. That's funny because you went ahead and shitted on people who asked for likes and said likes were useless, but now you're asking for likes, which means somebody probably ended up getting into his ear and be like, yeah, Phil, you don't really know what you're talking about. This is what the situation is. Because, you know, like I said, having a lot of likes and dislikes relative to now are kind of like the same shit. Back in his day, though, you needed that shit to shoot you up to make your video more viewable, I should say, in the search algorithm. He should have known that. He should have known that. He could have asked Machinima that, because that's their damn job to answer his questions. But he's a tard, you see, so never thought about it and just spoke out of his ass. Womp womp.
People would just watch and keep watching if they enjoyed, and that's the truth. The people never stopped watching, but you get this increasing group of people who think it's funny to thumbs down, so please counter that with positivity.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, now we're gonna get into. Now we're gonna start getting into my personal stash. Ready up, John and Howard's response. Now, I haven't done that video on this channel yet, nor have I mirrored the actual video. I will. I've been working on it, and that'll be a thing. So, like I said, once that comes out, the mirror will come out first. And then me going over the John and Howard response will come later. But I have done it on the main channel though, so that's a thing. But I will do it here though, because every time you watch it, you just pick up more and more from it. Like the last time, I think I had actually done a video for it. because I think I've only done like one video on it, maybe two. I think only one though, and the other one just on like specific parts. I give John some credit for really trying to defend, but Howard was on his shit that day. Like, Howard was going for Phil's throat. He was going for Phil's throat, especially when it came to that whole respect the pack nonsense, which makes sense because those were Howard's friends. Those were Howard's peoples. So, you know, he had to stand up for him and shit. But yeah, it's a shame though too, because the mythos, I'll talk about it more in that video, but there's the myth that Phil did make a response video and it did go up. Now, allegedly, the video was live for about 15 to 20 minutes and then Phil took it down. And that's it. I've never heard of anybody in the detractor community who actually saw it. Haven't heard of anybody who actually downloaded the video. Haven't heard any of that. If that video ever resurfaces, please somebody let me know, because I'd love to hear what Phil's response was in that video. But as far as we know, it's lost to the piggy void. And if it was going to come out, to be honest, it would have came out during Spamgate, when all of god damn it, my bad. All the Patreon Q&As were flushed onto the on the YouTube for a good amount of time. Outside of that, we're probably never going to find that video. That video is probably dead and gone. Dead and gone. But never know. I hold out hope. I hold out hope that somebody has it on a hard drive of an old computer somewhere and whatnot, and it gets drummed up, or somebody has it mirrored on like a backup detractor channel they didn't know about or some shit. I still hold out to this day for it. But you know, it is what it is. Let's get into it. Number 2. Also, another thing I should point out is the original video that John and Howard put up. Allegedly, Phil had that video taken down, and then that's when they probably put it up. They put it up on some file sharing site, and the detractors got their hands on it, and then they mirrored it, which is why there's so many detractors who have it. To be honest with you, it's something that all detractor channels should have. They should have a mirror of it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just the audio, and then just add whatever you want to do for the visual. But I think it's something that all detractors should have. It's a part of history. You know what I'm saying? It's a part of history. So, just my thoughts. Oh boy! All right, now we're getting into the. I wish that part was a little longer, but we're going into actually some pretty important shit here. But we'll eventually go over the John Howard response. Like I said, I got it done on the main channel. But I'll eventually go over it over here, though, because I have a lot there's a lot that I've kind of let float around in my noodle for a while. Anyway, pocketing money. Let's see here. Wow, that's hurtful. Anyway, pocketing money after canceling Project 7, the Alan Wake montages, and Patreon camera. Sorry. All right, here we go.
And are telling me don't do Project 7 now. And so what I want to tell you in this video, now that I'm sure everyone has thumbed it down, right? It's like 4 million thumbs down. 4 million thumbs down. A few things. Number one, this does not mean that I am never doing Project 7. It just means that as of right now, I'm officially announcing I'm not doing it right now. It doesn't make sense, all right? I will possibly, in the future, if I do have a turnaround and I'm not in this much debt and I can get a better camera and I can work on these things a lot better, I'll work on Project 7. But I would rather put out something that's nicely produced and is a good quality thing rather than a turd. Okay?
Now, keep in mind, the mythos, the piggy lore, if you will, is that he only collected all of that money to do a trailer, not to actually reboot the series. But that's a lie, and there's plenty of people that have proven that. But the current pig lore is that it was only for a trailer. Never said anything about doing the series again. Just a trailer. That you allegedly took multiple weeks off, or you took multiple Sundays off for a fucking trailer, and was paid crazy amount of money for a trailer, and you dropped it for Street Fighter 5, which he don't even play now anyway, unless he's paid to. It's a pretty smart business. That's a pretty interesting business strategy you got there, buddy. That's unique, to say the to say the very least.
That's number one. So Project 7 is not going to happen now, but it doesn't mean it's never going to happen. It just means not right now. Number two, what that means is that the days in August that I said I was taking away from streaming are now rescinded as of today. As you saw, I streamed today. So that was rescinded. Next Friday, the 21st, I'm going to be working. I'm going to be doing 1 to 2 gameplay streams. And it's going to probably be the continuation of what I'm doing. Or maybe it might be a good opportunity to say that'll be the day that I return to Splatoon. And I do a big stream of Splatoon. And I do my follow-up on Splatoon. Okay? So there will be no more days of August where I'm not streaming. I'm going to be streaming every day daily. Whether it's continuing playthroughs or new things that I wasn't going to do. I can now do them. Stuff like that. I'm doing that. Okay, so I am going to rejuggle the schedule around, and I'll have more information about that for you shortly. Number three, Patreon, because it was kind of tied to Project 7, obviously now is going to change. And I want you to understand that I am very deeply sorry that I was not able to put together a Project 7 product for you. I know that it was a goal for the month of August for me to take all this time off to work on Project 7. And I also know that for patrons who pledged a certain amount of money, it was one of your perk levels that you possibly could be a part of Project 7 or another project. Right now, I'm going to be honest with everyone. At this point, I'm taking the Project 7 thing off the table. So if you did pledge to those perk levels on Patreon, you still can be a part of a project. I've already announced this. I'm doing both a Thanksgiving and a Christmas special this year. And they're going to be different. I think Thanksgiving is going to be more gameplay oriented. About a week and a half left to pledge to my Patreon. And keep in mind, when you pledge, not only are you contributing to this goal, but you're also getting personal perks like text or verbal shoutouts. You can get a t-shirt. You can get your questions answered on Ask the King, or even have your own private Q&A video shot. You can even have participation in upcoming events. There's going to be a multiplayer event coming up Thanksgiving week. Participation in upcoming events. There's going to be a multiplayer event coming up Thanksgiving week.
Participation in upcoming events. There's going to be a multiplayer event coming up Thanksgiving week.
And that's another thing. Why would you make a Project 7 reboot trailer for a series that you have no intention of actually rebooting? What sense does that make? Like, what good is that? Like, what value does that have? Fucking idiot.
Christmas is going to be more of like a holiday special like I used to do, where there may be a skit or something involved in it, and I'm going to try to get people involved in helping me with that. So you have opportunity to be a part of either of those if you did pledge to that highest perk level on a Patreon. So don't think that I'm going to renege on my commitment or anything. No, I said from the get-go it would either be Project 7 or something else. Right now, I'm just telling you officially it's not going to be Project 7 because it's not happening now. The earliest I would even consider working on Project 7 at this point would possibly be next year, okay? Now, I'm going to go one step further. I could easily say that's it and end the video. But no, I feel bad. I genuinely feel bad that Project 7 isn't happening. And so, because...
So a couple days ago, I actually pledged to Mr. Phil's Patreon page. It was actually kind of funny because I pledged to his Patreon, $5 of course, thinking that, you know, let's see what happens. Is he going to try to rip me off? Is he going to actually come through with this actual, you know, perk and stuff like that? And what we ended up with is a couple days later, he went and he refunded and canceled my pledge. Now, if you guys remember, back with the Project 7, he said that he could not refund people. He said that flat out. Well, I mean, what am I supposed to do? I can't refund people. I just have to put the money towards something else. The money can't move. It can't go anywhere. And earlier this week, 2 days ago, he went ahead and he refunded my pledge, thereby dropping his total down from the 1250 down to around 1240, and making it so that if he's going to quote unquote stick to his guns, he might not be able to do that Halloween marathon. Let's get a little bit of discussion about this notion that he can refund if he wants to, but only if he wants to, only if it's going to help him. He doesn't want to deal with, oh, Fred's going to be in the patrons only chat, and he's going to, you know, he's going to screen cap it, or he's going to have his name in the crawl, that kind of stuff. This notion that he can refund if he feels like it with his Patreon, and he can refuse money even though he asks for it every single pre-stream.
So yeah, I don't really know what comes with this, because it just sets a bad example of you know Phil's doing this just to get at you, but what he doesn't realize is all those times, you know, people were upset, and it's like, I can't do any refunds, and even if I could do refunds, it's not like that money didn't go to anything, because I didn't do Project 7. They went to other projects that were already funded for.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I thought Phil's argument was, I can't do refunds. Patreon doesn't allow that.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, that's just his way of saying that, oh, don't take away my my Patreon money. Don't take it away. I need it. I mean, come on. It's just his way of trying to cover up that he can give refunds for Project 7.
Now, if you guys remember what the original excuse is for Phil, was that, oh, the reason why he can't refund people back is because how do I separate the Project 7 money, or the people who are trying to donate this for Project 7, from the people who want to just support me? How do I split that money up? You know what I mean? It was a lame-ass excuse. It was a seriously lame-ass excuse. He could have easily been like, hey, post on my Twitter all those who feel like you should be refunded. He can backtrack off of their names, or he can DM them. Yeah, it's probably better if they DM him, you know what I'm saying, who you are and whatnot. He can backtrack to find out when they actually, you know, they pledged to him and how much, and then he could just give it back. That would have been easy, and he'd have gotten a lot more respect for doing that, but he didn't. But he did that, but he refunded SOK because he wanted to spite them, I guess, in some pathetic sense, I guess. I don't know. That shit was stupid. It was all dumb at the end of the day. And and yet again, it goes back to something that I said earlier on in this, way back when, about Phil's reliability. He's not reliable. He is not a reliable person. And in a lot of ways, that has tainted him as much as the lies and deceit and the anger problems and everything else. You know what I'm saying? It's one of the major knocks against him, that he can't refute and has excuses for all day, but people just ignore the excuses because there's nothing valid to them. And he believes because you won't give in his words, valid excuse the time of day, then your thought process and you as a person aren't valid, and he doesn't have to acknowledge you. But he needs you. You don't need him. Something to think about.
It's a fucking douchebag move all around. I mean, him saying that at first he can't do refunds and then actually giving out a refund when, oh no, it's big bad Freddy boy.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been, I guess in his mind, that would have been like embarrassing for him to have me as an auspicious patron on the forums, to have me in the crawl. My name on there was Fred Fucks SOK. So there wasn't any sort of question on who I was, and yeah, just a shame that he's going this route. For someone that really needs money, for him to turn down $5, that's a lot. $5. $5. If anyone knows from the trivia, SOK trivia, the $5. Yeah, it's.
Well, at least we
just
know how...
oh, no, wait, go on.
I was going to say, at least now people that want refunds know how to get it. Just change your name to SOK. Just anything SOK. Mm-hmm. There you go. Get your money back.
The good news is there will be a montage in the month of September. It's going to be the best and worst of DSP Classics. Alan Wake. Yes, it was actually...
September 6th of 2015.
Alan Wake, which the patrons voted on throughout the month of August and nominated as the next DSP Classics playthrough. Now, I have to say this. This is a little different than the last one that I did. If you remember when I did Start the Party, that was... not Start the Party, excuse me. When I did TV Superstars, that was the last DSP Classics montage that I did. That was a short playthrough. It was like, I think, around 20 parts or so. So once I went through all those videos, which took me, a couple hours, I was able to pick out the funniest parts and make the edited videos.
But see, that's the problem, though, too. I've talked about this before. When it comes to montages, and this is for anybody, not just Phil. If you're doing playthroughs and you want people to, and you plan to make a montage later, do what Chase Money does, and he does this for all of his playthroughs. At the beginning of his at the first episode of each playthrough, and I think he usually says it every couple episodes onwards, leave a timestamp in the comment section of what you feel is the most funniest parts and whatnot, and he'll take that into consideration, because essentially he doesn't choose what are the funniest parts of the playthrough. He has the audience do it and whatnot, and he'll actually if your timestamp makes it into the video, he actually edits in your comment as well. And that's, I think, the best way to do it, because those are the people who you're appealing to, the audience. So the audience is what determines, I think, what is funny in those type of situations and scenarios. And it makes it easier for someone like Darksydephil or anybody, honestly, to pick out those parts. Just my opinion, of course, but it's always worked really well for Chase, so I don't see why it wouldn't work for anybody else.
Alan Wake is a longer playthrough than that. We're talking 5+ hours, if I remember correctly. I think it was like 6-7 hours of a playthrough. And that's great because the game was good, but let's face it, Alan Wake I played in what, 2009, 2010? I don't really remember much of the playthrough. I remember a few minor things, like I remember the power going off. I remember one or two funny things in the forest, although I have no idea what parts of the playthrough that was. So, really, I couldn't easily go back and make this montage series. So, FYI, I have made a thread on thekingofhate.com in the playthrough section of the forums, where I am invoking you, please post up your favorite moments of the playthrough. Because people want to see this montage series, is what they voted for, But sorry, I don't have 8 hours to sit here and watch my own playthrough. You know what I mean? You are the guys and gals who watched that playthrough, and quite honestly, you probably have a lot more of a recollection of your favorite parts of that playthrough than I do. So rack your brains, think back, head to the forums, nominate your favorite moments, and I'll use that as a guideline as I jump around the videos later this month when I start working on that montage series. And you may say, well, when is that going to happen? That's going to happen probably the middle to second half of September. So please, if you haven't yet, watch the best and worst of Alan Wake montage. It's live right now on DSP Gaming.
Watch videos, views. I don't want to be Mr. Views. September 18th of 2015.
That's only part 1. I'm at least going to do a part 2, if not a part 3. That playthrough of Alan Wake is actually really long. That's one of the games that starts out strong, but unfortunately I really feel that it got really slow and repetitive near the second half of the game, and it just dragged out way too long. That playthrough is 70 freaking parts. And just to give you some perspective, the first montage there, which is the first couple of hours, is only 7 parts of the playthrough. So there's no way I'm going to be doing the entire game. I'll probably jump around and look for funnier or more entertaining parts of the game for the next 1 to 2 more parts. And that's going to be coming out for the rest of September, if not, you know, early October. But that, quite honestly, may be the last best and worst of DSP Classics montage, because right now that video's been out for around 15-16 hours. It says it has 2,000 views. You know, and typically I can get, on a regular part of a playthrough, I can get around 2,000 views. So, you know, 10 minutes of work of me doing an ongoing game people want to see versus 8 hours of work. You could see the comparison there. This is some good news, everyone. I raised about $200 extra in excess.
September 7th of 2015, DSP raised $350 for a new camera for Project 7 and movie vlogs. What? He's going to do movie vlogs? You don't say. I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that at all.
Of what I, you know, had as my top goal, and therefore that's $200 going towards a new camera. As you know, I really don't have a high quality camera anymore to do stuff. The camera that I have is my old ass Sony camera that I've had for a long ass time, that I used to do playthroughs with before I did direct capture, and the thing is completely kind of run down. It barely even records 20-minute clips anymore. I really need a better camera with better focusing features, high definition quality, possibly 60 frames per second. You know, I'm looking for a much better camera so I could do better series. And,
that's a fucked up thing too. Just like what he's doing now with the laptop and the new desktop. He had the money, the time, and the means, which is basically the money, the capital. He's had the opportunity to do this years ago, right? And he chose not to. And I think in my Theo theory, it's not exactly a Theo theory, I should say, is that any peripherals, he was used to already having them buying peripherals, sending him money for games. He's been doing that since 2008, 2009. I think he was always planning on having them do that as well. That's just my thought process. Here's something else I've been just thinking about as we've been watching this. Remember when Phil bought that $3,000 lemon from Cyberpower PCs? He bought that not too long after he moved to Washington State. But doesn't he bitch and complain about how he spent $10,000 for the move? So where the fuck did you come up with $3,000+ to get a custom-made PC? Yet again, that goes back to, I'm confident that there's a video where he's essentially asking for help to help him move. You know, extra capital to help him move. But then he was taking money behind the scenes as well. I think that he had his certain group of pay piggies, even back then, that he was like, hey, I'm thinking about doing this, it'd be great if you guys could contribute. And that's what ended up happening. I think that's exactly what happened. And that was something outside of the YouTube videos and what he was streaming on. This was him in email conversations with people behind the scenes. It's not completely out of the question. Just throwing it out there, though. Like I said, it's not exactly a Theo theory.
You know, it really was a huge help that I raised this extra money this month, so that's awesome. So basically, FYI, for an update for everyone who might be interested, I basically need to raise about another $400. Right at this point, I think I've raised total about roughly around 300 to 350 over the past few months of Patreon.
You could
So
only
if I can
scrounge
raise about another
$300 to $350 off of Patreon when you were getting paid $1,250 a month off Patreon. Think about that. He only saved $350 from the $1,250 he gets each and every month off Patreon. Jesus Christ. The worst con man ever.
$100 by the end of 2015. What I'll probably do is in early 2016, I'll do some research. I'll look into the best cameras. I'll get a really good one. And I'll even start to maybe film some new vlog series. Like, people have been asking me to do a movie-related vlog series for 100 years, and I never got around to it. I've had some ideas for other series that I wanted to do. That I've had, everything ready to go, and I just hadn't had time to do it, or, couldn't implement it. I didn't have enough equipment. Having a crappy camera, it's hard to start a new vlogging series when your camera's a piece of crap. You know what I mean? So that's good news, and I want to say thank you to everyone who did pledge in August. I appreciate that. And
but wasn't the cameras
awesome.
he initially started off with pieces of crap, and he still made do with them? So why can't he do the same then, or right here, I should say? Makes you think.
Of you to do that. I hope that by the end of the year, we got 4 more months. So September, October, November, December. Hopefully, between that time, we can raise enough funds to get a better camera, and that'll be awesome, right? That'll be pretty sweet.
Hello, everyone! So I have a serious update in regards to this goal, which has been a stretch goal all year long for any funds raised above my $12.50 a month threshold for special events. Originally, the plan was that for all funds in excess of that $12.50 a month goal to go towards a new high-quality digital camcorder. And so far, in 2015, I'd raised about $350, about $350, towards the $750 goal of funding that I'd planned to spend. Sadly, as most of you know, my main source of income is my YouTube channel, DSPGaming. This channel was the subject of numerous illegal and false, all caps, false, copyright attacks in the month of August. And in order to protect myself, my business, from being shut down, I had to delete hundreds of videos, resulting in my total views plummeting for the month, which in turn caused my overall YouTube and Google ranking to plummet. Then he links the video, just in case this explanation is not enough, he can give it to you in audio form. In summary, malicious parties used a loophole 572 in YouTube's copyright system to cost me thousands of dollars in income over the months of September and October of 2015. And it may continue to negatively affect me in the coming months. Therefore, at this time, I cannot in good conscience, which is what we usually associate Phil with, doing things in good conscience. I cannot in good conscience promise that I will be buying a new digital camcorder anytime soon. It would be pretty irresponsible and insane of me to be spending $750 on something when I don't really have the money to spend it. Rest assured that all the funds raised in excess of the normal monthly goal of $12.50 will go towards my continued ability to provide great gaming content for you on a daily basis. Thank you for understanding. Let's hope that things can turn around quickly, and maybe I can again seek to get a new camcorder sometime in 2016.
So Phil pocketed the money to make up for the money that he lost off of the copyright strikes and shit. The false copyright strikes or whatever the case may be. I mean, it makes you wonder, even if the false copyright strikes didn't come about, and let's say he raised double or triple what he actually raised up, would he have still bought that camera? Something to think about. Because remember, ladies and gentlemen, you got to spend money to make money, right? So if your vlogs do pretty well, that's viewership on your partner, on your other partner YouTube channel, King of Hate Vlogs. Just throwing that out there. Since it's not like you and Panda didn't stop going on staycations anyway, right? Right? Right. Think about it, because Phil up here is saying on his top line or his top sentence that Patreon money has always gone to paying bills, or was always towards paying bills. Did anybody actually remember why Phil even started Patreon? When Phil's bitch ass left Twitch the first time, right? Because they told him to turn down his bitrate. He started a Patreon to compensate for the amount of money he was making off subs at that time, which is really the only reason why Patreon really exists. You know what I'm saying? It was to compensate for the money that he was making off of Twitch subs. A little more, a little less. So that's that. And then he tried to incorporate it in all these other ways, which turned out to be complete and utter con jobs and only hurt his reputation, credibility, reliability, and dependability even more.
If you are going to take money from your viewers, from your fans, from people who are going to invest in something you're going to put time and effort into, you better fucking put out a quality product.
Well, oh boy, that was illuminating to some degree, I should say. Big ups to that. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, remember the original video will be linked down into the description. Give me just a second to square up shop, if you will, and then I'll give you final thoughts. I will let you guys go on what was an incredibly long video, but it was certainly worthwhile. See you guys in just a second. Oh. Alright. Alright, let me put it right there, I guess. I should be alright there. Yeah, it should be right there. Alright, guys. So, what do we take from all this? This absolute nonsense and fuckery down the life and times of Darksydephil. I think, honestly, this right here, ladies and gentlemen, is a roadmap, because you see some of the same behavior exhibited to this very day on the majority of the same subjects. To be honest, nothing has changed. Nothing ever changes with Darksydephil. Detractors come and go. The players, the detractor motivations, I should say, change up every so often. But at the end of the day, the detractor community, outside of some slip and falls, have generally been consistent in what their situation is. But Phil himself has never changed. His attacks on detractors, whether making physical threats, talking about the mindset of a detractor, or discrediting them, or fear-mongering, or trying to make himself seem like a victim, or whatever the case may be, has not changed at all. And that's the reason why the top 10 worst moments of DSPGaming, I should say, needs to exist. It needs to exist, because this right here proves, without a shadow of a doubt, that Darksydephil's failure was completely and totally on Darksydephil. You know what I mean? The rest of us are merely pawns on the board. Variables that he uses to make an excuse out of, and it very rarely works. And that's what the situation comes down to. We've done a lot of digging on this channel. Now it's time for us to evaluate what we've dug up. And that's what I hope to do moving forward, not only on this channel, but on the second one. You guys get the reference. You guys get the reference. If you don't, you don't. Well, this was 2 days of fun for me. Don't know when this is going to go up. I'm finishing this like super early on the 12th, so I don't know. We'll see. But in any case, thank you guys very much for listening in. I very much appreciate it. And as you know, there's 2016 and 2017. I'll probably wait a little longer before I do 18 and 19 if I decide to do those. But like I said, we're trying to give you the vintage stuff first. Gotta treat that shit like fine wine. I will leave a link, if I remember to, of all of the top 10 worst moments down in the description, so you may check all of them out. And that's that. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, if there's anything truly consistent and reliable about Darksydephil, it's his failure. Period. That's a sad thing to say, by the way. I am an asshole. Don't get it twisted. I have no mercy. I'm very much relentless on what I do. At the same time, though, it is probably one of the great human tragedies to watch someone drive themselves into a fucking wall day in, day out, watching people drag him out, take him to the hospital, heal his ass up, you know what I mean, go through rehabilitation and everything like that, only to watch him do it again. The amount of manpower, the amount of goodwill that's been wasted on Darksydephil is disgusting. It is absolutely fucking disgusting. When Phil says, oh, there are plenty of other people out there that deserve your support, he's right. And he's not one of those people who deserve it. And yet, he's still given it. And he's still given the benefit of the doubt, which is even more disgraceful, because off of that one person who you can convince to believe in you, that one person can probably convince 2 people to believe in you. That 2 becomes 4, and it turns into the zombie outbreak, or as I like to call it, the great Gouty outbreak. That's really all it comes down to, and that's why he needs detractors. He needs them to be the boogeyman, the one under your bed, the one that's in your closet, the one that's lurking in the shadows. But he's also hoping to convert one of them. He's hoping to find one who he can convert onto his side. Don't ever forget that. Long after my time is up, long after other detractors' times are up, if any of you who are inspiring to be detractors one day, don't ever forget that. Don't ever forget that. And he'll do that by any means necessary. He's not your friend. He's not a good person. He's not someone out for the betterment of anything but himself. And he'll use anybody and everybody to do so. Please keep that in mind. Does that mean that the man shouldn't exist? No. It doesn't mean that at all. It means that you should be wary of people like that. And as long as he keeps fucking up, someone needs to point that shit out. And don't worry about what other people think about it. At the end of the day, if it don't feel right to you, if it don't sit well with you, then say something. It's the best advice I can give you. It's gotten me pretty far, so... But that doesn't mean I did everything right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening in. I very much appreciate it. And I'll catch you guys for the next one of these, whenever that may be. Hopefully sooner than later. Ladies and gentlemen, this is DSP News 2nd Edition. This is the Gout Report, sponsored by Hard Snorts Gin and Tonic, that toxic flavor that will never waver. And the Quarantini is still live in full effect. Ladies and gentlemen, take care of yourselves. Later.